Chapter 46. I just need to pee. Chapter 46. I just need to pee. On the way back, Ethan looked at Qin Zhao in the rearview mirror. He saw that Qin Zhao kept looking at the empty space next to him, lips moving occasionally. He seemed to be talking to some invisible person. Qin, did you smoke weed? Huh. Why would you think so? You think I'll touch that stuff? Or is it LSD? Damn it, that stuff is more toxic than weed. Please, I don't touch that stuff. I've never done drugs. But it seems like you. Don't ask. I'm very normal. Ethan suddenly realized that Qin Zhao seemed to be able to see things that he couldn't. Qin, is there anyone on this car other than us? Beelzebub and Raymond. No, other than them. Suddenly, there was a car driving on the wrong side of the road before them. The headlights glared. Ethan's expression changed drastically because the moment that the headlights shone over, he saw a terrifying figure in the rearview mirror. He quickly looked away, but the thing that he'd seen that instant kept flashing in his mind. Ethan, stop the car! Qin Zhao suddenly yelled. What's wrong? Stop now. Right now. Stop the car. Qin Zhao's tone was urgent. Ethan hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Then Qin Zhao called, get out. Ethan didn't know what Qin Zhao was doing. We can't park here. Just then, there was a huge explosion at the intersection up ahead. A fuel tanker and a small car collided. Firelight swallowed the two vehicles in an instant. Ethan turned deathly pale. This, Qin, how did you know? I just needed to pee, so I thought to do it at the side of the street. Ethan didn't ask. He just felt that Qin Zhao must have predicted something, or he received information from someone, so he had Ethan stop the car so hurriedly. He could see the Grim Reaper. He could communicate with the Grim Reaper. Yeah, he was probably looking for the Grim Reaper when he had Ethan go to that street. He knew where the Grim Reaper was. Ethan was thinking nonsense, but his guesses were very close to the truth. Qin, is there someone beside you? Qin Zhao subconsciously glanced at Blackie. What? There's no one next to me. No, I saw it. The Grim Reaper's next to you. Qin Zhao was shocked. How did you know? It's true. Ethan was even more shocked. Qin Zhao realized that Ethan couldn't actually see and was just guessing. True? What are you talking about? Are you high? No, I'm sure. Qin, who exactly are you? I don't know what you're talking about. Get on the car and take a different route. Qin, are you sure nothing will happen now? You'll ensure my safety, right? You won't have the Grim Reaper take me away, right? If you keep blabbing, the Grim Reaper might kill you because you talk too much. Fine. I'll shut up. Ethan looked at the rearview mirror again. He tried to keep it in, but he couldn't help but speak again. Qin, can you say hi to the Grim Reaper for me? I swear this is my last sentence. Watch the road. Qin Zhao facepalmed. I'm begging you. If you keep getting distracted, we'll really die. Qin, did the Grim Reaper reply? Didn't you say that that was your last sentence? This is my last sentence now. That was the second to last. If you say another word before I get home, I'll ask the Grim Reaper to make that the last sentence of your entire life. Please don't. We're brothers. Who's your bro? I don't have such an old brother. Ethan was a chatterbox. Even though he was sure one of his passengers was the Grim Reaper, he still couldn't stop talking. The biggest reason was that Qin Zhao was here. He was sure Qin Zhao wouldn't let him die. As long as Qin Zhao was here, he could toe the bottom line without worry. Qin, I want to see the Grim Reaper. Can he appear for me? I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we're there. Grim Reaper, have you watched the movie Final Destination? Ethan started talking to himself. I feel like it's an insult to you. You definitely don't have bad interests like that. Grim Reaper, how long do you think I can live for? Will I die from diabetes? If I can meet you, I'll definitely ask for an autograph. You might not know this because I look like a Protestant, but I actually worship the devil and the Grim Reaper. If I become your most loyal believer, will I become immortal? Or at least add a few years to my life? Chin isn't actually suitable to act as your messenger. Maybe you can consider some other people. Ethan, I didn't fall asleep. Chin Zhao glanced at him. Sorry, I just wanted to try and see if I can have the ability of controlling life and death. Ethan, you're so old already. You still watch those weird TV shows? Grim Reaper, you can see that Chin isn't a good choice. I will follow all your orders diligently. Chen Zhao really didn't want to reply to Ethan anymore. This fat middle-aged American guy was just like a teenage geek. Grim Reaper, can you say something to me? After chatting for an hour, they finally reached Chen Zhao's home. He got out of the car immediately. Ethan, drive safely. Chen, I don't like driving at night. Can I stay the night? Not tonight. How about tomorrow? Why not? Are you going to do some ritual? Ethan, do less drugs. You're delusional already. Chen, you don't have to hide it. I know that you probably can't say it out loud. Is that the Grim Reaper's rule? That you'll get punished if you say the truth? Then I won't make it hard for you. Okay. If thinking like that will make life easier for you, then just think that way. Goodbye. Chun Zhao slammed the door shut and went into his house. He went to turn on the lights, but found that it wouldn't work. Did the construction company not fix the circuits? No, didn't the movies always play out like this? Haunted homes often had blackouts. Blackie, is it the evil spirit? No, it's because your fuse blew out. Blackie paced through the house. Don't go to the basement tonight. What are you going to do? Your new house is renovated. I need to renovate mine too. Chapter 47. Arrival of the Third Demon Servant. Chapter 47. Arrival of the Third Demon Servant. Blackie, do you know how to fix the fuse? The night was still somewhat hot and stuffy. Blackie would occasionally leave the basement, only to go back again later. Chen Zhao could not fall asleep. If he had known it earlier, he would have stayed in Ethan's motel that night. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao was quite tired from all that had happened that day. Chen Zhao did not go back to his room as it was even hotter. Instead, he lay on the sofa and fell asleep dizzily. However, in the middle of the night, he suddenly felt some coldness in the air. Woof, woof. Chen Zhao heard Beelzebub's barks. Opening his eyes, he saw a snow-white fox standing on his body. The moonlight shone through the windows onto the fox, giving it a particularly eye-catching appearance, as if its body was covered by a layer of frost. What is it? A demon? Bastard human! You've summoned another demon without my permission, and it's a subordinate of the King of Frost. All these inferior demon king subordinates, which do not belong to the 7 sins, are second class. You're humiliating my identity. Beelzebub barked wildly to express his frustration. Subordinate of the King of Frost, leave here and scram back to hell. This is my territory. Everything here belongs to me. Both Beelzebub's and Raymond's reactions were very intense. Anyhow, Qin Zhao realized that he had summoned another demon unintentionally. To Beelzebub and Raymond, the King of Frost must be an inferior demon king. To them, all demon classes apart from the 7 sins were inferior. Of course, they also disliked each other. They both had strong possessive desires. For example, Beelzebub had been very unhappy about Raymond's arrival in the beginning. The same thing happened for Blackie, and now the subordinate of the King of Frost. Qin Zhao was still unsure how he had managed to summon these subordinates at the moment. Beelzebub, Raymond, and this subordinate of the King of Frost. It should be related to his thoughts, but he did not know exactly what he should do. Summoning these subordinate demons was different from summoning inferior demons with demonic ritual implements. Inferior demons were like consumables. Chen Zhao would only summon them when needed, and there would be a time limit after which they would return to hell. However, when he summoned inferior demons, he would usually summon their true forms. In particular, they would possess most of their original abilities. For example, when he summoned Raz and Bloody Hunter in the past, both of them appeared in their true forms, that is, in their original appearances. On the other hand, whenever he summoned a subordinate demon, a form of contract would form between the two of them. Chen Zhao had already found out from Beelzebub that the basis of this contract was that the two parties could not harm each other. Beelzebub and Raymond both called themselves demon servants. They could not defy Chen Zhao's orders, whether it was in the human world or in hell. Secondly, they could both use Chen Zhao's token, together with a huge price, to summon him to hell. Master, can I kill them? They're so noisy. The white fox swung its two slender and soft tails as it stared at Beelzebub and Raymond from above with an arrogant look. Master? It calls me master. God, that feels so amazing. This was the first demon servant that Chen Zhao had summoned which called him master. Indeed, obedient demons were much better. Chen Zhao glanced at Beelzebub and Raymond. These two bastards still called him human all the time. The more he looked at them, the more he disliked them. Can you beat them? The more inferior a demon is, the less restriction it receives in the human world. I'm Carrie Phantom, subordinate of the King of Frost, a second-class demon king. Hence the suppression I receive from the rules in the human world is much weaker than them. Moreover, my true form is no weaker than them, so I can easily freeze them into ice pops. Chen Zhao more or less understood what Carrie had just said. Firstly, the Fox Carrie was a subordinate of the King of Frost, a second-class demon king, or a small demon king. The first-class demon kings were the 7 great demon kings, which precisely represented the 7 sins. The 7 great demon kings must be the most powerful ones in hell. However, their subordinates need not be stronger than subordinates of other small demon kings. Secondly, the more powerful a demon's master was, the more its power would be restricted in the human world, and vice versa. To put it simply, Carrie's true form was no weaker than Beelzebub and Raymond in hell, so her projection in the human world was stronger than them. Their original powers were similar, but different ratios were carried to the human world, resulting in the difference. Just teach them a lesson. Don't kill them. As you wish. Carrie waved her 2 tails, and the coldness in the air surged. A shroud of smoke appeared above the living room. To be precise, it was actually a layer of clouds. Then, Chen Zhao saw many fist-sized hailstones raining down from the clouds. Stop, quickly stop. It's my house. But it was too late. The originally newly furnished hall was soon covered in a mess. Chen Zhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why? Master, you should blame them. If they can stand still and let me hit them, I would not have destroyed your house. All their fault. Chen Zhao finally realized that the obedient-looking Carrie was also what she seemed to be. What a shame that I thought she's the most understanding demon among the 3. It was all but an illusion. From now on, I don't allow any of you to fight in my house. If you break anything, you pay me the original price. Do you understand? You're the one who asked me to hit them, Carrie muttered. And whatever I say is the truth. No talking back. Even Lord Satan dares not say that his word is the truth. Exactly. Suddenly, Blackie's head flew out from the wall. At the instant Carrie saw Blackie, she entered the battle state. Attack! Then, Chen Zhao saw countless ice bolts shoot onto the wall, which immediately collapsed. Chen Zhao slapped his forehand. Were there no demons that were normal? I only want a clever, obedient, and nonviolent demon. Is it that difficult? Carrie, the wall costs $2,000 and $3,000 for the furniture and floor. So you owe me $5,000 now. Cash or card. Just then, Chen Zhao heard a series of police siren outside the house. After that, someone knocked on the door. Chun Zhao glanced at Carrie. Without my permission, don't use your ability before other humans. Do you get it? Chun Zhao opened the door and saw an unfamiliar police outside. Are you the new resident here? Yes. What is it? Your neighbor complained about loud noises in your house. The police had already seen the messy living room through the gap in the door. Can you tell me what happened? The police had already put his hand on the gun around his waist. If he noticed anything wrong, he would probably draw his gun at once. In fact, I also have no idea what happened. I was sleeping in my room and suddenly heard loud noises. Then, I discovered that my living room looks like it has almost experienced a windstorm. I suspect a thief has broken in. Chapter 48. Maybe you'll become my stepdad. Chapter 48. Maybe you'll become my stepdad. I need to go in to investigate, the police officer said. Chun Zhao moved aside and allowed the officer to come in. The officer still didn't lower his guard. He walked into the living room and saw water everywhere. The wall had collapsed and the furniture was practically all damaged. There was only a glass table unharmed. It had 3 small animals on it: a white fox, a Shar-Pei dog, and a colorful poisonous snake. They seemed to be coexisting peacefully, though, and stared at the officer with strange eyes. They're my pets. It looks like a tornado just ripped through here, the officer said, scanning the surroundings. When I rented this place, the agent said that it's a bit paranormal, Chen Zhao said earnestly. I didn't believe it then, but now I do. The officer shivered. The living room was kind of cold. Is this 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town? 13 was obviously an unlucky number. Anything that was related to 13 made people feel uncomfortable. Chun Zhao nodded. Yes, it's 13 Banana Street, Mountain Town. I will report your situation up, and someone will come to check if it was caused by man or not. Okay, Chun Zhao said helplessly. Sir, I think it's best if you move out for now. Think about your safety. Thank you. I don't have anywhere to go, though. I can't go to the police station, right? If you don't mind, I can bring you there. You won't get ghosts there, at least. Oh, it's fine. It'll be daybreak in a few hours. I'll just sleep and it'll be over. All right. If you run into trouble, call the police. Good luck. The officer was responsible for surveying the small town. There wasn't actually a police station in the town. Mountain Town's public security was under the responsibility of the greater LA Area Subbureau. The officer had heard before that there was a house in the town where many people had died in. He just didn't know which one it was. When Chun Zhao said this house had paranormal instances, he accepted it quickly. He even thought that this might be paranormal activity too. It wasn't true that Americans wouldn't believe in these things. They might even be more gullible than Chinese people. In the morning, Chun Zhao contacted the renovation company and paid $1,000 to rebuild everything. It didn't feel good to eat breakfast in the messy room at all. Just then, someone charged in. Oh my God, what happened here? World War III? It was Manny, Zola's daughter. Chun Zhao put down his sandwich. Why did you come? To find you. Are we close? You might become my stepdad. I need to get to know my stepdad beforehand. Is there a problem? I think you've made a mistake, Chun Zhao said with a dark expression. I'm not your stepdad, and I'm not going to be. Ooh, such a cute puppy. Her name is Carrie. She's a fox, not a dog. Carrie tried to escape from Manny's clutches, but when she wasn't using her abilities, she was Beelzebub size. Such soft fur. Be my stepdad and give me Carrie. I refuse. And let me tell you again, I'm not your stepdad. I don't plan on being anyone's stepdad. Is my mom not good enough? No, she's great. Then why won't you be my stepdad? Your mother is your mother. I'm me. She's great, but that doesn't mean we need to get married. But you guys have sex. So, what does that mean? It means that you need to take responsibility and marry my mom. Isn't that what you Asians believe in? You think that people who have sex need to get married. Of course. So if I rape you now, you'll marry me? Manny turned and ran away. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. A while later, Carrie, who'd been kidnapped by Manny, ran back. Carrie, come out! Manny's voice traveled in from the outside. Don't stay with that perv. Unlike with Daniel, Zola protected Manny more. At least, some of her thoughts were still very naive. A while later, Daniel's voice sounded outside. Manny, how come you're here? You shouldn't be here. Daniel, that asshole wants to rape me. What? What happened? He said it. He said he wants to rape me. Daniel broke through the door. Chen, get this straight. Why does Manny say that you want to rape her? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes, not wanting to reply to Daniel. If I wanted that, do you think you can still see her in one piece? You want to, but you haven't acted yet, Manny said while hiding behind Daniel. Daniel, what do you need? If there's nothing, then get out. I need to clean up. Daniel finally noticed Chen Zhao's living room. What happened here? World War III? You two really are siblings. You say the same things. Chen, how about you move to Beverly Hills? I'll borrow a house from Grandpa. We can live together. No, people will think we're gay. Even if I want to co-rent with someone, I'll find a woman and not you. We're brothers. We can get girls together, party together, go crazy together. No one will think we're gay. I don't want to. We can go have fun together, but we don't have to live together and go out together. Chen Zhao rejected him without even thinking. Daniel, how can you be bros with someone like him? Let's go. Take me home. Manny tugged on Daniel. I'm busy today. Leave, Chen Zhao said. Fine. I'll go now, but there's a party in a few days. Will you come? What time? Saturday night. I'll see. After Daniel left, Chen Zhao finally knocked on the basement door. Blackie, how's your renovation going? The door opened and Blackie floated out. Come in. I'm mostly done. The last Soulbringer left many things behind. A lot of the collections were jumping around. It was hard for me to finally capture them all. Are you sure humans can go in? There won't be any danger, right? I'm certain. Hearing that, Chen Zhao entered the basement. The first few steps were quite normal, but the further he went, the murkier his vision became. Then there was fog everywhere, but the environment somehow became vast and open. He found himself standing in the center of a cemetery. There was a dark castle up ahead. That's my home. Ah. Blackie had suddenly spoken behind Chen Zhao, which scared him. Blackie, stop scaring people. I thought that we're familiar with each other and you should be used to it. I'll never be used to it. My power recovered quite a lot, Beelzebub suddenly said. He started enlarging. Me too, Raymond said. He'd become a 10-meter-long cobra. Seems like this isn't the human world. I'm no longer restricted by the principles of the human world. My power has recovered 60%. Chen Zhao looked at Carrie. She was the only one who hadn't changed. Raymond and Beelzebub had been tormented by Carrie last night. Now they all looked at her with dangerous expressions. Chapter 49. Inheritance from the previous Grim Reaper. Chapter 49. Inheritance from the previous Grim Reaper. Blackie pulled Chen Zhao away. Let's stand back before we get affected by their battle. Chen Zhao glanced at the three demons and decided to keep his distance. Black clouds started gathering in the sky again, just like what had happened in the living room the previous day, only that its range was larger. Carrie's appearance did not change, but she indeed seemed to be stronger than before. The three demons started to have a messy fight. Although their powers were not too destructive, such a non-CGI battle scene was still appalling. An enormous 10-meter-long snake and a Shar-Pei, which was larger than a tiger, were frantically dodging the hailstones falling from the sky. Carrie did not move at all and only stood still while using her icy powers to stop Raymond and Beelzebub from coming closer. She was like a snow elf, standing proudly at her spot with ice and snow circling around her body. Why do I feel that as subordinates under the 7 sins, Beelzebub and Raymond are much weaker than Carrie? At the very least, Chen Zhao thought that Carrie's icy powers looked much more gorgeous. You can't compare their powers like this. Blackie stood at the side watching the battle. They can't display their true powers here, so it appears as if Beelzebub and Raymond are not as strong as Carrie. Actually, their powers are more or less the same. Beelzebub's and Raymond's powers as subordinates may even be stronger than that of Carrie. I only believe in what I see. Chun Zhao could not understand how the powers of demons were calculated. Was the strength of a demon not decided by battles? Could their powers not be seen from the fight that was happening? Let them continue their fight. I'll bring you around in the castle. When Blackie and Chun Zhao arrived before the castle, the suspension bridge lowered slowly. After passing the bridge, they reached the gates. There were 2 guards standing on both sides of the gates. Chun Zhao glanced at the guards. Are these decorations or something else? I feel somewhat creeped out by them. These were left behind by the crevice's original master. The previous Soulbringer lived in the late Middle Ages, I think, so most decorations here are from the Middle Ages. For example, these 2 are headless horsemen. Headless horsemen. Chun Zhao had of course heard about the headless horseman. It was a famous existence in Western mythology. But shouldn't the headless horseman come with a horse called Daredevil? Yes, but to put it simply, a headless horseman is just the soul of a knight whose head has been cut off. The soul is trapped in the armor and fuses with the armor. If the armor is destroyed, so will the soul. Do they have their own awareness? Nope. They're but marionettes, and they do whatever I tell them to. Chun Zhao heard deep breathing sounds from the depths of the castle, which did not sound like humans. What's inside? Little 3, come out and meet my friend. From the shadows, a dog, which was much larger than Beelzebub, walked out slowly. It had 3 heads. Cerberus. Haha, its appearance seems to be especially frightening to humans. Is it not Cerberus? Yes and no. What do you mean? The Cerberus you humans know refers to the Hell Gatekeeper in Greek mythology. It's a specific example of a hellhound. In fact, the hellhound is a creation of demons, and there are more than one. As long as you have enough raw materials, you can make as many as you want. Apart from not being able to reproduce, their habits are more or less the same as an ordinary dog. How about food? Anything smaller than itself is its food. All the 3 heads stuck their tongues out. It really did look like an ordinary dog. Little 3 is the name you gave it. Yes. Don't you think I'm gifted at giving names? Does it like this name? I think so. Good. It's just like how I call you Blackie. The fact that you can accept it is more important than anything else, including whether the name itself is good or not. Chun Zhao took out a nail-sized piece of demonic crystal. Little 3, come, it's for you. Demonic crystals were irresistible to all demons and related species, including hellhounds. The center head of Little 3 was the first to react. It stuck its tongue out and snatched the demonic crystal. The other 2 heads stared at Chun Zhao in resentment. This caused Chun Zhao to be somewhat confused. Do the 3 heads share one awareness, or are they separate? 3. They share one body but have 3 minds. Oh, I see. Chun Zhao took out 2 more pieces of demonic crystals. The head at the center still wanted to snatch the crystals, but Chun Zhao pushed it away. Give them to your 2 brothers. You already had one. Since their habits were similar to a dog, Chun Zhao was not worried that it would attack him. Chun Zhao really trusted dogs, at least more than he trusted humans. Oh, yeah, since they have 3 minds, one name will not suffice. You need 2 more names. Little 1 and Little 2. What do you think? Fantastic. You're indeed gifted at giving names. So you're little 1, little 2, and little 3. Blackie counted from the head on the left to the one on the right, distributing the names properly. Clearly hellhounds were cheerful creatures. They did not mind if their names were really bad. Was it from the previous owner as well? No, it's my creation. At the end of the aisle, Chen Zhao came to a sudden halt because the ring pit before him was filled with bones. A wooden bridge lied above the pit. What's this? The bad taste of the previous owner. He has once appeared before mankind. I think he's the creator of necromancers. He injected souls into these skeletons so that they could move, temporarily. Then the ignorant humans called him a necromancer. Can you soulbringers appear before humans? It depends on our powers. I can't do it, but those powerful and old soulbringers can. How old are you? Around 100 years old. How long can you soulbringers live? Around 500 years. Some can live longer, but usually not more than 1,000 years. So you're considered as young in your race, right? Blackie nodded. Oh, yeah, I can bring you to the previous owner's lab. Lab. Yes. You know that we usually live alone, but we also feel lonely, so we normally have some hobbies to do when we're free, such as research or learning. Blackie brought Chen Zhao into the laboratory. In the web-filled laboratory, Chen Zhao saw many shelves full of jars. Most of the jars contained a green liquid in which weird-shaped organisms were floating. What are these? Hell organisms? Chapter 50, Demon's Art of Healing. Chapter 50, Demon's Art of Healing. No, they're all modified from regular organisms. They're all dead. Most are dead, but a portion hasn't died yet. Chen Zhao strolled to a shelf. Suddenly, an octopus in a jar slammed against the side of the jaw. Chen Zhao freaked out and almost twisted his ankle. He seemed to have missed his step. Looking down, he realized he'd stepped onto a switch. A door opened up on the wall. Huh. You actually found a switch here. I didn't even discover it. Should we go in and look? Chen Zhao didn't dare go in alone. It felt safer to be with Blackie. After entering through the secret door, they followed the snaking tunnel down. A few minutes later, they reached the bottom. It was a research lab with all kinds of torture devices. There were strange skeletons carved onto the tools. Blackie studied them. It looks like the former went against some taboos. What taboos? It experimented on living beings. The rule of us soulbringers is that it's forbidden to directly kill any living beings. However, it did living experiments. There was a bookshelf on the side with many books on it. Chun Zhao took one down. It was actually a medical book. The former soulbringer clearly did experiments on humans too. Qin Zhao looked through the book and was unexpectedly interested. Blackie, can I bring this book out to read? No. Many of the things here are too ancient. If you take them out, they'll corrode completely. If you want to read them, you can visit at any time. The hellhounds know you anyway. Okay. Qin Zhao realized that he wasn't the first person to use demonic crystals. This previous guy had also experimented with it. The book contained notes and research on this too. The content was great inspiration for Chun Zhao. To him, the book was like a treasure chest. However, the last thing the author wrote was that his experiments were never successful because there weren't enough demonic crystals. The book's content was neither Chinese nor Western medicine. It didn't even belong to this world. This was probably demonic medicine. It was developed by a demon, and the contents touched on some medication created with materials from hell. Some are used on humans, some on demons, and others could be used on animals too. Blackie, can you soulbringers enter hell too? We're a type of demon. Is it strange for us to go into hell? Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Chen Zhao put down the book. He wanted to take it out, but Blackie was right. If he took it out, the book would disappear instantly. The content in the book wasn't suitable to appear in the world either. Did they finish fighting? A long time ago. Who won? Carrie. She beat Beelzebub and Raymond. Yes, but you said Beelzebub and Raymond are stronger. I also said that they can't use their true strength. When Chun Zhao and Blackie walked out of the castle, Carrie was still chasing after Beelzebub and Raymond. The scene was quite odd. A white fox the size of a kitten was chasing two beasts that were 100 times her size. Of course, there was also a black cloud that kept following them. However, when Chun Zhao came over, Carrie had already given up on chasing after the two. She jumped into Chun Zhao's arms. Master, I'm powerful, right? Yes. Then how about we kill their projections? You only need me. Huh. If I kill anyone, I'll kill all of you, Chun Zhao thought. Can't you all act more like normal pets? If they were regular pets, it was okay even if they fooled around like huskies, as long as they didn't demolish his home. Thank God they were fighting in Blackie's new home. If they fought outside, Chun Zhao's new home would probably be flattened already. After leaving Blackie's new home, they appeared in the basement. Chun Zhao's phone rang. It was Ethan. Chun, where did you go? I called you, but there was no signal. I thought you got buried alive by someone. Do you need anything? There's business. This client is at Angel Beach. Who is it? What's the price? $200. That's so cheap. Go take a look. Oh, you know him. I know of her, but I don't know her. A celebrity? No, regular person. Okay, I'll go look. I wonder what kind of person will make you ask so directly. Chun Zhao called Vincent next. Vincent, come to my house in 20 minutes. $100. After getting Daniel's payment, Chun Zhao's wallet became much thicker. He could pay more generously, too. Vincent arrived within 20 minutes. Chun, get on. Where are we going? Angel Beach. Hurry, the patient has waited for a long time. How come you have a new pet? What's its name? Vincent saw the white fox jump in from the rearview mirror. Curious, he asked, is it a fox? Her name is Carrie. Carrie, this is Vincent. Carrie stood in the back seat, looking here and there. She looked 100 times more attractive than Beelzebub and Raymond. Everyone would genuinely like her at first glance. Jen, how do you train them? How come every pet has such unusual behaviors in your hands? Are you a druid? You're not the first person to ask me that. Angel Beach was a very popular beach. There were bikini-clad beauties everywhere. The ocean and beach were filled with people. Chen, where's your patient? If it's someone drowning, he's probably gone to see God already. Vincent sat in the car. He was enjoying the groups of sexy girls, too. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes as he looked at the sea of people. If someone was drowning, it wouldn't be his job to save him either. There were lifeguards here. I'll ask Ethan. Ethan, I'm already at Angel Beach. Where's the client you said? In the lifeguard team, Ethan said. Chun Zhao brought his 3 pets off the car. Vincent stuck his head out and said, Chun, should I wait for you here? I don't know how long it'll take. If you give me $100 more, I can wait until the end of time. Fine. Here's 100. Chun Zhao walked toward the lifeguard team. A muscle man was standing at the top of a small wooden tower. He wore red swimming trunks and had binoculars hanging around his neck. There was an inflatable next to him. Hey, how can I help you? He looked down at Chun Zhao. I'm a doctor. I heard someone needs treatment here. Ethan sent you. Yes. The muscle man scanned Chun Zhao and then waved his hand. Follow me. Chapter 51. I want to raise a real dog. Chapter 51. I want to raise a real dog. I'm Robio, leader of the Coastal Rescue Team. How do I address you? Chun Zhao. You can call me Chin. Can you tell me who my patient is and what illness my patient has? Romeo glanced at Carrie and Beelzebub. Are they your pets? Yes. Is there a problem? No. I like people who are caring. Air. Huh. Sorry to scare you, but I already have a lover. It turned out that Romeo was gay, but Chen Zhao still maintained his smile. Romeo brought Chen Zhao to the HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team. There were two sexy ladies in bikinis outside who were practicing boxing. Looking at the two ladies who were covered in sweat, Chen Zhao could feel his heart pound. Chen Zhao always believed that there were two things in the world that could bring warmth, namely the sun and sexy ladies. Chen Zhao was absolutely stunned by those jumping melons. Hey, stop staring at them like this. I know they're sexy, but your look is very rude. Okay. Chen Zhao glanced at the two beauties for one last time before stepping into the HQ. The HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team looked more like a gym. I don't think I see anyone who needs treatment. Everyone present was more than just healthy. Chen Zhao could not see anyone who might have a disease. Just then, a woman walked over, her body as hot as a blaze of fire. She was wearing a pair of tight-fitting sweatpants and a bikini top. The woman was so dazzling that Chen Zhao recalled Kelly and the sisters Shalian and Irwin. Romeo, who's this? He's the doctor. Chin, this is Feilai. Hi, are you my patient? Chen Zhao did not believe that the beauty before him was ill, but he did not mind treating her, even if it was for free. Not me. Are these your pets? You seem to be paying too much attention to my pets. If you have any bans regarding this, I wouldn't be able to help you. I have the habit of bringing my pets to work. In fact, I bring them with me most of the time. No, that's not what I meant. Follow me. Chen Zhao was brought into a room which had nobody else inside. He almost thought that the woman was going to do something with him. Confused, Chen Zhao looked at Feilai. Is my patient not here yet? Right there. Feilai pointed to a corner of the room. There an old dog was lying powerlessly in a kennel. It was an old German shepherd. The original courage and fearlessness in its eyes had already disappeared, and it could only occasionally whimper. Air, I'm not a vet. I know. Then why did you call me here? I'm not asking you to heal him. In fact, he can't be healed. I hope that you can kill him and free him from his suffering with as little pain as possible. Air, I'm not a vet and also not a killer. Sorry. Chen Zhao shook his head, ready to leave. Please help him. He has saved at least 236 people in its life. He's the hero of the Coastal Rescue Team and also our senior. Now he's suffering from cancer. We can't save him, so please help him to return to God's embrace. You can end his life yourself. We can't. None of us can do it. You can't do it, so you asked a doctor to come here and be the killer? Chen Zhao was somewhat frustrated. I don't mean that. I feel that perhaps you know how to kill him with minimal pain. I said, I'm not a killer. Aren't you an illegal doctor? Chen Zhao turned his head and stared at Feilai. Whether I'm legal or not, I'm not going to kill a dog. Chen Zhao turned around and left. How unlucky this is. He could not dislike this group of people more. They appeared to be kind, but they only wanted another person to be the bad guy. Why would such a beautiful woman do such a disgusting thing? When Chen Zhao walked out, Romeo approached him. You didn't do it right. You should do this yourself. I'm a doctor, not a killer. Sorry. I know this must be so difficult for you. Romeo did not say anything else and brought Chen Zhao out. Chen Zhao left the Coastal Rescue Team. However, the look of the dying dog was still vivid in his mind. Chen, are we leaving? Wait for a while. Take your time. Anyway, there's so many sexy women here, Vincent replied. Then continue watching them. Chen Zhao ran back to the HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team. Romeo did not leave and noticed Chen Zhao's return. Chin, why are you back? You forgot something? Can you give that dog to me? Perhaps I can make it live longer. Buddy, he has cancer. Only God can cure him. I only want to try. You're going to kill it anyway. No, we have never planned to kill it, only Phalai did. In fact, I've never supported this idea at all, and we're also not going to give it to anyone. It's the hero here, and we'll hold the grandest funeral for it. What it needs now is not a grand funeral. Maybe I cannot cure it, but I can allow it to run again in the last part of its life, just like a normal dog. Robio fell into silence. Looking at the two pets beside Chen Zhao, he started hesitating. He could tell that Chen Zhao was also a kind man. When Chen Zhao walked out of the room just now, his face was completely dark. Clearly, he was furious about why he was called here. Having displayed such anger, Chen Zhao would surely not harm their hero. Can you come at night? Robio asked. Sure. Chen Zhao could understand Robio's intention. He was probably trying to avoid Phalai. Chen Zhao did not leave. He found a restaurant nearby and asked Vincent to eat together, successfully spending the entire afternoon. Chen Zhao really wanted a real pet, and not a demon or something else. Chin, what you're about to do is illegal, right? Vincent asked. Please, I'm never going to do something illegal. Someone said that he's going to give me a dog, and I don't know anything else. Even if I appear in court one day, I'm still going to say that. You claim that you don't do anything illegal. So does being an illegal doctor count? Please provide your evidence, or I'll make you sit in jail until the end of time. The antagonists in movies always say this, but in the end, they always get caught. The reality is not a movie, and I'm also not an antagonist. This is not your style. You don't benefit from this at all. You took $200 from me for the rides, and also made me treat you a meal, which costs $30. And my pay this time is only $200, so I did not come here for profit in the first place, Qin Zhao said. Then what is it for? Love? I only hope that the dog can have a good ending. It's worth me paying $230 for. Chapter 52. Are there really miracles in this world? Chapter 52. Are there really miracles in this world? As the sky darkened, the people on the beach lessened. Phalai, work's over. Robio patted Phalai's shoulder. Go relax. Phalai had heavy spirits. Others didn't know this, but when she was still a child, she'd come to this beach and had had an accident that had put her in danger. It had been Walter, the hero dog lifeguard, who'd saved her. Every year after that, Phalai would come visit Walter. Last year, she became Walter's companion. However, Walter had aged considerably by then. He could no longer run or swim so fast. But to Phalai, he was still her hero. She viewed him as her family. 2 months ago, he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. For both humans and dogs, this was a fatal condition. Seeing how Walter suffered, Phalai felt even more pain. She'd tried many things, but she realized that both humans and dogs would become so weak and powerless in the face of cancer. Some people thought that euthanasia was mercy. Others thought it was cruel. Phalai had never thought that she would get this idea one day. However, as soon as this idea was planted, she couldn't control it anymore. She thought that death was the biggest help to Walter. She just couldn't make the final decision. She'd rather invite an outsider, a stranger, to help her. Unfortunately, that person refused her and humiliated her right there. Your sadness won't save Walter. I don't want Walter to see you like this either. I can take over now. The lifeguards had shifts too. Robio volunteered to switch today. Okay. After Phalai left the beach, she went straight to the hospital. 4. When was the last time you went to our house? Phalai hugged her little sister. Phalai, how come you're here? 4 was younger, but she was more mature. You seem sad. Did you get dumped? 4. Is there a cure for cancer? Phalai, don't tell me you have cancer. 4 instantly grew nervous. No, not me. Someone important to me got cancer. You already know the answer, For said helplessly. Why are you asking me? There's no cure for cancer. At least, there's no effective treatment right now. The treatments are mainly for repressing the condition or cutting it out, but relapse is common for the latter. Are there really no miracles in this world? If we're talking about miracles, there really is. I witnessed it too. What miracle? My professor was in the late stages of stomach cancer. She's already 96 years old too. I was in charge of everything, from her diagnosis to re-examination and treatment. My treatment didn't seem to have any effect though. It couldn't even delay her death. But recently, she recovered miraculously. Completely. Her cancer cells vanished, and then I did all sorts of tests to confirm that they really were gone. Don't you think it's a miracle? How can this happen? Did she try some special medicine? I don't know. I can't be sure if she has used some type of special medicine either, but she said that she didn't. So did she or did she not? My guess is that she personally didn't and someone secretly gave it to her without her knowing. A day before she recovered, she was taken to the hospital by her grandson and his friend because of a big relapse. That day, her tumor began shrinking rapidly and vanished within 24 hours. I suspect that her grandson's friend secretly gave her some medicine. You're sure? I've seen her grandson's friend twice. The first time, he snuck into the room of a child with brain cancer. I'd already notified the child's family that he might pass away, but the next day, he was miraculously able to be discharged. The tumor hadn't disappeared completely, but it had shrunk to 1/3 the size. The danger had passed. I suspect that the child had been saved because of him too. He's a doctor. Yes, a very strange man. He has great skills, but no license. I wonder if he researched by himself and discovered the medicine to cure cancer. Are you being serious? These are all my guesses. Even I doubt if it's true or if it's just a coincidence. Do you know how to find that man? For shook her head. No. I tried, but I just can't find him. I asked my professor for her grandson's number and tried to have him give me the man's contact information, but he refused. There's no other way to find him? Phelan grabbed For's hand pleadingly. For thought for a moment, and a light bulb flashed. Oh, I thought of something. She immediately pulled out a pile of documents and flipped through it. I found it. This is it. Raspa Loranham, Zola Loranham, it's them. These two were VIPs of the hospital, so the hospital stored their information. Isn't Raspa Loranham the chairman of PLM Film? I saw him on the entertainment section of the LA Times. This man seems to be his private doctor. You want to get information from him? That's impossible. He's a billionaire. You probably can't even get close to him, let alone get information out of him. Not him. His daughter, Miss Sola. She should be rich too, right? Are you sure you can get close to her? Of course. Her son was attacked by a shark at the beach recently and lost his left leg. I did the surgery. He's in the recovery stage now. I can use this as an excuse to visit him. When will you go? Now. Can you take me with you? Phelan looked at her with anticipation. Then let's go, For said. Did you drive? Yes. Where does she live? Beverly Hills. Rich as expected. Stop pulling me. I need to get her son's records organized. Go get the car from the underground parking. Chapter 53 Mystery. Chapter 53 Mystery. After Phelan and For reached Beverly Hills, they left the car and walked in. Zola Lorantham's house should be right in front. This place is so luxurious. The best coastline of Los Angeles, no, of the entire United States is taken by these rich people, and the richest among them took the best part. Since they're so rich, they'll naturally try their best to enjoy the best. However, death is fair. Whether you're rich or poor, you can't escape death. For, look there! Phelan suddenly pointed her finger in front. Why? Do you know that person? No, Look closely. Isn't that the amputated Daniel Loronham in your files? On a road filled with windmill palms, there was a young man in sweatshirt running. For immediately took out her files. Are they twins? For look at his left leg. Looks like it's from someone else. Did he find a person who's willing to denote his leg and do limb exchange? No way. It's just been 9 days since Daniel's operation. Even if he did such a surgery, and it was successful without any rejection, he would also not be able to run so soon. Moreover, I don't see any signs of stitching on his leg. It looks like his leg has developed normally, but the color of his upper thigh is clearly different from the rest of his leg. Frowning, called Daniel. Hearing the shout, Daniel turned his head and looked at For and Phalai. Then he jogged towards them. Ladies, do I know you? Daniel did not recognize For. After all, he was unconscious during the operation. After that, he was sent to his home directly. Thus, he had never seen For and did not know her identity. Daniel, weren't you amputated? How? That's just misinformation. Actually, I was only mildly injured that time, even though everyone thought it was severe. Are you a friend of Riley? Or Joseph? Daniel answered calmly. In fact, this was what he had been telling his friends over these few days. Is it? Have you not been amputated? Of course not. If I was amputated, would I be able to stand in front of you now? Daniel gave a dry laugh. Little did he know that while this would work for all his schoolmates, it was completely useless before For. That was because For was the person who had cut his leg off. Daniel, I forgot to explain. I'm actually a doctor. 9 days ago, I carried out amputation for a patient who had been bitten by a shark. Sorry, I am busy. I have to leave now. Daniel turned around, ready to run away. He had just lied to someone whom he should have been afraid to meet. There was already no way he could explain himself. Daniel, I have with me your medical report. If you run away now, I'll publicize the report right away. Daniel stopped and stared at For and Phalai with a gloomy look. What do you want? How much do you want? We don't want any money. We're not blackmailers, For said. Did Chun connect your leg for you? Chin? Who's Chin? I don't know him. For waved the medical report in her hand. Are you sure? Daniel shamelessly snatched the report from For. I'm very sure. I don't know the Chin you're talking about. You can take all you want. I can print as many reports as I want from the hospital. Just tell me a price. How about $100,000? As long as you stop disturbing me. That's generous, but unfortunately I don't want any money. I only want Chen's number. Then just publicize the report. Nobody will believe you anyway, because the fact that I'm standing right now is enough to crush all rumors. What if I add a video of the operation? Do you still think that nobody will believe it? Daniel gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter what you have. I'm not going to admit that I have any relations with Chin. Why are you even trying to help him hide this? I will be able to find him sooner or later. I don't care if you can find him. In any case, I'm not going to tell anyone anything about him. As for whether you're going to publicize my case, to be honest, although it can indeed cause me some trouble, it'll be nothing serious. I can leave this place first and wait until everything is over. By then, nobody will remember what has happened to me. On the other hand, you'll be sued for leaking a patient's information. Then, I'll make the two of you bankrupt because of the bad impact you've brought to your patient. Daniel was Zola's son after all and had undergone elite education. Temporary panic did not mean that he was really at his wit's end. After he calmed down, he was no longer scared. Mr. Daniel, Chen has unparalleled medical knowledge. If he can use it on more people, he can save millions. God will thank you. His medical knowledge can't even be passed around. Why not? Let me ask you, do you believe in sorcery? No, For answered firmly. No matter where one is, there would always be tricksters who claim that they can heal the sick with magic or something else. Doctors are the ones who hate these tricksters the most. That included 4. She had seen many patients miss their best treatment periods because they believed in the so-called sorcery. Most of them had terrible endings. So we've got nothing to talk about. Goodbye. Are you trying to say that Chun used sorcery to connect your left leg? Your original leg is still in the hospital now. What if I say that my leg grew out right before my eyes? Do you believe it? For wanted to say that she did not believe it, but then she looked at the colors of Daniel's legs. One was clearly the result of long-term sunlight, while the other looked like it had never been exposed to the sun. Therefore, she swallowed what she was about to say. However, her sanity was telling her that it was only the result of something she had yet to understand, and not magic. Looking at the leaving Daniel, for fell silent. For, are we still going to his house? For still kept quiet. After a while, she raised her head and stared at Phalai. Phalai, do you believe in sorcery? Ah, I don't know. Phalai did not know what to do. You believed him, right? No. You've indeed believed his words. For knew her sister way too well. When Phalai was lying, she would be too scared to stare at For in her eyes. For, you saw Daniel's leg yourself. It doesn't look like the result of surgery. It's more like his leg just grew out from the wound. I'll solve this mystery, For said firmly. Chapter 54 Pet. Chapter 54 Pet. Robio carried Walter while looking at Qin Zhao. I hope I can go see Walter whenever I want. If he dies, please notify me. Of course. Qin Zhao nodded. Walter, come here. Qin Zhao clapped his hands and went to hold Walter. Walter was very weak. These few months of illness had made living more painful than dying for him. However, without my permission, you can't disclose where Walter went or any information about me, okay? Okay. Robio nodded. I'll tell For that I killed Walter. Qin Zhao carried Walter to the car. Walter lay in Qin Zhao's lap and drifted to sleep. At home, Qin Zhao mixed some perfect crystal powder and water and gave it to Walter. The effect was nice, but he needed to rest more. Woof, woof, woof. Only one person would appear by sticking his head out of the wall, Blackie. Walter barked crazily at him, clearly thinking Blackie was an intruder. Hey, Blackie. Qin Zhao said, surprised. He can see you. Not every dog can see me, but some human pets are special, Blackie said in defense. They can see things that humans can't. He glanced at Walter. Qin, where did you get him from? I can sense the deathly aura from him. You can sense his death? Yes. It's a gravely sick dog. However, I just gave it some perfect crystal. Is it ineffective? Seems like it. It will die in 6 hours. Right now is just a reflection of its life. Qin Zhao furrowed his brows. Why is it not working? Are demonic crystals ineffective on dogs? I don't know. After all, no one has used such precious demonic crystals on a dog before. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. Are there no other solutions? You're the doctor. You know more about saving people. On the other hand, I'm a soul bringer. I know more about death than you. I need to go to your home. You're welcome any time, Blackie said. Qin Zhao brought Walter into Blackie's territory. Walter was clearly unsettled and kept looking around. Just then, a huge figure emerged from the mist. Woof, woof, woof. Little 1, Little 2, and Little 3 had appeared. Woof, woof, woof. Walter, calm down. Qin Zhao comforted it. They're not enemies. Walter looked suspiciously at the 3. He seemed very troubled. Little 1, Little 2, and Little 3 also looked at Walter suspiciously. Then Walter went forward and licked Little 2's head. The hellhound lowered onto the ground and put their heads together. They felt that Walter was the same as them, just much smaller. Maybe it was a child. With their intelligence, they couldn't comprehend how they were different. By nature, they were still dogs. Walter also couldn't understand. It had seen many dogs before, and its slightly less advanced brain just assumed that these guys were also dogs. Little 1, little 2, little 3. You guys play with Walter, okay? The 3 heads licked Qin Zhao, and he patted them all one by one. He had to treat them all equally. Anyone who didn't attention would throw a tantrum. Dogs were all like this. They could coexist peacefully with humans, but they had attitudes too. Qin Zhao walked into the research lab and impatiently rushed to the lower level. He had to find out why Walter couldn't absorb the demonic crystal. This process didn't take too much time. He soon found relevant content. It said, "I've done many experiments on animals, humans, and demons. Many experiments use demonic crystals. These crystals have demonic in the name, but they aren't unique to hell. There are demonic crystals in the human world too. They're just much rarer. Demons have the highest absorption rate. They can absorb 90% of 1 year's worth demonic crystals and directly extend their lives. Humans are next. They can absorb around 1/4 of what a demon can. Humans can't take large amounts, though. This is due to the structure of their body. They're too fragile. Animals are the worst at absorbing demonic crystals. This is because their intelligence is too low, so their souls are more fragile too. The demonic crystal doesn't only affect the physical body, it also affects the soul. The main purpose is to lengthen lives. To do so, one must strengthen one's body and soul. Demons are the strongest in these two aspects, so the demonic crystal is also the most effective for them. Humans have strong souls, but their bodies are weak, so the effect is a bit weaker. Animals have the weakest souls, and their bodies aren't much stronger than humans. Here, Qin Zhao realized why Walter couldn't absorb the demonic crystal. No, it wasn't that Walter couldn't absorb it at all. The effect was just very bad. Qin Zhao continued reading what was written. I thought of a way for humans to have bodies as strong as demons, or at least close. I've started modifying humans. The modified humans indeed have higher rates of absorption. However, the modified humans aren't humans anymore. Later, I started modifying animals. Different from the complicated modifications of the human body, I mostly modify an animal's soul. I demonify them. I gave a dog a hatching fruit, and its soul turned into a demon's soul. I failed the first time because the dog's physical body was too weak to withstand a demon's soul. I made some changes and strengthened the body of the second experiment. I poured water from the blood sea and demonic blood into the experiment, transforming it into a hybrid demon. Both its soul and body had been changed, but its nature hadn't changed. My experiment was successful. Compared to human experiments, experimenting on animals is obviously much easier. After this, I tried many more experiments, all on animals. Some succeeded, others failed. Here, Qin Zhao was a bit hesitant. Should he modify Walter? Would it still be Walter after being modified? After pondering, Qin Zhao still decided to modify Walter. After all, it would be unfortunate if his first pet died the first day it got here. Plus, Walter should get this kind of treatment. Other than being his first pet, he was qualified to be deemed a hero. Chapter 55, Converting Walter. Chapter 55, Converting Walter. Blackie, are you there? Blackie's head popped out from the wall. Yes. Can I summon an inferior demon here? Of course. After all, it was Blackie's territory. Although Qin Zhao was a frequent guest, he still had to respect Blackie. Qin Zhao summoned Raz, who immediately bowed at him humbly. The honored living, thank you for summoning me. Is there anything I can help you with? I need a hatching fruit and also some water from the blood sea. Huh. The honored living. Are you going to convert into a demon? Or perhaps converting someone else into a demon? It's my pet, not me. Is the conversion ritual very common? In the past, such a conversion was unheard of, until 300 years ago when a method to convert into hybrid demons appeared. 300 years ago. did this particular soul-bringer spread the method to hell. You also need some demon's blood, which I'm willing to donate. Oh, right. I don't think you need mine. You have a better choice. A better choice? What's the benefit of using better demon's blood? A higher success rate. At the same time, there will be a small chance of an unexpected effect. What unexpected effect? Awakening of special abilities. Like the special abilities of demons. Yes. Okay, I got it. What's the prices of these two things? 10 years of demonic crystals for the hatching fruit and 1 year for the blood sea water. Can I give you perfect crystal powder? Perfect crystal powder? When Raz saw Chen Zhao take out a bag of perfect crystal powder, his face froze at once. You ground a perfect crystal into powder? Yup. God, do you know what you've done? You're wasting a treasure. Do you know how precious perfect crystals are in hell? Only large demon lords and demon kings can enjoy those. You actually ground one into powder. It was not the first time Chen Zhao heard a demon complain about his action, but he was not too concerned. A perfect crystal that had been ground into powder form would only help him earn more demonic crystals. One must learn to give before one can gain. Can you sell me the remaining perfect crystal powder? What are you going to give me in return? The spatial ring? The honored human, that's impossible. Although a perfect crystal is still very valuable after being ground. It cannot be compared to a full crystal. But its value should still be quite high, or else you wouldn't have asked me to sell it to you. If you still have all the powder from the perfect crystal, I can of course trade it with the spatial ring, but you've already used a lot. Fine. So what are you going to give me to exchange for the perfect crystal powder? How about a stone of contamination? They have roughly the same value. Stone of contamination? What's its use? It can make a human or a demon sick, and you can control it. The stone of contamination contains all the diseases in the human world and in hell. Raz took out a green stone. I'm a doctor. I don't need this. Precisely because you're a doctor, you need it. You can make someone sick and then treat the person. That's the fastest way for you to earn money. It's too troublesome. I might as well rob someone. Do you have anything else that's useful? After thinking for a while, Raz said, spiritual vessel. Perhaps it will be useful for you. Spiritual vessel? Yes. The spiritual vessel can absorb the spiritual power of others and then inject it into a specific target. What's the use of the so-called spiritual power? It can make a person more lively. For example, when you're tired, you can restore your energy with just a bit of spiritual power. Not useful at all. Chen Zhao twitched his mouth. How much does it cost? 1/3 of the perfect crystal powder. Too expensive. I can give you at most a quarter. Fine. Noticing Raz's quick agreement, Chen Zhao felt that the price was too high. Raz took out an hourglass and gave it to Chen Zhao. How do I use it? Put it somewhere with a lot of people. It will be filled with spiritual power automatically. Will it cause any harm to others? Nope. Actually, it's not engulfing the spiritual power of others, but rather absorbing the spiritual power that's being released by others. When you need it, just open the cover and drink some to restore your energy. Do you have any other good stuff? Raz presented a few more items to Chen Zhao, none of which he found useful. Oh yeah, do you still have substitution coins? No, I only had one that time. If you manage to get more of them, tell me. Sure, if there's nothing else, I'll return to hell first. Bye. Chen Zhao walked out again and asked Beelzebub to donate some of his blood. Walter, come here. Chen Zhao found Walter, which was playing with the hellhound. Walter stuck its tongue out and ran towards Chen Zhao. Walter, you're not going to live for much longer. Now, I'm going to convert you into a demon. I hope that you can understand it, as it can allow you to live longer. If you accept, bark once, and if you don't, bark twice. Woof, woof. Great. You just accepted my offer twice. Chen Zhao squatted down. Drink all of this. Tilting its head, Walter stared at Chen Zhao. He could not understand what Chen Zhao was trying to say. It could only understand some simple instructions and actions from humans. Chen Zhao did the action of drinking. Drink this. Drink. Looking at the colorful liquid in the bowl, Walter seemed to be somewhat reluctant. Even Walter probably felt that it was some kind of dark cuisine. Little one, little two, little three, come and drink half of it. The three huge dog heads lowered and stuck their tongues out together. Immediately, the demonic medicine that Chen Zhao had spent much effort to make reduced by half. Stop! That's too much. Roar. The three heads all howled in delight. They liked the taste. After all, the medicine had some perfect crystal powder in it. Seeing the joy of little one, little two, and little three, Walter finally lowered its head and drank the demonic medicine. The taste was somewhat weird, but nice. However, after taking a few mouthfuls, Walter seemed to feel tired. It took a few shaky steps and then fell beside Chen Zhao's feet. Woof! Little one pushed Walter with his head, but there was no response. Chen Zhao checked Walter's condition. It was still breathing and seemed to have just fallen asleep. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was unsure if the demonic medicine he had made was effective. Chapter 56, You're Ethan's Son? Chapter 56, You're Ethan's Son. Chen Zhao left Walter with the hellhounds and told them to take care of it. He went into the research lab and continued reading the demon's medical book. Suddenly, he heard the hellhounds bark and he ran out. Walter had already woken up, but he seemed to be rolling on the ground in pain. Chen Zhao didn't get close. He stood and watched Walter from afar. The medicine might have come into effect, changing Walter's body and soul. However, his outer appearance didn't change. After more than 10 minutes of pain, Walter slowly calmed down. If one only looked at his appearance, his head had gotten slightly bigger, but there weren't any other changes. After the pain subsided, he would never feel pain again. Compared to the torture of cancer, he felt very light and filled with energy now. Walter leapt onto Chen Zhao. He stumbled back and almost lost his balance. It had gotten much stronger. The demonic medicine had gone into effect. He had become a hybrid demon now. Smiling wryly, Chen Zhao patted Walter's head. He'd wanted to raise him like a regular pet, but he became a demon. Did he have no chance to have a normal pet? Little one, little two, little three, Walter and I are going out. You all can play with Walter next time. The three hellhounds walked Chen Zhao and Walter to the door. They seemed very sad. Dogs needed their owner's accompaniment. If they didn't have attention in a long time, they would get depressed. The three hellhounds were all dogs that lacked love, all three of them. Blackie didn't have time to play with them, so they were excited whenever Chen Zhao visited. They didn't want to let Chen Zhao and Walter leave. Little Two tugged on the corner of Chen Zhao's shirt. It wished he wouldn't have to go and could keep playing with them. You three be good. I'm really leaving now, but I promise I'll come again tomorrow, okay? Little Two let go of Chen Zhao's shirt and whined. Walter walked over and put his head against Little Two's. Then it switched to Little One and Little Three. They seemed to be communicating. Woof! Finally, Chen Zhao and Walter reached the exit and returned to their home. Human, you messed around the entire night just to turn this regular dog into a hybrid demon? Beelzebub said with disdain. He could sense his blood running through Walter. Master, you already have me, Carrie said in a choked voice. Why do you have to lure over other demons? Chen Zhao glared at Raymond, who was about to speak. Don't talk. If you do, I'm going to make snake soup. I was going to tell you that you have 3 missed calls. Raymond shrugged its head. Okay, I wronged you. Even if this dog turns into a hybrid demon, it's still stupid, Raymond said nonchalantly. I don't know what its value is, making you put so much effort in saving her. I don't get it. As expected, you're all so petty. He is a new friend. You don't have to welcome it. But why do you have to insult him? Ding dong. The doorbell rang just then. It was the police from last time. Chun Zhao was confused. Sir, we meet again. You're still living here? Yeah, the rent's cheap. Yesterday we received a complaint that dog barks here disturbed the neighbors. I'm sorry. I have a new family member. It might have been lost in this unfamiliar environment. It won't happen again. Okay, it's just a small thing. Keep it in mind for the future. Are there still paranormal activities here? Not yet. If it happens again, I'll let you know. You don't have to. I don't know how to take care of that. You know, the residents in town have started a bet. Betting what? How long you can stay here. Did you bet? Yeah, I bet $10 that you'll move within the month. Did anyone bet that I won't move? I want to bet for myself. Yes. If you die here, it's 3 times the bet. Chen Zhao didn't reply. Okay, I'm going on patrol. All right. We're acquaintances now. Right, but I don't know your name yet. I'm Leonardo, not that movie star. I know that if you Asians hear my name, you'll immediately think of him. I'm Chen Zhao, but you can call me Chin. Okay, Chin. Next time I get off work, we can get a drink together. Bye. Bye. As soon as Leonardo left, Robio came. Robio, how did you find me? Chen Zhao stared at him in shock. I know Ethan. Even if you know Ethan, he won't give my address to anybody, especially a stranger. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. He'd agreed for Robio to come see Walter, but he didn't expect the man to suddenly burst into his home. I'm his son. What? Chen Zhao was floored. Robio was Ethan's son? How come I've never heard him mention you before? That old stubborn man won't ever admit that his son's gay. Okay, you want to see Walter? Yes. I need to be sure that you're not abusing him. Walter, come. Walter ran out with an open mouth. Seeing Robio, it flew up and pounced. Robio was huge, but he almost lost his balance. Walter? Oh my God, you look great. Robio hugged Walter. He could barely recognize her. How could Walter become so energetic in one night? Chen, has Walter recovered? No. You know that cancer can't be cured. I'm only a traditional Chinese doctor. I can only make it not be tormented by sickness in its short life. Seems like I did make a mistake in giving Walter to you. He looks like he really did recover, though. Robio knew that it wasn't possible, but seeing Walter's vigor, he was still very happy. I need to get to work. Bye, Chin. I won't come without any warning next time. I'll let you know beforehand. Goodbye. Where's Walter? Robio, you're here just in time. You were working last night, right? Where's Walter? I searched the entire headquarters, but I can't find it. Looking at Phalai, who was going crazy, Robio's face twitched. Phalai, Walter won't appear again. What do you mean? I helped him pass on. What are you saying? I helped you do what you didn't dare to do, Robio said seriously. No. I don't believe you. You'd never do that. You value Walter even more than I do. It's impossible for you to do that. No, I value Walter more, but I'm also in greater pain than you. I hope that he can have a better destination instead of being tormented by endless pain. Chapter 57, What a Small World. Chapter 57, What a Small World. For the entire day, the atmosphere in the coastal rescue team was very tense. Although people were still doing their work, there was almost no conversation, especially for Robio and Phalai. Everyone knew what had happened. Of course, nobody knew whether what Robio had done was right or wrong. Phalai, we should talk. There's nothing to talk, you murderer. Phalai stared at Robio, with great resentment. Phalai, you need to understand that the longer Walter lives for, the more he will suffer. I have already found a way to heal him. If I had just a bit more time, just a bit, I could have healed him. You're a murderer. You killed Walter. Robio did not know whether to laugh or cry. Phalai, wake up. No, I'm telling the truth. There's someone who can heal Walter. If I find the person, it will definitely work. Fine. Where's the person you're talking about? I don't know. My sister's a doctor. 2 of her patients have late-stage cancer, but now they're all discharged from the hospital. Moreover, one of them has healed completely. I heard that a mysterious person has treated them. 4, and I have been trying to find that person for the whole of yesterday. So, did you find him? No, for said that she only knows that person is an Asian called Chin. Robio was momentarily stunned. Are you sure? For told me that. Do you remember that the doctor yesterday was also an Asian called Chin? So what? Do you think that cold-blooded guy is the person I'm looking for? Also, even if I find him now, what can I do? Walter's already dead. It's never coming back. Robio turned around and left in silence. Was Walter cured? Did Chin heal it? Robio was somewhat suspicious about Phalai's words. What is cancer? Everyone in the world knows that it is an incurable disease. Perhaps he should confirm everything again. Robio walked to a corner and called Chen Zhao. Chin. Yes. Did you heal Walter of his disease? Robio, are you ill? That's a weird thing to say. Chin, I heard that you've cured cancer in the past. Nonsense. Who said that? Hearing Chen Zhao's denial, Robio was even more doubtful of what Phalai had said. Robio, I'm applying for leave. Phalai walked behind Robio, shocking him out of his wits. Are you still unable to get over it? No. I've promised for that we must find that person. There's about 1 million Asians in Los Angeles. How are you going to find him? One of the patients that the mysterious person has cured is Four's teacher. I think she's called, right, a college professor. Robio was puzzled once again. Right? College professor. It can't be that coincidental. Robio's great-grandmother was also a college professor called Wright. If it was really his great-grandmother, then he had really failed as a great-grandson. He did not know about it at all. Robio took out his phone. Hey, Wright. Robio, how long has it been since you last visited me? Both you and your dad don't care about me at all. I'm sorry, Wright. Self-blame could be heard in Robio's words. Right, I heard that you have cancer? Did Ethan tell you that? How are you now? I'm teaching now. Let's talk later. Wright hung up. Wright was clearly avoiding the topic. She was happy when she first received the call, but she hung up immediately when Robio asked her about her cancer. Could it be that she's really cured? Why are you here? Professor, I want to talk about that again. You need to understand that if that person doesn't want to admit it, nobody can force him to, including you and me. At least you should give me his contact. I believe that I can convince him. I can't give you his number without his consent. I can help you to ask him, and I'll respect his decision. This was not the first time Wright had answered For in this way. Clearly, For was unable to accept such an outcome. Professor, you're a doctor too. Do you not want such knowledge to be spread to the entire world? I understand you, but have you thought about this? What if his technique can't be spread? Do you know how much trouble this will cause him? I only know that if I don't try anything, it'll be really irresponsible. But now you're invading his privacy. I'm doing this for countless patients. That's not a reason. I feel that the countless patients in the world are more important. Then I think you should go and convince those pharmaceutical companies. They have the formulas and have monopolized the entire market. If they can release the formulas, more people will be saved. I still have another lesson. I need to leave now. After speaking, Wright turned around and left. For was somewhat frustrated, but also helpless. For how about we let it go? No, I'm not going to give up. Do you want those whom you love die one after another? He's already dead. Oh, I'm sorry, Phalai. It's fine. Perhaps to him, death is fortunate. At least he doesn't have to suffer anymore. Chun Zhao brought his entire family to Ethan's place for free food. Even Blackie was here. Chin, your have already moved out. Why are you still coming here everything for breakfast? Your breakfast is super delicious. Look at how fast Walter's eating. Walter? It's the same name as the legend of the Coastal Rescue Team. Wait, is it the same dog? They couldn't save him, but I did. Now he's mine. Bastard. It's seducing my Sasha. Ethan suddenly roared. Walter, nice. The first time Beelzebub saw Sasha, it also wanted to mount her. The same thing was happening with Walter. Is your entire family made up of this kind of bastard? Woof, woof. Beelzebub was furious. It was obviously Raymond's fault, not his. Out of a sudden, Raymond, who had been coiled up on the chair, attacked Beelzebub without any warning. The snake and the dog started grappling with each other again. Ethan was already long used to it. Chin, can you train Sasha until she's as clever as your pets? No problem. $10,000, and I promise Sasha's even smarter than you. Only a fool will spend $10,000 to make his pet smarter than himself. To Beelzebub, being plotted by Raymond that time was the most humiliating thing in his whole demon life. Ethan still envied Chin Zhao and his pets. That was also why he had adopted Sasha. However, Sasha was not nearly as clever as Beelzebub and the rest. In fact, even the new member Walter was better. To most people, raising a pet involves much emotions. Even if a person's pet is not as good as someone else's, it is still his pet after all. Regardless of what he says, he would still feel that his pet is the best. Suddenly, a spiritless Asian woman walked in and asked in a choppy tone, "May I ask if you still have a room available?" Chapter 58, Country Mate in Despair. Chapter 58, Country Mate in Despair. Of course. Ethan looked at the woman. Do you have an ID card? A driver's license is okay too. I have an ID card. The Asian woman dug around in her pockets. Chun Zhao and Ethan could see that the woman's pockets were filled with scraps of change. After a while, she finally found her ID. Just as she was about to hand it to Ethan, she shrunk back. How much will it cost to stay here for a night? $10, Ethan said. Then I'll stay for 2 nights for now. The woman managed to find enough change to add up to 20 and gave it to Ethan. Qingli? Li Qing? Chun Zhao looked at the name on the ID. Auntie, are you from China? The woman looked at him. You're Chinese too? Yeah. How long have you been out here? Since she had an ID card, she'd probably been in America for quite some time. 8 years. Oh, young man, what is your name? I'm Chen Zhao. He's my friend Ethan. Hi, Ethan greeted. Hello, hello. It was evident that even though the woman had been here for a while, she still wasn't used to the customs and ways of Americans. She probably didn't interact with people often. Auntie, are you on vacation here in LA? I know, I don't have anywhere to stay, so. Did something happen to you? I immigrated with my son and daughter-in-law. Our lives were great, but a while ago, they died in a car accident. Now I'm all alone. The house was foreclosed too. As she spoke, she began to wipe at her eyes. Chin, can you guys speak English? Ethan muttered. Leaving me alone like this is really impolite. Andy, if your son and daughter-in-law died in an accident, wouldn't the insurance company pay you? The woman shook her head. They didn't buy a lot of insurance. It wasn't even enough to compensate for the damages of the other party. So her son and daughter-in-law had been at fault. Chun Zhao sympathized with the woman, but sympathizing was one thing. He wouldn't give her money for no reason. They weren't familiar with each other, after all. So what do you do now? I don't have anything to do. I'm looking now. Ethan, do you need servers or custodians? Qin Zhao asked. You recommend her. If you think she's suitable, Qin Zhao said. They were country mates, after all, and this was all Qin Zhao could do. Ethan had a dozen rooms here, but he didn't have any staff or custodians. This was why Qin Zhao thought it was necessary for Ethan to hire one. Of course, whether the woman was willing to do it was another matter. Okay, but I need to observe you. What's your name? Li Qing. Qing meaning clear. Auntie Li, Qin Zhao said. If you need a job, you can stay here for now and do some chores for Ethan. Of course, if you have other plans, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Sure, I'll do it. I just need a place to stay and food to eat. The trial period is 7 days. You won't get paid for those 7 days, but I can give you free board and meals. If I'm satisfied with you after the week, I'll give you $30 per day during the off-season and $50 per day during the busy season. You only have to clean up the rooms for me at noon. After you're done, you can do whatever you want with your time. You can find another part-time too. Okay, I understand. Thank you, and you too, little brother. Qin Zhao roughly calculated the time. Li Qing was working an hourly job. With the occupancy rate of Ethan's motel, she could clean up all the rooms in around 2 hours. $30 for 2 hours was good money. Many temporary jobs wouldn't even have such a high wage. Each state in America has different minimum wages. In LA, it was $10 per hour. Lee, go rest today. You'll start working tomorrow. Thank you. After Li Qing left, Ethan said, Chen, I'm helping her because of you, but I need to check her background first. The so-called trial period was just time for Ethan to investigate her. But I'm confused why you would voluntarily help a woman. Qin Zhao looked at Li Qing, who'd walked up the stairs. If I didn't help her, she might die in your motel. When people were in despair, the first thing they would think of was death. Blackie had seen this woman's death. 2 days later, Li Qing would be at the end of her rope and she would choose to die in this motel. That was why Qin Zhao helped her. Because of this small gesture, she wouldn't die anymore. Ethan was superstitious. He also believed that Qin Zhao had supernatural abilities. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, his expression changed. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. Hello? Rasfa, what do you want? The second treatment isn't this soon. No, Qin. It's not about the treatment. Remember how the party couldn't be held because of Daniel? I hope you can come this time. Ever since Daniel's legs grew back out, Rasfa's impression of Qin Zhao had changed completely. Qin Zhao was someone who could determine his life or death, and even decide how long he lived. Rasfa hoped he could maintain a close relationship with Qin Zhao and make up for his past mistakes. Can I bring a friend with? Of course. Your friend is my friend. What time? Tonight. Then I'll see you tonight. See you tonight. Ethan, there's a party. Let's go together. I'm not going. I don't know them. It's in Beverly Hills. Maybe you can get with some actresses. Actresses? Ethan was already starting to drool. Looking at Ethan's face, Qin Zhao lost all hope on him getting an actress. Unless the actresses all went blind. Ethan, you need to rent a suit. Huh? I have to rent a suit? That's too annoying. If you want to score anything at the party tonight. Fine, Ethan's features twitched. Renting a nicer suit would cost $100 or $200 per day. It wasn't a small price. However, if he really could get with an actress, this kind of sacrifice was worth it. Lee, watch this place for tonight. I'll give you $50. Boss, I'm afraid I can't do it well. It's okay. If they give you money, you give them a room. It's simple. I don't know English. It's okay. They don't need an ID either. They just need to pay. Then okay. I'll call you if there's anything I don't understand. Chapter 59, Hooking Up. Chapter 59, Hooking Up. Ethan tidied himself up, covering his unkempt appearance, which was a rare sight. Then, Chen Zhao and Ethan went to a clothing store together. However, when the two entered the store, the clerk still looked at the two with some disgust. Of course, it was mainly targeted at Ethan. "Miss, can you help my friend to pick a formal wear? He has a party tonight." "Sure. Please come here. Do you need anything?" "Nope." "Chin, do you not need one? Aren't you going too?" "We're different." "How?" "I'm more handsome than you." Under the guidance of the clerk, Ethan started trying various suits. On the other hand, Qin Zhao was somewhat bored. He sat in the shop and looked around casually. Finally, Chen Zhao's eyes locked onto a young and charming female clerk. She was slim and was wearing a loose casual wear and shorts. Chen Zhao had to admit that ladies working in clothing stores really knew how to match their clothes. "Miss, may I know your name?" The female clerk smiled politely. No. Although America was an open-minded society, not everyone was open-minded. At the very least, this beautiful female clerk did not answer Qin Zhao's question. She was clearly different from the women that Chen Zhao had already known. "Then can you get a coffee with me if I manage to guess your name?" "Try it." The female clerk clearly did not believe that Chen Zhao could guess her name. "Are you Chris Ackerman?" "How do you know?" "It's on the tag on your chest." "Do you often use this method to deceive other girls?" "No. I've just learned it from the internet. Seems useful." "Not useful at all." "Are you going back on your word?" "You didn't guess it," Chris said, smiling. "Do you know where I'm from?" "Asia." "Where in Asia?" "I don't know. Japan? China? Or Korea?" "China." "Do you know that Chinese people have a very special ability?" "What?" "Precognition." "I don't believe in prophecy." No. It's precognition, not prophecy." "Is there a difference?" "For example, you can write a word or phrase on your palm. I will know what you've written without looking." "I still don't believe it." "What if I guess it correctly? Will you drink coffee with me?" After thinking, Chris nodded. "All right. Then let's start. Turn around and don't peep." After Chen Zhao turned around, Chris took her pen and started writing. "Done. You can guess it now." "I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chin," Qin Zhao said with a faint smile on his face. "Didn't I?" Chris was first stunned, and then she looked at the words on her hand. "What's your name?" Qin Zhao actually answered her question directly. She could not understand how he had managed to do it. "How did you know?" "I said that I know. Precognition." "I don't believe it. Let's try again." "Okay." Chris wrote something else, after which she said, "Done. Guess it." "I'm single now." Can you really precognize things?" "Huh. Tell me, do you really have precognition ability?" "There's a saying in China. It exists if you believe it, and doesn't if you don't. It's just like religion. If you believe in God, then He's really there. But if you don't, then He's not there. I'm not discussing philosophy with you. One of my electives in college included philosophy. I need a precise answer. In the world of magic, you can't tell the secrets of your magic to others. So, are you a magician?" "No, I'm a doctor. This is my name card. You can call me when you need something. Most of the time, I'll be free." "You haven't answered my question." "Girl, don't be deceived by him. He's a spiritualist. Perhaps there's a soul beside you monitoring you for him." Ethan had already walked out with a suit. Chen Zhao's face darkened. "That's ugly. Even the most expensive clothes cannot cover your dirty temperament, but I think we're done here. After all, that beautiful clerk must be tired of wasting any more time on you." The female clerk, who had been with Ethan, was indeed starting to feel impatient and awkward. It was really too painful to choose formal wear for Ethan. Even the best jacket looked ordinary on Ethan. Chin, I feel that you've brought me here to humiliate me. Ethan was enraged. Actually, it's not that bad either. Don't you think so too, ladies? Chen Zhao had to comfort Ethan. The female clerk beside Ethan gave an awkward smile. Yes, it's not bad. See, you do look quite handsome. During the party tonight, the ladies will definitely be charmed by you. Really? Yes, of course. Fine. I take your word for now. Is it really good to lie to your friend like this? I'm giving him confidence. If he doesn't even have confidence in himself, he'll certainly not get anything during the party tonight. But even if he is confident, are you sure that he can successfully hook up any woman? Chris asked, looking at Chen Zhao. Perhaps his success rate will increase from 0% to 1%. If you're not the best friends, then you must be the greatest enemies. Chris, look at how in sync we are. Can you give me your number? Maybe we can get a coffee together. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend and we're engaged. My boyfriend doesn't like me going out with other men. Chen Zhao was very disappointed. Indeed, all good women had been deceived by awful men. Chen Zhao could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. Of course, unmarried women were his target. However, it was too immoral to steal another person's girlfriend, not to mention that it would usually fail despite putting in much effort. The clerk beside Ethan walked up and asked, "Handsome, I'm free. Do you want my number?" "Of course. It's my pleasure." Chen Zhao did not reject any offer. After all, this clerk was not too bad either. After leaving the store, Ethan started complaining all the way. Chen Zhao did not spend a single penny and managed to hook up with a beautiful clerk. On the other hand, Ethan spent $200 to rent the suit, and yet the female clerk only looked at him in disgust. "Chen, I want the clerk's number." "If you want her number, ask yourself. Don't ask me." Chen Zhao rejected without mercy. "If you don't even have the courage to open your mouth, even if I give you her number, you wouldn't have the courage to call her." "Chin, you have so many pets with you and also your toolbox. Are you sure you're going for a party? Leave them at home and they'll demolish my newly furnished house. As for the toolbox, it's an occupational habit." Chapter 60, Absurd Party 1. Chapter 60, Absurd Party 1. When Chen Zhao brought Ethan into Rasva's manor, it was like bringing a country bumpkin into the city. Chen Zhao got secondhand embarrassment, even though he'd had a similar expression the first time he came to. However, he felt like he'd seen the world. How come he was with someone like Ethan now? "Ethan, don't be so embarrassing." "How am I embarrassing?" "What I'm expressing now is the curiosity that everyone has. If a professor said that, I wouldn't find it weird. But coming from you, it just feels wrong." By now, Daniel had come over. He'd heard earlier that his grandpa was going to hold a party, and that Chen Zhao would attend, so he came over early. "Chen, you're here." "Daniel, your color looks good. This is my friend Ethan." "Hello." Daniel also put on an enthusiastic expression. However, being a rich family son, this kind of smile was just out of politeness. They wouldn't reveal their inner feelings to anyone. There was just some distance in their eyes. However, Daniel didn't show any distance on the surface. "Let's go. We'll have fun on the beach first. It's still early." As he spoke, Daniel patted Ethan's shoulder. "Do you dare go into the sea?" "I know." He had to admit that what had happened had heavily traumatized him. He knew that there was very little chance of it happening again, but he was just scared. He didn't dare to go into the water. On the beach, there were many young girls playing beach volleyball. Walter was the most excited about coming back to the beach. He ran into the crowd and helped the people fetch the ball. "Chin, you got another pet? What's it called?" "Walter." "Sell one to me. I'll give you any price. If you can win over any of them, I'll give it to you for free." "Whatever. I'm not a druid." Daniel, are there any rules here? Ethan's eyes were dazed. Seeing all these hot, bikini-clad girls on the beach, his heart was burning. Daniel laughed. As long as it's voluntary, you can do whatever you want. Ethan was overjoyed. Carrie, come to Uncle. Carrie turned her head arrogantly, making Ethan feel awkward. Is it looking down on me? It must be. Carrie, help Ethan. You've eaten his hamburgers before. Smiling, Chen Zhao handed Carrie to Ethan. Ethan happily carried Carrie and ran into the crowd. Carrie was filled with cuteness. She would become the center of women's attention no matter where she went. No one would reject such an adorable little thing, and Ethan actually did look like a successful man right now. As expected, he attracted a crowd of people as soon as he went over. Beautiful young girls gathered around him. Hi, can I hug the little thing in your arms? Ethan looked at all the boobs before his eyes and subtly wiped his mouth. Of course. No problem. Wow, its fur is so soft. What kind of dog is it? No, it's not a dog. It's a rare white fox. Her name is Carrie. She's a girl. Carrie had a bad temper, but she was obedient. She listened to Qin Zhao. What does your friend do? What do you think he does? A loser. Is it obvious? Qin Zhao looked over at Ethan. He can probably fool those little girls if he can make up an alias. Aren't they your friends? No, my grandpa invited them, Daniel said nonchalantly. They're all models from a modeling company or actresses with no good opportunities. They're here for opportunities, not for the party itself. What opportunities? To flirt with young, rich guys like you? They're not interested in me. Maybe a few like my money, but they're probably more interested in those producers and directors or investors. Just then, Rasfu and Stephen walked over and sat right down in the sand. Chin, when did you get here? I can't believe you came to look at girls instead of visiting us two in the mansion. You two old guys are nothing compared to girls, Chin said with disgust. Grandpa, Uncle Stephen, Chin, I have some other friends coming. I'll come back later. Daniel clearly didn't want to be with his grandpa and Stephen, so he found an excuse to leave first. Stephen, you look like you're going a bit overboard these days. It's because your treatment is so effective. Stephen had really recovered his energy. The more one missed his past, the wilder one would go. Stephen was like that. Plus, as a major director, he could have any girl he wanted. My treatment will only recover your functions in that aspect. It won't make your stamina go back to when you were young. Don't go too crazy if you don't want to die too soon. I do want to watch some of your movies. Fine, I understand. Stephen felt awkward too. Chin, should I get some girls for you later? Rasfa asked a bit fawningly. I promise they'll be the most beautiful ones. Rasfa, you're just a dick, Stephen said with derision. But I think your thoughts are unneeded. Look at those girls. They can't look away after seeing us sit with Chin. However, the girls knew their places. At least, they wouldn't come over now. Chin, when is my next treatment? Last time, Rasfa said you're filming a movie now. You probably don't have time, right? Is it different from the last time? About the same, but it'll take 2 hours. Do you have the time? Can you come on set? It's in LA too. Sure. Contact me in a few days. Is that fat guy your friend? Yeah, my first friend after coming to America. Should I arrange something for him? Qin Zhao thought for a moment and then nodded. If that's okay. Ethan had no luck with girls. Maybe he checked all the boxes for repelling the opposite sex. If he kept using his current way of flirting, it would be impossible. However, this was no different from prostitution. No, there was definitely a difference. The girls here were classier. Stephen stood up and walked into the group of girls. Seeing him come, all their eyes practically gleamed. He was one of the 3 top Hollywood directors. All of his movies had guaranteed box offices. No one who wanted to make a name for themselves in Hollywood could look over him. Girls, are you having fun chatting with my friend? Stephen patted Ethan's shoulder as if they were old friends. Chapter 61, Absurd Party 2. Chapter 61, Absurd Party 2. After sunset, guests arrived one after another. The party also started officially. Nevertheless, even in the party itself, there were many small gangs. Those who knew each other grouped up. Many ladies were also playing near the swimming pool. In the American society, party has always been an essential social occasion. It is just like how Chinese people like to talk about business over a meal. Chun Zhao had no idea where Ethan had gone to. He stared at Zola, who also looked back at him. Today, Zola was dressed up carefully. Her entire body was emitting a noble and elegant temperament. Chen! Zola, I thought that you wouldn't come today. I was busy in the company, so I'm late. How about a drink together? Zola gave Qin Zhao a glass of wine, after which she gently tapped Qin Zhao's glass with her own. Qin Zhao felt that she had been spending the time on makeup instead. It's too noisy here. Let's go somewhere quiet. Warmth after the battle. After a while, Zola sat on the bed and lighted herself a stick of cigarette. Do you want one? Nope. My addiction isn't strong. Qin Zhao also smoked, but only rarely. Qin, you have a girlfriend. No. Do you need me to introduce one to you? Don't worry, it'll be a good girl. Nope. A woman who was having such a relationship with Chun Zhao wanted to introduce a girlfriend to him. Which man in the world would be able to happily accept this? Only fools would accept such a suggestion. At least Qin Zhao was not stupid enough to believe that Zola was really going to introduce a good girlfriend to him. You're too alert. I really don't need one. Perhaps I will in the future. But now I'm not ready for a stable relationship yet. I'm just worried that you've got nowhere to spend your energy. I still have you. Chun Zhao pulled Zola's arm. Do you still want it? I feel that I didn't perform well just now, so I'm going to make up for it. It was another tiring and satisfying round. Only then, Zola put her clothes back on. Do you want to meet my friends? Perhaps they will become your clients next time. No, I need some rest. All right, if you need me later, I'll be in the lobby. Soon after Zola had left, Qin Zhao started putting on his clothes, when a lady suddenly rushed into the room in a hurry. Qin Zhao was familiar with the lady, or rather the lady's body. It was Yafen, the small actress. Qin, I didn't expect to see you here. Yafen, are you also here for the party? Yafen was not really bothered by Qin Zhao's nakedness. It was not the first time she saw it, anyway. Yafen glanced at the room. Wait, I'll talk with you later. Then, she charged into the restroom. After a minute, Yafen walked out with a relaxed expression. Qin, why did you put your clothes back on? Air. If you need it, I can remove them again. Yafen locked the door from inside. Then lose them. Before Qin Zhao could say anything, Yafen already leapt towards him. Qin, why are you here? Yafen's skin had an abnormal redness. Have you been injecting cholesterol recently? It's bad for you. Too much cholesterol will destroy your bodily functions. I no longer need it. Did you pass the audition? No, I failed. I lost to a bitch. In fact, Yafen was not mad about her competitor sleeping with the director, but the fact that she was slower. Why did you come to this party? To find new opportunities. You know that I'm only a small actress. I need more roles that people can remember. Have you found it? No, I'm not the only woman here. The owner has invited many women. I'm not the prettiest of them, and every valuable target already has many. Yafen lied before Qin Zhao. How about you? Why are you here? The owner is my client. So he's Rasfa's personal doctor. Yafen was somewhat disappointed. She had originally thought that Chun Zhao and Rasfa had some secret relationships. In that case, she would be happy to donate her body. Unfortunately, a mere personal doctor, was clearly not useful to her. Yafin had no intention to stay for any longer. After finishing with Chen Zhao, she left the room in a hurry. To be honest, she was just like a high-class social butterfly. Before she successfully becomes famous, she could only obtain various roles through such methods. She did have an agency to help her, but the agency would only arrange insignificant roles for her. Yafin was a clear-headed woman. She knew that it was time for her to work hard. She was not like most new actresses who stepped into Hollywood uncertain of the situation. She knew how difficult her journey was, and also what she had to pay. Those glamorous Hollywood stars might have even more cruel and embarrassing past than Yafin before they became popular. Chun Zhao left the room only to hear Yafin arguing with someone else. Turning around the corner, he saw Yafin stopped by a man who was in his 30s. Chun Zhao walked up directly. "Yafin, do you need help?" The man raised his head and looked at Chun Zhao. "Mister, you have no business here. Please leave." Yafin frowned. "Chun, go first." "I'm fine." Chun Zhao did not leave and still stood there. "Are you sure?" Yafin seemed to be in a difficult position. The man said, "Can you not understand English? Scram." However, Chun Zhao simply ignored the man and only stared at Yafin. "Yafin, tell me if you're in trouble." The man's hands were suspiciously hidden behind Yafin. Chun Zhao could tell what he was doing without looking. Yafin hesitated for a while. Finally, she plucked up the courage to escape from the man's hands. "Chun, let's go." "Yafin, if you dare to leave now, I can guarantee that you're never going to receive another role," the man threatened, his face darkening. Chapter 62. Absurd Party 3. Chapter 62. Absurd Party 3. Yafin stopped. She was frozen in her spot. Clearly, she couldn't ignore this man's threat. "Bob, are you threatening my friends?" Just then, a baritone voice sounded. Stephen appeared behind the man called Bob. Bob's expression went stiff and then shrunk back. "Mr. Stephen, I'm sorry. I didn't know they're your friends." With that, Bob turned and slipped away in disgrace. "Chin, who is this beautiful lady beside you?" Stephen walked over with a smile as if nothing had happened. "Hello, Mr. Stephen. I'm Yafin." Yafin immediately had a fangirl's expression. She looked at Stephen with admiration. As expected of an actress, Yafin's expression was just right. She was excited and her eyes were reverent, but not overly so. "Hello. Are you an actress?" "Yes. I'm from Anthony Management." "Oh, I'm filming a movie recently. There's a third female lead. Miss Yafin. You can audition for it if you're willing." "Really? Thank you." In Hollywood, most actors knew what company was filming what. Especially for a big director like Stephen, one could say that everyone knew that he was filming a super grade A movie. Every speaking role was fought over by every management company. The biggest role Yafin had played before was in a TV show. She played a character that only lived for half an episode. She'd never even dreamed that she could receive Stephen's invitation to play the third female lead in a Class A movie. It was only an audition, but since Stephen had said it, this role would be hers if she performed well. "Miss Yafin, would you mind if I speak to Chin?" "Of course." Yafin knew when to leave. It was obvious that Stephen had a close relationship with Chun Zhao. Yafin knew that she was probably invited to the audition because of Chun Zhao too. She voluntarily bid farewell to Stephen. Of course. She didn't forget Chun Zhao either. "Chin, how's your relationship with that woman?" "Not bad, but not as close as you think. If you change the requirements for the role because of me to give it to her, it's unnecessary." "Of course, if that role suits her, I'll thank you for her." "It's not actually that important, around 10 minutes or so of screen time. After editing, it probably won't even be 10 minutes. It won't affect the core of the movie at all." "All right. What's with that Bob?" "He's a well-known pervert producer in the circle." The girls that he plays with all have irreversible scars and psychological trauma, so not every woman is willing to have sex with him. This explained it. Bob seemed to be pretty influential. Logically, Yafin shouldn't have rejected him. However, she still did because Bob was a pervert. He won't threaten Yafin's future, right? He's a smart man. That's good. Chin, how did you connect Daniel's leg back? Chin, don't hide it from me. I know about Daniel's injury that day. I know that his leg was amputated too. All right, it was me. You don't have that kind of needs, right? I don't know, but that doesn't mean I or people around me won't in the future. I hope that if I ask you for help one day, you'll remember that we're friends and help me. America valued relationships even more than in China. Take Hollywood as an example. Many profitable projects took investments from familiar people or companies. Outsider money was rarely able to enter Hollywood, no matter the sum. I can only that I'll try my best. I'm not all-powerful. At least, I can't bring the dead back to life. Of course, I understand. Just then, Paul walked over from the back. Mr. Chin, Mr. Stephen, Raspa invites you to the secret room. There was a secret room. Mr. Raspa is inside. Please enter. It was the rear room on the 3rd floor. When Chen Zhao pushed the door open, he saw naked girls under the dim light. Raspa was lying in the arms of 2 girls. There was another one under him. Chen, Stephen, come on. A few girls were already approaching them to take off their clothes. This was too lowly. But Chen Zhao couldn't ignore the temptation. He looked at the 2 old guys and then at himself. Yes, he definitely had more baggage. The secret room was fully equipped. There was a 3x3 swimming pool filled with red wine. Che Zhao leaned against the side of the pool, and girls served him voluntarily. I really don't know what you're saying. I am sure that I only gave Wright a cup of water and nothing else. I was an accident, doctor. It's probably because I'm not professional enough. Right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you water while you were unconscious. Sir, don't you know that your medicine can save millions upon millions of lives? Please use your pretty head and think a bit. If I really have some special medicine that can cure cancer, would I be kicked out of a motel because I can't pay the rent? Ethan, is that true? Wright glared at Ethan. Bastard. Chin, stop the bullshit. You moved away yourself. I didn't kick you out. I even helped you move. Ethan, don't cause a scene here. Wright, please rest up. We'll go now. Go. Professor. For no need. He doesn't want to talk. Chin, you clearly gave her some black drug. Chen, did you really save my granny? No, you remembered incorrectly, Qin Zhao insisted. He was basically speaking nonsense. Chin, I know you must have used some witchcraft, but the result is good, so I don't care no matter what trick you used. Thank you for saving my granny. Don't think crazily like that. I didn't do anything. Okay, I'm tired. Jerlin, can you drive me home? Jerlin had been a bit angry, but she still gave in. She could feel that there was a reason why Chen Zhao couldn't reveal the truth. However, she was sure that Chen Zhao had cured Wright. He didn't admit it, and the whole thing sounded crazy, but it was the truth. After all, she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chapter 63. Remember your protection when you play outside. Chapter 63. Remember your protection when you play outside. The next day, Chen Zhao was awakened by Ethan. Chen Zhao did not drink too much, but he had played late into the night. Thus, he slept all the way until noon. Chen, if there is such a party next time, remember to bring me again. Ethan's face was still somewhat red, perhaps due to a hangover. Ethan had also gone to many parties, but not one organized by people who were that rich. Their playstyle had overturned his imagination. Ethan did not even know himself how many women he had played with. Ethan, you wore condoms yesterday, right? They don't look like they have any diseases. Do I need to? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. You can't tell if they have a disease by looking. Even I have to wear condoms, not to mention you. Remember, apart from your wife, you must wear one when you have sex with a woman. All right, I will remember it. Ethan did not look like he took Qin Zhao's advice seriously. Just then, Li Qing walked in with some food. Mr. Ethan, Mr. Qin. Put it on the table. 1 hour later. Clean this room up. Yes, Mr. Ethan. I should go back now. Don't contact me even if there's a client. I need to rest for today. I don't understand why you moved away. Isn't it good here? You wouldn't have to keep traveling here and there. Because I need to pay you if I stay here. But you need to pay rent there as well, and it's even more expensive. You also had to furnish your new house. At least the furniture belongs to me. Fine. Whatever floats your boat. How's that woman? Who? You mean Lee? She's very diligent. I would have married her if I haven't married already in the past. Do you have a wife now? I don't want to marry again precisely because I had before. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. You're? Chen, it's me, Yafen. I'm not feeling well. Are you free? Of course. Are you home? I'll go there now. Okay. See you in 30 minutes. Didn't you just say that you're not seeing any clients today? It's a female client, indeed a beautiful actress. Damn. You're so lucky, Ethan cursed. Has Paul sent your car back? Drive me there. Bastard. I'm not your personal driver. In the end, Ethan still drove Qin Zhao to Beverly Hills. Qin Zhao walked into Yafen's house. She was still beside the swimming pool. Yafen was half naked and had a pair of sunglasses on. At the moment, she was lying on a lounger. Yafen, how can I help you? Yafen removed her sunglasses. Licking her lips, she stared at Qin Zhao. I'm yours today, Qin. Come. Yafen was repaying Qin Zhao. She had just gone for audition that morning and successfully obtained the role. Although it was only a supporting role, the movie was a blockbuster after all. Only a few such movies would be released every year. Among actresses similar to Yafen, there was intense competition even for roles with simple dialogues. This was the best role that Yafen had obtained so far. After one round, the two rested in the pool. Qin, are you very close to Mr. Stephen? Just average. He's also my client. Actually, I didn't help you too much. It means a lot to me. Qin Zhao grabbed Yafen's slim waist. Her boldness and enthusiasm made him totally addicted. Let's go into the room. The two switched their battleground and started another round of combat. In her moaning, Yafen muttered, Qin, you're so great. What can a woman say to a man to best flatter his vanity? This is it. However, it is a common saying that there are only bulls which are overexerted and no fields which are overplowed. Qin Zhao was precisely in such a state. After a few rounds, in addition to the fun time the previous day, which he had yet to recover from, Qin Zhao could hardly straighten his back. Stay here tonight. No, I really should leave. I still have a patient later. Qin Zhao said, his face pale. If I stay here for one more night, I'll really become a dry corpse, Qin Zhao thought. All right, be careful on your way. Qin Zhao had already called Vincent. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance. Qin, that woman's excellent. How did you manage to hook up with her? Vincent glanced at Yafen, who was standing at the gates. Just drive your car. Looks like you were almost dried out by that woman. Ignoring Vincent's tease, Qin Zhao leaned quietly on the rear seat. His demons were still in the motel, so he had to go there first to pick them up. In an ordinary apartment, Chris just returned from work when she saw her boyfriend walking out from their house. Nance, are you going out? Yes, Nance nodded. Nance, you're already tired from work. Why don't you rest at home? Noticing the obvious dark circles under her boyfriend's eyes, Chris was somewhat worried. I have something going on. Nance's reply was rather cold. Okay, do you need me to accompany you? Nope. Without even turning his head, Nance got into his car directly. Staring at the leaving car, Chris frowned deeply. For some reason, she felt that Nance had changed. Since they were engaged, or rather since they moved there, Nance's actions had become strange. In the past, Nance had been a very sunny person. Chris had decided to entrust her entire life to Nance precisely because of his optimism and cheerfulness. However, since they moved here, Nance became somewhat gloomy. Moreover, she had received calls from Nance's colleague who asked her if something had happened to Nance at home. For a few times already, Nance had become furious for no reason and even fought with others. More creepily, Chris noticed that Nance's behavior recently was becoming weirder. Sometimes she would mysteriously wake up at night and see Nance sitting alone near the window and holding a mirror, as if he was talking to someone. Nance was also becoming increasingly dull, as if he had become a totally different person. He would get angry for no reason and was very cold towards her. Chris felt extremely uneasy. She had thought about finding a psychologist for Nance, but he did not accept it. Instead, he said that Chris was behaving ridiculously. Chris suddenly felt that she had to understand what was happening to Nance. She also turned around and got in her own car to tail Nance. Chris had thought of many possibilities. She suspected that Nance might have another girlfriend outside, or have been addicted to something bad, or perhaps have gotten himself into trouble. However, whatever the reason might be, she had to figure it out. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chris drove behind Nance, staying about 60 to 70 feet away. There weren't many cars on the road, but Nance didn't notice her following him. Looking at Nance through the window, it could be seen that he was talking to someone while driving. He kept moving toward the shotgun seat, and his mouth seemed to be moving. Was there someone there? There shouldn't be one. At least, she couldn't see anyone from the back. It wasn't possible unless the person wasn't as tall as the seat or was a kid. This was impossible, though. She'd been following Nance the entire time, but Nance never stopped. No one came on midway either. Nance's behavior was just very strange. Suddenly, a car from the other direction drove past with far headlights. When the lights shone over, Chris felt her vision blurring. The next moment, she saw a woman's figure sitting beside Nance. The woman turned and looked at Chris. How is there a woman in Nance's car? Chris looked again, but she was gone. Did she see it wrong? Or was she blocked by the seat again? Chris felt unsettled. A bad feeling shrouded her heart. Where's the car? Where did it go? Whoosh! Suddenly, Chris heard breathing behind her. Light flashed in her rear-view mirror, and there seemed to be a woman sitting in the back seat. Ah! Chris twisted the steering wheel in fear. Thud! The car crashed, and Chris' forehead started bleeding. Thankfully, she hadn't been driving fast, and it didn't cause a car accident. However, she'd run into the taxi in the other lane. Damn it. Get out of the car, asshole. You know how to drive? Hearing the angry roars, Chris could only unbuckle her seatbelt. When she saw the taxi driver, she said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. How much is it? I'll pay you." "I knew it's a woman driver," Vincent yelled, gesticulating madly. "You dented my car door. $300. Chris was pissed. If you want $300 just for that scratch, why don't you go rob a bank instead? She thought. No way am I giving you $300. I'll give you $100 at most. You know that it'll cost $100 just to go into the repair shop? Don't drive on the road if you can't pay. You scratched my car last time. You might run someone over next time, you know?" Vincent's words were too infuriating. Anger burned inside Chris. She'd already been close to losing control of her emotions and broke down after getting yelled at. "Thud. Motherfucker, say that again. I'm gonna rip your mouth off. Bitch, you think I'm scared? I don't care if you're a girl. I'll hit you until not even your mother can recognize you. All right, Vincent. Chen Zhao finally came out of the car. Hello, Chris. We meet again. You're that guy from yesterday. Chris didn't have a deep impression of Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao was only one of the countless people who asked for her number. She remembered that Chen Zhao had given her a business card with only his number, but she'd already tossed that out. Vincent, it's just a small scratch, and you asked for $300? I think it'll be better if you go rob a bank. Seeing Chen Zhao's eyes, Vincent immediately looked away. Fine, because of you, I'll just take $200. Nothing less. Hand it over. Chris glanced at the scratch. She was thinking this number too, but the problem was that she didn't bring money. I didn't bring that much money. Can I give it to you some other time? Americans were used to using credit cards. Most people wouldn't have more than $100 in cash with them. I don't know you. How do I know if you're lying? Give me the money now. Vincent, I'll give you the money. How can I let you do that? Chris grew troubled. It's no big deal. You can pay me back. Sure. Chris didn't like owing people, but she really couldn't find $200 right now. She didn't even have that in her bank. I'll pay you back when I have money. You can pay me whenever you wish, but can I have your number? Oh, right. Chris took out her phone and they exchanged numbers. Then goodbye. Goodbye. All right. Your back seat. Whoosh. Vincent had already started the engine and Chen Zhao lost his temper. Vincent, can't you see that I'm trying to flirt? Chin, you already know enough pretty girls. You should control yourself. When I saw you get out of that woman's house yesterday, your legs were trembling. That's because I sat on the toilet for too long. If blood doesn't circulate well through your legs, they'll be numb temporarily. Yeah, sure, I believe you. Chris was still at the crash site. She'd heard what Chen Zhao had said. He didn't finish, but his words still terrified her. Backseat? What was Chin trying to say? Was there something in her back seat? Chris looked back at the empty car. Was there someone there? Or something? She didn't dare get in the car. Was there something in there or not? She took out her phone and stared at Chen Zhao's number. In the end, she called. Hey, Chin. It's me, Chris. Is something wrong? You didn't finish. What were you going to say? I was going to ask if that beauty in your back seat is your friend. I was going to ask for her number. There really was someone in the back seat. Chin, there's someone in the back seat? I didn't see anyone. Are you blind? There was a woman. Bullshit. There was no one there. If there was, I would have seen, especially if it's a pretty girl. I don't want to argue with you. I need to talk to Chris. Turning back to the phone, Chen Zhao said, Chris, are you still here? I'm here. Chen, can you come back? What's wrong? You said you saw another woman in my car. Yeah. Is there a problem? But I didn't see. No, more specifically, I looked and then I crashed the car. Chin, please, can you come back? I'm scared. I believe there's something in my car, but it's definitely not my friend. Chen Zhao's expression changed. Putting a hand over his phone, he said, Vincent, are you sure you didn't see anyone? Chapter 65, Should I Steal Her Away? Chapter 65, Should I Steal Her Away? Chen Zhao asked Vincent to turn around and drive back. At the moment, Chris was still standing alone in the night wind, trembling anxiously. Chris, are you okay? Chen. Chris leaped into Chen Zhao's arms. What a beast! Vincent roared softly, gritting his teeth. I'm scared. Chris really was frightened. Calm down. I'm here. Chen Zhao was openly feeling Chris up as he gently tapped her shoulders. Is that thing still there? Chen Zhao glanced at the car. No. It was indeed not there. It seemed like Chris had correctly guessed that the woman Chen Zhao had seen was not a human. Is it a demon? Chen Zhao did not think that it was a demon either. At least he had never seen a demon which could appear in human form. Moreover, both Beelzebub and Raymond had told him that the human world had not seen any demons for over 1,000 years already until they appeared. So she should be some kind of ghost, I suppose. Chun Zhao had no clue what kind of being that ghosts belonged to. Oh, right. Your friend said that you're a spiritualist. Can you help me to get rid of that evil spirit? I'm only a doctor, not a spiritualist. Chun Zhao gave a bitter smile. Chun Zhao thought that it might just be the soul of someone who had just died. In that case, it would vanish after a while anyway. Chun Zhao did not believe that Chris needed him to destroy the spirit. It was also not within his job scope. But what should I do? Right? Nance. My boyfriend. He's probably affected by an evil spirit as well. Help me. Help me. Chris, I really can't help you. I don't know how to make spirits disappear. All the knowledge Chun Zhao had on evil spirits was from Blackie. According to Blackie, evil spirits did not have the ability to follow someone. They could only appear in a specific place, usually. For example, Chun Zhao's house was originally haunted. Of course, now it was still haunted, except that there was an even more cursed being. Therefore, Chun Zhao felt that Chris was only unlucky. A soul that was recently killed boarded her car by chance. More unfortunately, Chris saw it. But you also saw that evil spirit, right? How can you see it if you can't dispel it? Chin, I suggest you call the mental hospital. She's clearly crazy. Shut up. Chun Zhao widened his eyes at Vincent, who was in the car. Chun Zhao held Chris's shoulders. Chris, believe me, it'll be fine. Perhaps it was only an accident. But I don't dare to drive now. Can you drive me back? I don't have a license. In fact, Chun Zhao did not even know how to drive. He had only touched the steering wheel for a few times in his life. On the other hand, in America, getting a driving license is normally the first thing a person does on reaching adulthood. Then I'll take this car. Then how about your car? I will call the towing service. All right. Chris boarded Vincent's car. Vincent muttered something inaudible. Clearly, he was extremely unhappy about Chris. Chris was obviously in shock. Chun Zhao continued to hold Chris's trembling shoulders. Chris's place was not far away at all. In less than 10 minutes, Vincent's car stopped before Chris's house. However, looking at the dark house, Chris was unwilling to leave the car. Chen, I don't want to go back. We're already at your place. Where else can you go? Can you send me to a hotel? I'll stay there for one night. Sure. Vincent, find a hotel nearby. Chin, can you lend me some money? I didn't bring my card. Can't you go in and take your card if you didn't bring it? Forget it. You wouldn't dare to. Let's go to Ethan's motel. Ethan's the fat guy yesterday. You still remember him, right? Chris remained silent. Chun Zhao took that as a yes. Don't you need to call your boyfriend? I'm not sure if he's still my boyfriend. Chin, I'm scared. Some time ago, I realized that Nance has become very strange. He always talks to the mirror at night and has become somewhat insane. It's almost as if he's a different person altogether. He's gloomy and easily triggered now. Please, I'm driving. Can you stop telling me horror stories? I have goosebumps. Chris kept quiet. Clearly, she did not want to irritate Vincent again and be forced to leave the car. Chun Zhao thought about her words for a while and also did not speak. He planned to ask Blackie about it after getting back. If Chris or her boyfriend was really in trouble, and if Chun Zhao could help them, then he would. Chun Zhao was also unsure about it. It really depended on whether Blackie could solve their problem. If Blackie could help, everything would be fine. On the other hand, if Blackie could not solve it, then there would be nothing Chun Zhao could do either. The car arrived at Ethan's motel. Chun Zhao held Chris, and they alighted from the car together. Chin, huh? Isn't that the beauty from the story yesterday? Hi. Chin, you went out and actually brought another woman back? Ethan's words were filled with envy. He was really jealous of Chen Zhao's luck with women. Chris is going to stay here tonight. Get her a room. Room 301. There's a large bed and the environment is good. It's enough for you to play however you want. Both Chen Zhao and Chris ignored Ethan's joke. They were adults, not inexperienced juveniles. Chen Zhao took the keys at once. Let me follow you upstairs. Aren't you coming in? Are you okay with that? Chris looked at the dark room. She really did not have the courage to stay alone. Even though 1 hour had already passed after the incident, she was still in a frightened state. I'm scared. All right. Chen Zhao did not know how to reject a person. Sit here for a while. I'll go and take a shower first. After showering, Chris looked particularly charming and sexy. Her slender legs were fully displayed, while her upper body was wrapped in a towel. Her hair was still wet with some water droplets that only made her more attractive. Chen Zhao swallowed his saliva. Chris's cheeks were somewhat rosy. What are you waiting for? Wait. Yesterday, I really thought that you're a chaste girl. Forget it. Rest early. Chen Zhao suddenly calmed down. He still could not do it. He felt too guilty to sleep with a woman who already had a boyfriend. Chen Zhao stood up and left the room. Chen Zhao never felt that he was a gentleman. Since he had been here, he never thought he was a good guy. Furthermore, he did not mind any type of woman. However, Chris had a fiancée after all. Chen Zhao really could not destroy a person's family. Therefore, after a brief consideration, he decided to resist the temptation. Chapter 66, Freeloading. Chapter 66, Freeloading. The next day, Chin, I think I should go open a restaurant. Why? Isn't the motel good? At least the income is steady, and there aren't many risks. I must make nice food if there's a Chinese freeloader here every day. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. That's your illusion. I come get free food from you, because it's free. You should at least give some money. I think paying is an insult to our friendship, so I refuse. I don't mind you insulting me. But I mind. I get this free food with my skills. Why should I pay? You know you're making Chinese people lose face? You know how much Chinese people spent in America last year? More than $3 billion. But you're not even willing to pay $1. I think that our relationship shouldn't have conflicts because of $1. With our relationship, you shouldn't be so petty about $1. Okay, let's not talk about $1. Are you going to pay for that woman's room last night? I'm not even willing to pay $1, and you think I'll pay 10. Fine. You didn't have sex with her last night, right? No. She's not single right now. Smart. Vincent was satisfied with Chen Zhao's reply. At that time, Chris came down. She looked very down-spirited. It seemed that she didn't have a good night's sleep. Good morning, Chris. Come eat breakfast. My treat. Ethan was speechless. Thanks. Chris sat beside Chen Zhao as if nothing had happened last night. That was the truth. Nothing had happened. The two made distracted, small talk. After breakfast, Chris stood up. Chen, I should go now. I'll drive you. No need. I just need to change and then go to work. Okay then. Be careful on the road. Studying Chris back, Ethan said, that woman is top quality. If I can have sex with her, I'll probably squeeze everything out of her. Get rid of your dirty thoughts. So you're not thinking anything. I'm leaving. To where? Home. After getting home, Chen Zhao started lazing on the sofa again. He'd played around for 2 whole days. It was actually more tiring than work. In China, Chen Zhao had never had such a messy private life. Blackie, you here? Blackie's head emerged from the wall. He would occasionally follow Qin Zhao, but if he sensed anything, he would leave and go hunt. Blackie, I have a question. Are there evil spirits in the world? Yes, there were many in this house before. Are there any that affect a person's mind? Yes, an evil spirit is produced by negative emotions after a person dies and the soul disperses. Most evil spirits can affect human emotions. I have a friend. You saw her 2 days ago. It's Chris from the dress shop. She seems to have run into trouble. Qin Zhao recounted Chris' situation, and Blackie thought for a while. It seems to be a reflection demon, not a dead spirit. Reflection demon? Beelzebub. Didn't you that there are no demons in this world, other than you? Beelzebub was eating dog food. Yes, a demon was eating dog food. I'm not wrong. There aren't any demons in this world other than us. That reflection demon hasn't actually appeared on this world. He used a mirror to reflect his image here. He didn't come. So that means that Chris and I only saw the reflection. No, what you two saw weren't the same thing at all. You saw the reflection demon's true form, while that female human is the one that saw the reflection. What's the difference? Humans aren't able to see reflection demons directly. They have to look through a mirror. You're clearly not a normal human, though, so what you saw was most likely the true form. Do you have any solutions? Find the reflection demon's medium and destroy it. Then it won't be able to affect regular people anymore. After a pause, Beelzebub added, But I'm warning you, it's already crowded here. I don't want another demon. Beelzebub was obviously unwilling to have another demon to compete with for demonic crystals. He had a sense of crisis, because he realized that his ability wasn't very useful to Qin Zhao. Even Raymond was more useful. As Qin Zhao's first demon subordinate, he didn't want to be pushed to the side. Qin Zhao thought for a moment. Chris had said that her boyfriend Nance often talks to a mirror. That mirror was probably the medium, right? Thinking of this, Qin Zhao picked up his phone to call Chris. Hey, Chris. Qin, is something wrong? Chris' spirits were low. I talked to my friend about you. I want to ask you when your boyfriend started acting weirdly. Qin, I've thought about it. I was probably overthinking before, but I've broken up with him now. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. I don't want to talk about him either. Okay. It seemed that Qin Zhao was being a busybody. He felt wronged. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm great. Okay, that's good. Come get coffee when you're free. Okay. I'm busy. Goodbye. Bye. Since Chris said she didn't need help, Qin Zhao didn't intend to force himself into her business either. He brought all his demons into Blackie's space crevice. When the 3 hellhounds saw Qin Zhao and his friends, they were all ecstatic. As always, Qin Zhao went to the research lab, studying the notes and demonic medicine that the last Grim Reaper had left behind. Whether it was Chinese, Western, or demonic medicine, they all had similarities between each other. Demonic medicine was mostly about treating demons. Demons could get sick and hurt too. It was obviously difficult to treat them with human medicine. However, the research about demonic illnesses wasn't very complete either. Qin Zhao had another idea. If he combined Chinese and Western medicine with demonic medicine, would it be more effective? This was only an idea now. He still had to experiment. He obviously couldn't do it in the human world, unless he dissected Beelzebub and the others. This made Qin Zhao want to visit hell again. He walked out of the lab and looked at the Epts who were playing with the 3 hellhounds. Beelzebub, come here. Chapter 67. Going to Hell Isn't Tourism. Chapter 67. Going to Hell Isn't Tourism. Beelzebub, I need to go to hell. Summon me with your true form. Human, do you know how much I have to pay for summoning you? 100 souls. Qin Zhao took out a small bag of perfect crystal powder. Is this enough to compensate for your loss? Of course. It's my pleasure. Beelzebub accepted the trade without hesitation. Human, I can summon you too, Raymond suddenly interrupted. He would snatch whatever Beelzebub had. Master, did you forget about me? Carrie was similarly unwilling to be left out. I also want to invite you to my house. I'll go next time when I have the chance. Are you two not ashamed for inviting a living to your rural places? My house is only 3 days away from Fallen City. Beelzebub looked as if he was from a more developed place. Do you believe that I can bite you to death? Raymond opened his mouth, as though he was going to devour Beelzebub alive. My house is close to Endless Abyss. Human, if you follow me, I can bring you to visit the edge of Endless Abyss. That's a must-see attraction of hell. How dare you say that you've been to hell without going to Endless Abyss? What's special about Endless Abyss? It's just a big pit. The holes in your heads are big enough already. Master, my hometown is the famous Frozen Kingdom. You will see the most exquisite icy scenery, where millions of souls have been turned into ice statues. It will certainly be a feast to your eyes. I'm not going there as a tourist. Chen Zhao was speechless. His demons were like illegal tour guides trying to persuade their client. However, Chen Zhao still decided to go to Beelzebub's territory. After all, he had been there once already and was more familiar with the place. As for Endless Abyss and Frozen Kingdom, Chen Zhao was somewhat creeped out by their names alone. Last time, Beelzebub had summoned Chen Zhao when he was asleep. This time, however, Beelzebub summoned Chen Zhao when he was awake. Chen Zhao appeared in a different location from last time. However, it was not far away from Black Mountain Village. Soon, Beelzebub's true form found Chen Zhao. Human, come up to my hand. After the experience last time, Chen Zhao was already used to everything. Human, where do you plan to go this time? To the Black Mountain Village. Beelzebub, will you demons also fall ill? Yes. Oh, you're a doctor. Do you want to treat demons? No way. Human medicine is definitely useless for demons. I recently learned some demons' art of healing from Blackie's castle. Its original owner developed it, so I want to try it on a few ill demons. Demons' art of healing? We never had the idea of treatment in hell. So what if a demon is sick or injured? Either its body is strong enough to recover, or it dies. Simple as that. Simple? That sounds like it's just waiting to die. Only you weak humans need medicine. Next time if you're ill, don't ask me for help. Of course I wouldn't ask you. You said it yourself. As the two bickered with each other, Beelzebub had already brought Chen Zhao into Black Mountain Village. Chen Zhao's second arrival also attracted the attention of many demons, but the stir was not as strong as the first time. The Great Living, why didn't you summon me? I heard that you've summoned Bloody Hunter. I'm an even more outstanding demon warrior. I hope that I'll have the chance to serve you. I heard that Raz has been summoned twice, while I've been waiting for your summoning all the time. I'll become your most loyal fighter. I also wish that I can go to the human world. The respected living, I cost less than Bloody Hunter. I'm even willing to serve you for free. Demons started to surround Chen Zhao. They had learned from Bloody Hunter long ago that the human before them was very generous. Bloody Hunter had received a piece of demonic crystal after just doing him a small favor. It was almost impossible for inferior demons like them to obtain demonic crystals. However, they would have the chance to if they could receive Chen Zhao's recognition. Therefore, all the demons seemed to be more fervent than last time. Mr. Living. Bloody Hunter walked out from the group of demons and saluted at Chen Zhao. I'm honored by your arrival. How may I help you? Damn, you abject hybrids. Did you forget that your lord is right here? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub. Ignore him. I'm so mad. I'm leaving. Beelzebub pretentiously opened his wings and flew into the sky. Right. Is anyone in your village ill? I know that the mudman living in the ruined cave on the edge of the mountain is ill. Mr. Living, I'll bring him here now, Bloody Hunter answered readily. The demons around Qin Zhao also looked like they were willing to help. Before Qin Zhao could stop them, the group of demons charged towards the ruined cave in a formidable array. Soon, the extremely ugly mudman was dragged out by the group of demons. Rules were set by the powerful, while laws were present to protect the weak. There were rules in hell, but not laws. Therefore, the greatest original sin in hell was being weak. The mudman was both depressed and confused. Usually, he lived alone in the ruined cave. He had neither offended anyone, nor had treasures of any value to other demons. A few dozen demons had just charged out from the village for no reason and dragged him out from his home by force. Mr. Living, we've already brought the dirty mudman here. The mudman's face was filled with panic. He had also heard that their village had welcomed a living human, but he had never seen the human before. At the moment, the human was in the village again. Why did he want to see me? Did I offend him without even knowing it? The honored living, may the humble, I ask if I have accidentally offended you? The mudman stared at Qin Zhao in horror. Oh, right. I caught 2 human souls in the river of death yesterday. Are they your friends or relatives? I will return them to you. No, I heard that you're ill. Is that right? Qin Zhao asked. Yes, I have been infested by hellbugs. They keep eating my flesh and blood away. It's really irritating. The rest of you can leave now. I'll call you if I need help. Realizing that Qin Zhao was not planning to harm Mudman, the group of demons left. Only Bloody Hunter stayed behind, claiming that he was going to serve Qin Zhao. I'm a doctor in the human world, that is, I treat those who are ill. Recently, I've come across some special art of healing which can be used to treat demons, so I want to try it on you. What do you think? Mr. Living, I heard that in the human world, patients have to pay the doctor for treatment. I have nothing, so I can't afford the fees. No need. You're my first demon patient, so I wouldn't charge you. Really? Slap. Bloody Hunter struck the mudman's mud-like face with his claws, mutilating his face. Of course, the mudman already looked like that in the first place. Don't question the words of Mr. Living. Bloody Hunter was definitely an excellent cat's paw. He already started to help Qin Zhao establish his reputation without Qin Zhao asking. Chapter 68, Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. Chapter 68, Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. The mudman led Qin Zhao to his cave of ruins. He lived there alone. The cave of ruins was in the middle of a swamp. Some lower-level demons and creatures lived here. Qin Zhao had seen records of hellbugs in the demonic medical book. They were basically a type of parasite. The previous Grim Reaper had experimented on humans and demons. Hellbugs could live on them. Hellbugs weren't fatal to demons, but they definitely were to humans. Thankfully, there were no hellbugs in the human world. The human world wasn't suitable for them either. Unless a hellbug could find a host in the human world extremely quickly, they wouldn't be able to survive. Because of the environment, even if 1 or 2 hellbugs appeared in the human world, only 1 or 2 people would die. It wouldn't become a widespread disaster. In hell, having hellbugs was a common illness, just like roundworms in humans back then. Some lower or smaller demons suffered greatly, though. Hellbugs couldn't kill them, but they were still painful. The previous Grim Reaper mentioned 2 treatments in his notes. The first was a biological extraction or surgery. The second was driving them out with medicine, similar to how humans drove out roundworms. The previous Grim Reaper also discovered poison ivy, a type of plant in hell. Poison ivy was a common toxic plant in hell. It contained poison that was fatal to both demons and humans, so you couldn't use it directly. It had to be refined first. After extracting the poison, The ivy could be made into an antidote that would quickly drive the hellbug out of the host. Bloody Hunter, go find some poison ivy. Yes, living lord. A while later, the Bloody Hunter found a clump of poison ivy. Qin Zhao began extracting the medical elements of the poison ivy. He put it inside a cup filled with demon's blood. The blood would absorb the poison of the ivy. When he took out the ivy later, the poison was mostly gone. After that, Qin Zhao had the mudman eat the refined medicine. The mudman was clearly unwilling. After all, in his eyes, poison ivy was a huge toxin and he would die. However, the Bloody Hunter was obviously fatal too, so he grudgingly ingested the poison ivy. A while later, he threw up and there was a hellbug in the vomit. The dark red creature was as thick as 3 fingers together and around 3 feet long. There were suction cups on each end. It was still very lively and tried getting close to Qin Zhao. He took 2 steps back and the Bloody Hunter squashed the hellbug. After expelling the hellbug, the mudman became much more spirited. This was Qin Zhao's first demon patient. However, the hellbug wasn't that troublesome of a condition. The treatment process and theory was clear too. It wasn't difficult at all. Most respected living being, these are souls I fished out of the river of death yesterday. Please accept it. The mudman held up 2 souls, locked inside a fist-sized crystal ball. They'd shrunk a lot, but Qin Zhao still saw the terror on their faces. I said I don't need to get paid. No, this isn't payment. This is my respect for you. I really don't need it. I have no use for it. Qin Zhao truly didn't need it. What would he use it for? It wasn't like he ate souls. These 2 souls look very complete. You're so lucky. Where did you find them? The Bloody Hunter looked at the 2 souls in the crystal ball. Most souls floated down the river of death after falling into hell. The demons would capture these fallen souls like fishermen. Some souls were more complete and remembered most of their lives. They were more valuable. They could be divided into dozens of soul fragments. Others were more broken. Their memories were already shattered, so they were naturally less valuable. It was a feat if a demon could get 1 or 2 soul fragments. As a resident of a territory, the demons had to pay tax to their lords, which was in the form of soul fragments. For example, a small lord like Beelzebub could get more than 1,000 soul fragments per year. He wasn't very strong, but his territory was in a good place. The river of death would flow through it, so he was pretty well off. The Bloody Hunter found a few more sick demons for Qin Zhao. These all had common diseases. It was easy for Qin Zhao to treat them too. After these cases, Qin Zhao became much more familiar with demonic medical knowledge. Studying for 10 years couldn't be compared to actually doing it once. After half a day, Qin Zhao returned to the human world. Knock, knock. As soon as he exited the basement, he heard the knocking outside. Opening the door, he saw an overweight 50-year-old woman holding a piece of pizza. Hi, I'm your neighbor. I live across the street in the 3rd house to the left. I heard that there's a new neighbor, so I came over to say hi. This is freshly made. Thanks. I'm Qin Zhao, but you can call me Qin. Qin Zhao didn't reject her. After all, this was his first interaction with neighbors. The pizza wasn't the main point. It was the thought that counted. If Qin Zhao wanted to keep living here, he had to have good relationships with his neighbors. He didn't plan on acting like a cold city guy or an unfriendly stranger. I'm Mary. My husband is Bant. I think you two will become friends. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Qin Zhao and the demons crowded around to eat the pizza when someone knocked on the door again. It was a man around 50 years old. He seemed to be close to Ethan's age, but he was completely different from Ethan. While Ethan was the decadent middle-aged type, this man was tall and burly like a bear. He had a strong presence. Hello, I'm Mary's husband. She just said that there's a cute boy here. I don't think I count as a cute boy. Qin Zhao wondered how Mary described him at home. He was nowhere close to cute. Okay, whatever. Mary said that you don't look back. So you want to come to our town's bonfire party tonight? Sure. Thanks for your invitation. Oh, can I bring my kids? Of course. You're married? Qin Zhao moved to the side. There were some small furry heads eavesdropping in the corner. These are my kids. Of course. I'll come pick you up tonight. Chapter 69, Heroes of the Fireground. Chapter 69, Heroes of the Fireground. In the evening, Bant came to fetch Qin Zhao. Bant was driving an outmoded truck, but Qin Zhao did not really care. Chen, are you from China? How did you know? We had an immigrant here in the past. His name was also Qin. Oh, is he still here? No, he moved away, but he would occasionally come back to meet his friends. Although they had had little contact, Qin Zhao could tell that Bant was a straightforward person. He was able to get along with most people and did not have any taboos. Chen, what's your job? Doctor. Doctor, a good profession. Most Americans feel that doctors, lawyers, and college professors are the best jobs available. These people have high income and are respected. Indeed, Americans and Chinese have more or less the same opinions regarding this. Huh, is that a factory? Qin Zhao pointed at the distance, where thick smoke could be seen. That's a winery. It's on fire. My son works there. Bant turned the steering wheel, and the truck raced towards the burning winery. At the moment, the area outside the winery was already a mess. The first 4 floors of the 6-story building were ablaze, and the people outside had no way of going in. On the 5th and 6th floors, there were people calling for help. Because it was too high, nobody dared to jump down. They could only wait for the firefighters to arrive. Suddenly, however, Walter, who was in the trunk of the vehicle, jumped down and charged into the fireground directly. Shit, your dog just ran in. Qin Zhao was also dumbfounded. He knew that Walter used to save people in water, but it was a fireground this time. Qin Zhao glanced at Carrie. She was an ice demon, and her icy power could greatly weaken the fire. However, she must not use it publicly. Qin Zhao signaled Carrie with his eyes, while he also charged into the fireground. Carrie followed Qin Zhao closely into the building, leaving Bant astonished. How did they dare to charge into such a huge fire? All the first 4 floors were afire. Even the vents were spouting flames. However, Qin Zhao and his pets actually dashed into the fireground one after another. Just then, Walter dragged a person out from the building with his mouth. Realizing this, Bant and the other few people outside ran up immediately and poured water onto the wounded victim. Bant and the rest all looked at Walter respectfully. Walter was in a bad shape. His originally bright hair was partially charred. However, after saving a person, Walter actually went back into the fireground again. Qin Zhao was actually not in any danger. Carrie was right beside him, and the fire could not even go near them. In the fire, Qin Zhao saw a person trembling at a corner of a room. Qin Zhao immediately went up. The person was alive and not really injured, but he was half unconscious. Carrie, use your power on him. Carrie cast her icy power on the victim at once. In such a situation, her power would only protect him instead of harm him. Walter had already returned to Qin Zhao, who carried the victim on his back. Walter, Carrie, continue searching for people who are alive. I'll carry him out. Carrie, cast your icy power on me as well. Very soon, Qin Zhao shivered and his body was covered in a thin layer of ice. This would protect him from the high temperature outside. Qin Zhao quickly charged out from the passage. The condition of the air around him was really too bad. Once Qin Zhao was out of the fireground, Bant and the rest walked up. Chen, it's too risky. He's still alive. Give me a bucket of water. I'm going in again. Chen, I know that you want to save them, but quick, my kids are still inside. Chen Zhao thought that since he was already involved, he might as well continue helping the people inside. Moreover, he would surely gain a significant amount of demonic crystals by saving these people. Even if Chen Zhao was not really a hero, Walter was definitely one. Unable to convince Chen Zhao, Bant grabbed a bucket of water and poured onto himself first. I'm going in with you. My son is also inside. No, I'm going alone. I can't take care of two people at the same time. Chen Zhao did not want Carrie's ability to be seen by others. Wait for me outside. Tell me your son's features. I'll bring him out. Around the same age as you. Short hair. Tattoo on his neck. All right. Chen Zhao poured a bucket of water onto himself and charged into the fire ground again. Soon, Walter dragged another person out. Just then, the firemen finally arrived. Great, we're finally here. Who can tell me what's the situation now? The captain of the firefighters instructed his team to ready the water gun as he asked the people around. Did you save those few people? No, they were saved by Chen and his pets. That's Chen's dog. It's a hero and has dragged two people out already. Chen is still inside. Bant was extremely nervous. He was worried for both Chen and his son, whom he had not heard about yet. Just as Bant and the firefighters were talking, Walter charged into the fire ground again. The captain was astounded. Did it go in just like this? With such a large fire, we can't even go near the entrance with our fire suit. Yes, so it's a hero. Both its master and it are heroes. Soon, another person walked out from the building. Chen Zhao dragged another victim out again. Seeing the person dragged out by Chen Zhao, Bant immediately shouted in surprise, Ken. Chen Zhao was also somewhat exhausted. It was too tiring to move in the fire ground. Do you have an oxygen mask? He has taken in too much smoke. Pour some water onto him first, and then give him some oxygen. Chen, thank you. Let me go. I'm going in again. Buddy, you've done enough. Leave the rest to us. You can't go in again. The fire's too big. No way. My kids are still inside. I can't leave them there. Then wear this. It can protect you. The firefighter captain gave Chen Zhao a fire suit. Okay. Without hesitation, Chen Zhao wore the fire suit. Then the firefighters beside him poured some water onto him with the water gun. The captain looked at Chen Zhao, who was running into the building. I like this guy. Bant also stared at Chen Zhao's back as he performed first aid on his son according to Chen Zhao's instructions. Me too. He saved my son. Soon, Walter came out again, saving another person. After that, he ran into the building again. The captain and his team members were all bewildered. Most animals were very scared of fire. Even the most obedient pet would run away from a fire scene right away. They had never seen a pet that would go near a fire by itself. That guy went in again. It's really strong to drag such a big person. I feel that it should belong to our fire brigade. No, it belongs to our mountain town. Both its master and it belong here. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao carried a person out while dragging another with his hand. He had already given his fire suit to the person on his back. After a while, Walter and Carrie also came out from the building, with Walter dragging one more person out. Chapter 70, Effort and Reward. Chapter 70, Effort and Reward. Chen, how are you? I'm fine. Chen Zhao was exhausted at the moment. He was sure that there were no survivors in the 4 levels on fire. Everyone that could be saved had already been saved. How's your son? He's woken up. Bant pointed at Ken, who was sitting on the ground in the near distance. His injuries weren't bad, and he'd just inhaled smoke. Chen, I don't know how to thank you. The chief fireman walked over. Hey, you okay? Yes. Can the fire be contained? Chen Zhao looked at the people on the 5th and 6th floor. They were at the window waiting to be rescued, and there were quite a lot of them. If the fire continued spreading, Chen Zhao might have to risk his life again. No problem. Our water guns can hit the fourth floor. The fireman patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Hey, not that hard. Chen Zhao's entire body was in pain. Sorry, your pets are so amazing. How did you train them? Especially this baby, even I want to steal him. Hearing his words, Walter growled at the fireman. Huh, seems like it's unwilling. Is the ambulance here? No, we're too far from the hospital. Unlike China with a 5-minute rule, ambulances, fire trucks, and police came according to their distance. If a town didn't have much money, it may need to share these public safety institutions with other towns. Chen Zhao stood up. I'm a doctor. I'll go look at the wounded. Hey, you're overexhausted right now, and exertion at a fire is 5 times higher than usual. You better go rest. It's okay. I'm a doctor. I know overexertion will only make me sore and tired for a few days. I won't die, but they will. I saved them from the fire. I can't let them die before my eyes. One person was severely burnt and wouldn't be able to leave the hospital in a few days. Chen Zhao secretly fed him some perfect crystals. The others weren't that serious. Most had just inhaled too much smoke. The fire on the 4th floor didn't keep spreading and was getting put out gradually. This fire was a huge hit to the town's economy. Millions of dollars had turned to dust. Some people had died as well. If Chen Zhao, Walter, and Carrie hadn't rushed in to save people, the casualties would be greater. The 3 saved 9 people from the fire. 1 was heavily injured, while the others had lighter wounds. The ambulance arrived in half an hour. 3 hours later, the fire was put out entirely. Chin, can my team take a picture with you and Walter? Of course. The firemen all admired Chin Zhao and Walter. After all, they'd saved 9 people. Chin, I'll drive you back. Aren't you going to stay with your son in the hospital? No need. I told Mary to go. I can't leave the hero behind. Bant, please don't call me a hero. If you keep doing this, I might have to move. Fine, fine. Chin, how's that? Chin Zhao sat in the car and almost dozed off. Chin, are you okay? Do you need to get to the hospital? No, I'm just tired. When they reached his home, Bant woke Chin Zhao up. Thanks, Bant. No, I should be the one thanking you. After some hesitation, Bant added. Chen, be careful of the mayor. What? This fire might have something to do with the mayor. Why didn't you tell the police? It's useless. There's no evidence, unless you can find something at the fire site. What's going on? A chemical plant has their eyes on the land the winery is on. They want to buy it and establish a chemical plant, but all the citizens protested. Only the mayor supports it, while the winery is the town's public industry, so the chemical plant never succeeded. Later, they tried to buy the land from the mayor, but he doesn't have the right. So you suspect that he set the fire, right? Yes, he's not a good person. Then how did he become mayor? He won't be for long. His term will be up in 2 months, and no one will vote for him again. Does he have some bad past? On the surface, he's just a regular politician. Actually, saying he's a politician is too much for him. I've heard that he has connections with gangs, so I told you to be careful. Okay, I understand, but I was just saving people. There's no reason for him to go against me, right? One of the people you saved is his mortal enemy, Old Treed, owner of the winery. They'd had an intense confrontation before. The mayor once said that he would have Treed and the winery go up in flames together. The mayor is that bold. Yes, he's an asshole and a complete demon. Woof, woof, woof. Ah, Bant, my kids are all nicknamed Little Demon. They don't like having other people take their nickname. Okay, anyway, just be careful. That madman might want to use his last term to go crazy. No one knows what he might do. I understand. I'll be careful. After warning Chen Zhao, Bant went home. No one would be able to rest tonight. Chen Zhao guessed that Bant had to get to the hospital later. As soon as Chun Zhao got home, he opened the metal box. As expected, there was a huge, perfect crystal lying inside quietly. His efforts tonight hadn't gone to waste. He felt like risking his life to save those people was all worth it. It wasn't that he was too realistic. It had really been dangerous when saving those people. Even with Carrie's protection, it still wasn't without risks. Chun Zhao took out the miscellaneous pieces of demonic crystals. Carrie, Walter, these are yours. Human, what about me? And me? You too didn't help, and you still want a reward. We couldn't do anything there. Did you expect us to go in and get in your way? Beelzebub asked matter-of-factly. The most help we can give is to cheer you on outside. Fine. Chun Zhao chose the 2 smallest demonic crystals. This is the reward for cheering me on. That's small. Beelzebub and Raymond looked at their crystal and then at the handful of demonic crystals that Carrie and Walter had each. As the saying went, there was no sadness if there was no comparison. Seeing the difference, Beelzebub and Raymond grew unhappy. Walter, my blood flows in you, so you should give me half. Woof. Walter opened its mouth and started growling at Beelzebub. It was a demon now, not an ignorant dog. As for Carrie, she was never afraid of Beelzebub and Raymond. The possibility of wresting demonic crystals from her was basically zero. Chapter 71, Mutual Deception. Chapter 71, Mutual Deception. Walter's mouth looked swollen. He held all the demonic crystals in his mouth, after which he trotted boastfully into the basement and into Blackie's territory to find the Hellhound. The Hellhound was Walter's best friend. He would share whatever he had with the Hellhound. As for Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie, they did not know what sharing was. At night, the house was in complete silence, but Beelzebub and Raymond did not sleep. Today, Chun Zhao had been generous for once and had given so many demonic crystals to Carrie and Walter. Walter did not know how to save it all. He had already shared some of her crystals with the Hellhound and eaten the rest. They were both single and did not have a family to take care of. On the other hand, Beelzebub and Raymond had wives and a group of children. They could not eat all the demonic crystals at once like the other 2 foolish dogs. Therefore, they could only put their eyes on Carrie's crystals. Just like them, Carrie would not eat all the demonic crystals at once. Similar to Beelzebub and Raymond, Carrie would go back to hell once in a while, bringing her demonic crystals with her. Raymond, are you sure you can find where Carrie hid her crystals? Yes, my nose doesn't lie. I promise you I know where her crystals are. Then what are we waiting for? Bring me there now. While it was still dark, Beelzebub and Raymond slipped from the house surreptitiously and went to the backyard. It's right under that tree. Dig them all out. Why don't you do it yourself? Do you see any hands from me? Raymond was frustrated. I heard that snakes can burrow. Nonsense, you fool. Snakes can't burrow. At least I can't. I found them and I'll dig them out. What are you going to do? At least I can bear the consequences with you if we're found. When we get Carrie's treasure, I want 60%. No way. We agreed to share it equally. But I did more. If you keep nagging, I'll wake Carrie up. Fine, fine. Beelzebub started digging downwards. After digging for less than 30 centimeters, he saw a small wooden box. Look, here it is. Great. Open it. Beelzebub eagerly opened box. However, the next moment, a pall of smoke spread out from the box. Beelzebub trembled and fell unconscious. Fool, Raymond said, sticking his tongue out. Carrie, you can come out now. Carrie strolled out elegantly from the dark. Did that fool fall into the trap? Yes. He's already affected by your hypnotic pollen. He'll sleep until the morning. He would never have imagined that you would betray him. I'm not his subordinate, so it's not called betrayal. Let's go. I'll bring you to his treasure point. Raymond and Carrie made one round and went to the vegetated area which was in front of the house and beside the road. He hides his demonic crystals here. I saw him digging here for quite a while one night. Are you sure it's not your trap? I promise. But I don't trust you. After all, you've just betrayed Beelzebub. I've already brought you here anyway. I only want my share now. After considering, Carrie still decided to try it. Nevertheless, she was still extremely careful. Using her icy power, an ice shard dropped down from the sky towards the place Raymond had specified. At the instant the ice shard hit, a whirlpool suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No, it's a trap. A ward. Carrie shouted, realizing that she had been rooted. She turned around and looked at Raymond. Help me. Ha ha! An evil smile appeared on Raymond's face. Carrie understood everything at once. I knew it. You've just betrayed Beelzebub and now you're betraying me. I've betrayed no one. You despicable and abject demon. Carrie attempted to break free from the ward, but it was very firm. She would not be able to escape from it without a few hours of work. Raymond twisted his slim body and slowly disappeared in Carrie's vision. However, just after Raymond left, Beelzebub appeared quietly. I already said that stinky bug can't be trusted. Stop wasting time. You're nothing good either. Release me from the ward now. Beelzebub stood up with his hind legs and grabbed a tree branch with his front paws. He drew a magic array on the ground, after which he injected magical power into the array. Immediately, the array lit up. Beelzebub controlled the power of the magic array and pointed the branch in his paw at Carrie. At once, Carrie regained freedom. Although Beelzebub's main ability was gluttony, he was a demon after all. He certainly had more than just one ability. Carrie and Beelzebub had contacted each other secretly long ago. However, they were also on guard and plotting against each other. Just like how Raymond had plotted Beelzebub and then Carrie, Beelzebub and Carrie would betray each other too if they had the chance. Are you not going to stop Raymond? He knows the real place you've hidden your demonic crystals. So what? Do you think he'll be able to get my treasure easily? Then let's go and take Raymond's treasure. Do you know where it is? It's in the doghouse of Blackie's stupid dog. He thought that he hid it well. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. However, little did they know that Raymond was also looking at them in the dark. These two fools, they thought that their silly plan can trick me. Demons were treacherous creatures. They normally looked ludicrous in front of Qin Zhao, but they were not actually stupid. As all of this was happening, Chen Zhao was watching them with a pair of night vision device which he had purchased online. Looks like they'll do this for the entire night again. Walter, are you sure that you've found all their demonic crystals? Roar. If anyone isn't obedient next time, I'll make him or her bankrupt. Everything was in Chen Zhao's control. The three demons thought that they had everything, but they had been under Chen Zhao's monitoring all the time. These three bastards would fight against each other non-stop, both openly and secretly every night. All right, let's sleep. Chen Zhao lied on the bed when a head suddenly appeared above him. Ah, how many times have I said this? Don't appear like this. I can't knock or push the door, so it's the only option. Still, don't appear right above my bed. How would I know where you are? Of course, I'm on the bed at this time. Chen Zhao complained, forget it. What's up? When I came back just now, I discovered an interesting place. Do you want to go there? Chapter 72, Gates of Hell. Chapter 72, Gates of Hell. What is this place? An ancient passageway. What kind of passageway? It leads to the gates of hell. Huh. Someone had once created a gate to hell nearby, but failed. Where? Is it far? It'll take around an hour by foot. That far? Qin Zhao hesitated. Should we go tomorrow? Let's see when we have time. Walking for 1 hour is too far. You can only see that place during a full moon. We'll have a chance in the next 3 days. But after that, we'll have to wait until next month. What's so interesting about a failed door? Chen Zhao asked, confused. It's a door that you can go through, but you can't go out. The person who made it probably wanted to create a two-way door so he could go in and out of hell. Is that useful? It's not useful to you, since you can go in and out of hell without a gate, but it's very meaningful to regular humans. I haven't thought of a use for the gate. Think about it. Your family member died and you want to see him. You can use this gate to see the family member who'd fallen into hell. That's crazy. Even if a soul fell into hell, how do you find it? Hell is so big. You don't have to look around. If that soul hasn't been captured by a demon, you only need to use a magic spell to send a soul in, and then the gate can send the relative's soul out. If a demon has captured the soul, you'll need to exchange more souls. But even if you can summon back your relative's soul, it'll be incomplete, right? Yes, this is what you humans are obsessed with. Not everyone is so logical. Go to sleep. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Chen Zhao kept thinking about Blackie's words and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't have a good night's sleep and was still listless the next day. He couldn't recover from the fire yesterday. His neck was sore and his limbs felt weak. Chen Zhao was a doctor, so he knew that these conditions were because sudden high exertion resulted in muscle fatigue. He dredged his meridians, and the conditions were slightly relieved. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie had fought the entire night and had just started sleeping. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. It was Jerlin. Jerlin, how come you're here? What? You don't welcome me. Are you hiding another woman in your home? Chen Zhao moved aside, letting Jerlin in. You don't have work today. Jerlin walked in and grabbed the milk Chen Zhao had drunk. I just solved a major case. Melson gave me 2 days' break. Chen Zhao poured another glass of milk. So you can accompany me for the next 2 days. So you miss me? Of course. Chen Zhao pulled Jerlin directly into the bedroom. After their morning exercise, they went back downstairs. Do you have work today? No. My time is all yours. Let's go camping. Sure. Jerlin indeed wanted to relax. Otherwise, she wouldn't drag Chen Zhao to go camping. Bring the kids. Jerlin really liked these little demons. She was even jealous of Chen Zhao for being able to train them so well. The town that Chen Zhao lived in was called Mountain Town. This was obviously because there were a few big mountains beside it. Chen Zhao and Jerlin were entangled the entire morning. After lunch, they began packing the stuff for camping and got into Jerlin's car. 20 minutes later, they reached the foot of the mountain. Chen Zhao picked up the biggest bag while giving the other one to Walter, the biggest animal. Jerlin, have you camped here before? I've come here before, but not for camping. A corpse was discovered nearby half a year ago. Okay. Change the topic. There's a lake over there. Let's put the tent up there. Jerlin didn't know that their group had an extra person, or rather, Demon Blackie. The gate of hell I mentioned is upstream of the lake. Want to go look? Another time. Jerlin's here right now. Chen Zhao didn't want to ruin the camping mood. When he reached the lakeside, a fresh feeling instantly entered his heart. The water glittered and a slight breeze blew past. Dense forests were on either side of the clear water. If I had the money, I would definitely buy this place and then build a mansion, Jerlin said emotionally. Indeed, the view was amazing and the air was clean and fresh. Nature was well preserved here. Anyone who came here would fall in love with it. You won't be able to get this place without $12 million, right? Chin, you're too much. This place won't be more than $500,000. How is that possible? How can such a great environment only be $500,000? You're not going to grow a farm here, and there's no value in developing it. Traffic is inconvenient, and there aren't any homes nearby. How much value do you think it has? In Chen Zhao's opinion, $500,000 was definitely worth it for a place like this. However, it wasn't a small number to him either. Human, Blackie said, if you can buy this place, the 3 hellhounds will have enough space to exercise. They won't be cooped up in the space crevice all day. But didn't you just settle into the crevice? I can move the crevice to this place, or move all the stuff here. You can move crevices. It's kind of annoying, but it's still possible. But I don't have money. It wasn't that Chen Zhao had no money. He'd indeed made a lot of money during this period, but it was only about $500,000. He could put in all his savings to buy this land, but he had to pay to build a house too. He also had to construct a road to the highway. This would be a great sum too. I'm not in a hurry. It's not that easy to move a crevice either. You're tempting me to buy this land just so the 3 can have space to move around. More importantly, it's really close to the gates of hell. What does that have to do with you? This gate was most likely created by the previous owner of the spatial crevice. I want to study the crevice. If you live here, I can go in and out of the gate more easily. Chapter 73. Fake Play Becomes Real. Chapter 73. Fake play becomes real. There wouldn't be demons coming out from the gates of hell, right? Of course not. It's not that easy for demons to enter the human world. Since we can use sorcery to summon souls from the gates of hell, can we also summon demons? That's different altogether. It's more like trading than summoning. Souls are considered as a commodity, but demons can't trade themselves. Then why can I summon demons? How would I know? I'm not an omniscient god. But you're a grim reaper, god of death. That's kind of a god. While I'm happy to be viewed by humans as a god of death, why do I only feel deep insult from your words? Walter's favorite thing was water. He had already jumped into the lake. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie liked to play in water too. Although they were not as enlivened as Walter, they were still delighted. Chen Zhao was convinced by Blackie's suggestion. However, the huge price still made him hesitant. Chen, are you really thinking about it? Jerlin realized that Chen Zhao was actually considering it seriously. Maybe. Do you have that much money? Jerlin asked. I managed to get some money from a rich person recently. Are you really planning to buy the land? I have no idea how much this piece of land actually costs, whether it belongs to Mountain Town or is private, and whether its owner is willing to sell it. Even if I can buy it, I wouldn't have the money to build a house. However, this was not the main theme that day, so Chen Zhao only chatted with Jerlin about it briefly. Chen Zhao only had the preliminary thought about purchasing the land. Anyway, he felt that the value of his money would be better preserved by buying the land than storing it in the bank. Money in the bank would only slowly lose its value. On the other hand, if Chen Zhao invested it on actual property, no matter how much the land devalued, he would not lose much. Chen Zhao had a very typical Chinese mindset. Chinese people have a special feeling towards land. In Chen Zhao's mindset, he would only have a foundation after he owned a piece of land. Moreover, he felt that this piece of land has its own value, unlike what Jerlin had said. In fact, the natural environment was part of its value. If this land cost $10 million, Chen Zhao would not even think about buying it. However, if it only cost $500,000, Chen Zhao felt that he could buy it. As Beelzebub and the rest played in the lake, Chen Zhao and Jerlin built a tent on the lakeside. Jerlin was very familiar with this, and they finished the tent in 10 minutes. Just then, a few playful young people walked towards their direction. They looked like high school students. There was a mix of both genders, and they were wearing either swimming trunks or swimsuit. These people also saw Chen Zhao and Jerlin, so they approached them. Hello, I've never seen you before. Are you new to this place? A burly young man said. He was handsome, well-built, and polite. You can call me Chin. I live in the infamous ghost house in town. Chin? I know you. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl behind exclaimed, Yesterday the winery was on fire. I heard that an Asian and a dog saved 9 people from the fireground. You even saved Uncle Bernard, am I right? Hearing her words, the few young people all looked at Chin Zhao in surprise and respect. I'm Famer Olip, the leading young man said. The others also introduced themselves. Famer lifted a box of beer from his companion. Do you want one? Are you adults already? My girlfriend is a cop. In America, one needs an identity document to buy tobacco and alcohol. It is a crime to sell them to minors. Of course, some places are stricter than others. Don't spoil the fun. Come, Ms. Police, let's drink together. Chin Zhao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Jerlin also did not care if these people were adults. Anyway, she was in charge of crime investigation and did not care about these things. The brown-haired girl Lily pointed at the few dogs that were playing in the lake. Is the largest German shepherd there the dog which saved people from the fireground? Yes, he's Walter. He's a good boy. He's really big. I've never seen such a huge dog. Usually, a German shepherd could only have a shoulder height of 60 centimeters and weight of 45 kilograms at most. However, Walter's shoulder height was over 80 centimeters and he weighed 65 kilograms. He was almost as heavy as an adult woman. Moreover, this did not seem to be his limit. Since Walter had been converted to a hybrid demon, he had been growing. Recently, his growth had already slowed down, but it had not stopped completely. Chin Zhao was also unsure how big Walter could reach. Even the difference between 2 humans whose heights were 3 centimeters apart could be easily noticed, not to mention dogs. Walter was indeed very large, especially when he was with Beelzebub and Carrie. German Shepherd was considered as a large dog, but Walter's size at the moment was already extra large. Of course, Walter's weight and shoulder height were still within the range of a normal dog. Does he bite? Nope. I already said he's a good boy. Can I test him? Famer asked. How do you want to test him? I'll pretend to be drowning. Fine. Famer ran into the lake and then slowly swam away until he was about a few dozen meters away from the shore. Suddenly, he felt something drag his feet. Is there a big fish in the lake? He thought. However, before he could think further, he felt something bite his feet. Its bite force was not big, but it kept dragging him down. Shit! Help! Help! The people on the shore all looked at Famer with a smile. Lily pointed at Famer and remarked, his acting is so real. Is he in trouble? Chin Zhao asked, frowning. Stop joking. Famer is the captain of our school's swimming team, and he has taken part in the high school sports competition, where he was the champion in the youth division. Even his warm-up in school every day is 1,000 meters, another young man said. Chin Zhao still felt uneasy. From Famer's behavior, he felt that something might actually have gone wrong. Walter, save him. In the lake, Walter turned his head and saw Famer in the distance. Splash. God, he's so fast. Famer's sinking. He's not joking. Walter, faster. Walter was extremely fast. Chin Zhao's eyelids quivered as he scanned everyone around him. They did not seem to have noticed that Walter's swimming speed was extraordinary. Everyone was fully focused on Famer. At the moment, he had already disappeared from the surface of the pool. Walter dived down suddenly, and everyone could feel their heart pound. They finally realized that Famer was really in trouble. Chapter 74, Subordinate Imprint. Chapter 74, Subordinate Imprint. Finally, Famer floated up and started swimming back with full power. Where's Walter? Why didn't Walter come up? Lily yelled in panic. As soon as she spoke, they saw splashes behind Famer. Walter seemed to be fighting with something. It was a huge catfish that was even bigger than Walter. It was dramatically large. It seemed to be 2 times the size of Walter. Everyone tensed up. Could Walter defeat this catfish in the water? Qin Zhao wasn't doubtful. Walter's combat ability wasn't equal to his size. After a while, the catfish floated up to the surface. Walter started swimming to Famer. After catching up, it pushed against Famer with its head and helped him swim back to land. When everyone saw that man and dog were safe, they let out sighs of relief. Famer, are you okay? I'm all right. Famer nodded. That catfish bit my ankle and dragged me down. Thankfully, Walter saved me. He was still in shock. It had just been a joke. No one expected there would be serious danger. Famer looked down at Walter. He's really powerful. Walter, go get that catfish, Qin Zhao said. We'll have fish tonight. Everyone looked at Walter, and then that huge catfish floating on the surface. Are you sure Walter can get it onto land? Of course. Famer, come sit here. I'll give you a checkup. Famer had truly drowned just then. Qin Zhao needed to be sure if he had pulmonary edema. If he did, then he had to go to the hospital. I feel great. There's no problem. Famer patted his chest. If you want to eat that catfish, then listen to me and let me check. Fine. Qin Zhao checked and didn't let him go until he was sure Famer was okay. By then, Walter had dragged the catfish onto land, and everyone worked together to drag it over. It took a few young people's entire strength to move the fish. This catfish was honestly too big, especially its mouth. It could completely swallow a child-sized creature. It wouldn't eat an adult human, but its habit was to view anything in the water that's smaller than it or close to it as its target. They were more aggressive than sharks, and in America, there were occasionally cases where children drowned because of catfish. This was why some catfish were known as man-killing catfish. Of course, this wasn't that common. I didn't think there would be such a large catfish in the lake, Famer said. There's probably only this one. This lake can't contain 2 huge catfish. This lake was less than 1 square mile. It also connected to a river with moving water. Moving water could maintain the quality of the water, but it also meant medium-sized catfish could escape. After all, it was difficult for other large fish to survive in this tiny lake if there was already a domineering king. If they couldn't live here, they would choose to escape. If this catfish didn't have enough food, it could only go hungry. This was also why it attacked Famer. However, it would no longer rule the waters. Qin Zhao slit open its stomach and suddenly dug out a pearl. What's this? It's from hell, Blackie said, floating over. It has hell's aura. Beelzebub, come here. Beelzebub bounced over. What? Do you know what this is? It looks like some demon's subordinate imprint. What's a subordinate imprint? I'm subordinate to the king of gluttony, so I have his imprint in me. Are you born with it? Yes. So that means that this catfish is actually some large demon's subordinate. It also might have eaten a subordinate, and the imprint was left inside its stomach. Is that likely? It's less likely, but it's not impossible. With my current state, it'll definitely eat me if I run into it. That means that some demon had come to the human world, unfortunately fell into the water, and was eaten by this catfish. I don't know. It might be what you said. Will it be all right if we eat it after it ate a demon? Yeah. What does the subordinate imprint do? If you collect enough, you can summon the superior demon. How many do you need? Not sure. It depends on which demon it is. I'm subordinate to the king of gluttony, so you'll need at least 100 glutton imprints to summon his projection. If it's just a regular subordinate, you only need around 5 imprints. What if I want to summon your demon king, Satan? You can't. No one can summon him if he's unwilling. However, if he's willing to reply to you, you can summon him into the human world without any cost. That cool? That cool. Robio. Phalai walked in, scaring Robio. He crumpled up the newspaper in his hands and tossed it into the trash can. What's up? Robio looked up at Phalai. You've been sitting in the office for an hour. This isn't something a coastal lifeguard should do. You can't save anyone in here. All right. Robio stood up. Phalai didn't follow him out. Instead, she looked suspiciously at the newspaper Robio had tossed. Taking it out and opening it, she saw the huge headline, Firefighting Hero. Phalai started reading the article. It said that a man and dog saved 9 people from a fire. There was also a picture. It wasn't very clear, but she could see it was an Asian man with a dog. Seeing the dog, Phalai's brows furrowed subconsciously. How come it looked so much like Walter? Phalai looked out the window. Seeing Robio's jogging figure, the suspicion in her grew. The newspaper mentioned Fire Brigade No. 7 of L.A. Changing her clothes, Phalai left the beach without telling anyone. She had to get this cleared up, no matter if it was Walter or not. The newspaper picture wasn't clear and was in black and white, but she felt like the dog was Walter. She also noticed that the man with the dog was that illegal doctor from last time. Of course, she couldn't make any conclusions now, but she had a feeling that it was Walter. Chapter 75. Never correct or expose a lying woman. Chapter 75. Never correct or expose a lying woman. Hi. Phalai found Fire Brigade No. 7 of L.A. A burly firefighter walked up and asked, Madam, how may I help you? I want to inquire about the winery fire the night before yesterday. Yes. What about it? In that fire, an Asian and a dog participated in firefighting. Is that right? You mean Chun and Walter? Yes, I remember them clearly. They're both heroes. In that incident, my colleagues and I were almost insignificant, but I'm honored to be able to cooperate with them. The firefighter obviously had a great impression of Chen Zhao and Walter. Most firefighters had low salary despite the high risk they had to face. Therefore, people without a sense of justice would not be able to take this job for long. Hence, firefighters were usually very kind towards people of the same kind. Moreover, America is a country that supports individual heroism. To firefighters, charging into a raging fire and saving people was the best definition of individual heroism. Phalai's eyes sparkled and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Walter. Is that dog also called Walter? Can you tell me where that Asian lives? You want to find him? What's your relationship with him? The firefighter stared at Phalai. He did not say anything recklessly, although the beautiful lady before him did not seem like a bad person. However, this involved Chen Zhao's privacy after all. Americans are always very alert about such things. After thinking, Phalai bit her lip and said, That man abandoned me. He left me without saying a thing, and I've been looking for him since then. I have to find him, and then I'll crack his balls. Oh, I see. I support your idea very much, but I don't have his number either. You can go to Mountain Town and ask around. He should be living there. Great. Thank you. He's a hero indeed, but I don't like people who abandon their girlfriends without a word. Then I'll leave now. Bye. Can I have your number, please? We can eat together when you're free. I know a great burger shop, the firefighter said. Sorry, before I kick that bastard's balls, I'm not ready for another relationship. All right, do you know where Mountain Town is? I can send you there. That will be amazing if you're free. Phalai indeed did not know where Mountain Town was. Los Angeles is huge, and there are at least 100 towns around it. It would be best if there was someone to lead Phalai. I'm Kanan. What's your name? Phalai. I'm from the Coastal Rescue Team, Phalai answered. Oh, so our occupations are kind of the same. Not quite, although we both save people. You save people from fire, while we save people from water. Phalai, do you still like Chin? No. According to psychology, the fact that you're still finding your ex for revenge indicates that you still have feelings towards him. Did you learn psychology? No, the negotiator of our fire brigade taught me this. Then did the negotiator tell you that you should never correct or expose a lying woman? In just over half an hour, the two arrived at Mountain Town. How do we find him? Phelan asked. Kanan scanned around him. Easy. Find the police. Kanan stopped the car by the roadside and walked to a police car. Buddy, I want to find a person. He's an Asian who's raised a few dogs. I believe he lives in this town. Do you know where he stays? You mean Chin? Yes, that's him. Leonardo inspected Kanan and then looked at Phelan, who was still in the car behind. Do you know Chin? The lady in my car is his ex-girlfriend. They still have some unsettled business, Kanan said. He lives in number 13 Banana Street. The haunted house, Leonardo said. Got it. Thank you and bye. Once Kanan left, Leonardo called Chin Zhao. Chin, I just met your ex-girlfriend. What? Chin Zhao was dumbfounded. My ex-girlfriend? She should be on the other side of the Pacific Ocean now. Are you sure she's my ex-girlfriend? She's a very beautiful, red-haired lady. Big tits. You sure you don't know her? I know many women, but I can confirm that I don't have a red-haired, big-tit ex-girlfriend. Do you know any lady like that at all, even if she's not your ex? No. Did you tell her my address? Yep. I thought that she's really your ex. Looks like I've made some trouble for you. I'll go there now. Who is it? Leonardo, a patrolman in town. I think he's also from your police station. The so-called patrolman was actually just a police in charge of the local area. There was no police station in Mountain Town, so the town was under the police station of another region. A person like Leonard may need to patrol 2 to 3 such towns in a single day. I know that guy, Jerlin said. Why did he call you? A person who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend asked him for my address, and he told her. Your ex. You know that my ex is on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. After I came here, you're the only woman I've had any stable relationship with. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jerlin looked at Chen Zhao. Do you want me to go and open the door? I'll go. I also want to see who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend. Me too. Chen Zhao and Jerlin walked to the front door. Opening the door, they saw a man and a woman outside. Wait, you're Phelan, right? Chen Zhao tried to recall his memories about Phelan. Weren't you boyfriend and girlfriend before? Why do you look like you don't really know her? Is it because your current girlfriend is beside you? Kanan asked. Chen Zhao also found Kanan familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen Kanan. Kanan, we've met before. I'm a fireman. Suddenly, Phelan leaped towards Chen Zhao fiercely. You thief! Return me my Walter! Return me my Walter! Woof! Just then, Walter charged out in excitement. He had heard Phelan's voice. Chen Zhao was totally speechless, as it was a really bad timing for Walter to appear. Chapter 76, Walter's Choice. Chapter 76, Walter's Choice. Walter. Phelan was overjoyed, but the next moment she grew hesitant. This big dog before her eyes looked very similar to Walter, but Walter couldn't be so energetic. Walter wasn't this big either. He had lost weight dramatically before due to the cancer. He wasn't even 25 pounds before. The big dog here, now, was more than twice Walter's weight. However, there was those eyes, the close and familiar gaze. Phelan was still hesitant. Was this really Walter? Jin, do you need help? Leonardo came over too. Walter. Phelan could only see Walter now. Woof. Walter had already run over to Phelan, licking her hand. You're really Walter? You didn't die? Woof. Miss Phelan, what are you doing to my Walter? Your Walter? You thief. You stole Walter. I'm going to report you. When did I steal your Walter? Isn't this enough proof? Phelan said, pointing at the dog. I have a pet's permit for it. Can you produce a permit for your Walter? I thought Walter had died, so I cancelled it already. Why do you think your Walter died? It had cancer, and my colleague said that he put it down. Look, does it look like it has cancer? You're that doctor. You cured Walter? Leonardo, do you believe her? You think I can cure a dog's cancer? Chen Zhao still refused to admit it. I don't care how you healed Walter, but he still recognizes me. You saw Himi. He knows me. Walter, do you know Leonardo? Walter ran over to Leonardo and licked his palm. See, it's friendly to everyone. No, that's different. It looks at me differently. Please, Miss Phelan, get out of my house if you can't produce evidence that I stole your dog. I don't welcome crazy women that accuse me of stealing dogs. Why did you name it Walter? Or is it its original name? Leonardo, am I not allowed to name my dog? Of course you can. Miss, if there's nothing else, please leave this home, Leonardo said unkindly. I'm not going unless Walter is going with me. If you insist on making a scene, I can only take you to the station. In Leonardo's opinion, Phelan was just throwing a fit. He was more willing to believe in Chen Zhao. After all, Phelan had said that her dog had cancer and had been put down. It wasn't enough proof that Chen Zhao's dog had the same name as hers. Leonardo, you're Jerlin from the crime squad. He finally noticed that Jerlin was there. You're not needed here. Chin and I will take care of this. Okay, Chin, I'm leaving. Chen Zhao didn't know what Jerlin was planning. Chen and this Miss Phelan, I don't know if this dog is your Walter, but it seems to like you. I think you can let it choose between you or Chin. Jerlin, is this necessary? Chin looked at Jerlin, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This respects everyone here, right, Chen? Fine, let it choose. You two go, stand over there. Walter, come here. Walter obediently ran over to Jerlin. She bent down and patted the dog's head. Walter, do you want to go with Chen or Phelan? Choose now. Jerlin pointed at Chen Zhao and Phelan, who were standing next to each other. Walter cocked its head, staring at the two. It didn't really understand Jerlin. Walter, will you choose me or her? Chen Zhao repeated. Walter, you remember me, right? We fought alongside each other. Phelan stared anxiously at Walter. The dog stayed beside Jerlin, not choosing anyone. I don't think it made a choice, Chen Zhao said, but I believe that it's more willing to be with his owner instead of an unfamiliar woman. It didn't choose. Why do you say it's more willing to be with you? Phelan refuted. Because this is its home and it has friends. Then Chen Zhao called Beelzebub Carrie. Beelzebub and Carrie ran out. Walter immediately started playing with them. See, I can't find any reason why it would want to leave me and its friends, Chen Zhao said grandly. Phelan was furious. I think I have someone who can prove that this is Walter. She called Robio and put him on speaker. Robio, I'm at Chen's house. Come here. Chen Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Phelan was setting up a trap for Robio. Chen? Which Chen? Robio asked. Chen Zhao's heart came back down. Thankfully, Robio wasn't stupid and reacted quickly. You're still lying to me? Walter didn't die. You didn't kill her. You gave her to Chen, right? Phelan, Walter's already dead. Why can't you accept this? It's already dead. It had cancer and couldn't get better. Robio. Phelan growled with clenched teeth. If you keep lying to me, our friendship is over. Phelan, I'm sorry. Robio's reply was extremely calm. Walter is already dead. I can accept it if you blame me for killing it, but can you please accept the fact that it's already dead? I don't believe you. I won't accept it. No matter if you accept it or not, it's the truth. Kanan patted Phalai's shoulder. Let's go. He was more willing to support Phalai, but logically he still believed Qin Zhao. After all, it wasn't a big deal to have two dogs with the same name. Plus, he felt like Phalai's Walter was indeed dead already. It was just that Phalai wasn't willing to accept the truth. That was why she insisted that Qin Zhao's dog was hers. I will find evidence. Gritting her teeth, Phalai glared at Qin Zhao. I will expose your true nature and let everyone know that you're a shameless thief. Please don't come harass me before you find evidence. Otherwise, I'll call the cops. Qin Zhao closed the door, but felt coldness behind him. He could fool the entire world, but not Jerlin. Can you explain what's going on? Chapter 77, Back to Work. Chapter 77, Back to Work. Walter can't live for long, so he has to stay with me. Only I can extend his life. Qin Zhao started to lie. You heard for yourself that it has cancer. You know what this means. Robio asked me to save Walter. I've been trying my best to extend his life. But if he leaves me, he'll be sick before long. Do you want to see how the disease has tortured him just half a month ago? Taking in a deep breath, Jerlin said, You should explain this to that girl. Didn't you see her attitude? Her wild attitude towards Walter. Do you think she would allow Walter to leave her? But she views Walter as her kin. Isn't it cruel for you to strip Walter from her? Fine. What would you do if you were me? Let it return to its original master, and then die in suffering and pain, or let it stay here, so that it can run and play freely? At least it wouldn't be tortured by the disease. Qin Zhao sounded all righteous. Jerlin fell silent for a while. I don't know. I only feel that this is unfair for her. Phalai charged into the HQ of the Coastal Rescue Team and shouted at Robio, You lied to me. You lied. That's Walter. Walter's not dead. The members around her were all perplexed. What's Phalai saying? Robio's face darkened. All of you go out. Slightly shocked, the other members all left the office. Are you guilty now? That is Walter. Robio took in a deep breath. Answer me. Do you want Walter to be alive? Of course. I want it to be alive more than anyone else. So when I found out that it's still alive, I'm happier than anyone else. Chen can extend Walter's life. You saw it for yourself. Walter has regained his vigor beside Qin. But what would happen if it leaves Qin? Do you know what will happen to it? Have you ever thought about it? Robio stared at Phalai with a gloomy look. You only care about whether Walter belongs to you, but you've never cared for Walter itself. If you want Walter to live, just give up. Perhaps you can go and visit it, but don't try to snatch it away. Robio was very satisfied with Qin Zhao, who had fulfilled his promise. He had indeed restored Walter's energy. Therefore, Robio had to fulfill his promise too. At least, he must not let Phalai destroy their agreement. If possible, he hoped that he could keep this a secret forever, even if he would be accused of being a murderer. However, Phalai still managed to find out the truth. He could only tell her everything in an attempt to persuade her. Phalai sat down on the chair in disappointment, her eyes staring blankly in front of her. I'll give you 2 days to rest and relax. Use this opportunity to think over it. Qin Zhao spent 2 days with Jerlin and did nothing else, apart from a picnic the previous day and having their usual bed activities. After the 2 days, Jerlin left Qin Zhao again, just like what they had promised. When they needed each other, they would be like a couple. For the rest of the time, they would only be friends. Qin Zhao was also back to work and called Ethan himself. Ethan, you have a job for me. Qin, what a surprise that you called me yourself. I thought that you've already forgotten about your job. I only took 2 days off. Fine. Lucky for you, I have a job at hand. Street 98, flat number 521. But the pay isn't high, only $1,000. Do you want it? Yes. Chan Zhao tidied himself up, after which he left with Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. Just then, he saw Mary walk towards him with some grilled bacon and ham. "Chen, are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going to work. A patient is waiting for me. Here's some bacon and ham I've just made." "Thanks." "No, I should be the person to thank you. You saved Ken." "I'm a doctor. Saving people is my job." After chatting briefly with Mary, Qin Zhao took the bacon and ham and returned to his house. However, he could only eat them after coming back. Leaving his house again, he saw Vincent at the next road junction. "Chen, where are you going?" "Street 98. On their way, Qin Zhao received a call from the agency. "Hello, mister." "Qin, I'm Hister. Do you still remember me? I was the agent when you signed the rental agreement." "Of course. Hi, mister." "Hister, how can I help you?" "You said that you're looking for a housemate, right?" "Yes, and I also said that I only want a beautiful female housemate." "Of course. A lady told me that she likes your house. Are you willing to share it with her? Do you think she's beautiful?" "Of course. From my aesthetic judgment, she can very well become a Hollywood star." "Is she single?" "Yes, she said that she lives alone." "No problem then. Rent the house to her. Don't you want to come here and see your housemate first?" "I'll have the chance later anyway. As long as it's a beautiful lady, I wouldn't mind." "Chen, I really envy you. You're always so lucky." "This isn't luck. This is the charm of the Eastern people." "I don't believe in that. Your housemate hasn't even seen you. Perhaps she just happens to need a housemate. Everyone has his or her own unique aura, and the auras between different people would attract or repel each other too. Come on. You're a doctor, not a spiritualist." Vincent rolled his eyes. "Vincent, do you think I should buy a gift for my housemate whom I've never seen?" "Anything will do as long as you don't give yourself to her." "You're just jealous." "Yes, I am indeed jealous of you. I should go and learn medicine too." "Don't force yourself. Cab driver is a promising job as well." "Bastard. We're at Street 98. $88 in total. Do you need me to wait here?" "Nope. I'll call you if I need you." Usually, Qin Zhao would call a cab himself to go home, unless it was late into the night. The street was filled with condos on both sides. Qin Zhao found the house of his client. He rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. A beefy man who was over 9 meters tall had opened the door. He was half naked and his muscles were comparable to those of a bodybuilder. His body was filled with sweat and he looked like he had been exercising. "I'm a doctor. I was told that I have a patient here." The man made way. "Come in." Chapter 78, Track Runner. Chapter 78, Track Runner. The man was the only one in the apartment. Looking at him, Qin Zhao asked, "Excuse me, are you my patient?" "Are you really a doctor?" The man looked Qin Zhao with suspicion. "I don't look like one." "Do doctors all bring so many pets with them?" "I'm sorry. This is my personal habit. I bring my kids with me no matter where I go." "I'm Rufford." Then he added, "You're a traditional Chinese doctor, right?" "Yes. I'm an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, but I also know Western medicine. If you have unique needs, I can give you unique treatment." Rufford picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. While wiping, he said, "I'm a sprinter. Half a month ago I had a race, but I fractured my leg during it. I went through rehab, but I never got a reply for the medicine I requested from the International Association of Athletics Federation." Qin Zhao looked down. He saw that Rufford's left calf was wrapped with gauze. It had obvious swelling. "You know, without the IAAF's permission, I don't even dare to use morphine to numb the pain." Qin Zhao nodded. As a doctor, he knew many things. However, since this athlete had gotten hurt during the competition, it shouldn't be hard to get permission to use medicine, right? Recently, a few well-known American athletes were discovered to be using steroids, so the IAAF suddenly became strict toward American athletes. When the club's doctor diagnosed me, he told me it's just a slight fracture and I don't need painkillers. Chen Zhao walked over. "Can I check your injury?" Rutherford nodded, so Chen Zhao sat onto the ground and undid the gauze. His calf had swollen at least 30% larger than usual. There was heavy blood stasis at the injury. Chen Zhao squeezed the area. "Does it hurt?" "Yes." "How long has it been? What kind of treatment did you go through?" "It's been 15 days. The club's doctor gave me bone reduction treatment and some medicine for circulation. But since I don't have the paperwork for special medicine, he couldn't prescribe many things." Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. "Does the doctor hate you?" Taken aback, Rutherford looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Your fibula is broken. If you don't treat it in time, you might not be able to walk regularly, let alone continue your athletic career. This isn't a fracture. Your problem is more serious than what you said." "What? Broken?" Rutherford was shocked. "It's that bad?" "Yes. Right now, you shouldn't be thinking about getting permission from the IAAF to use medication. You have to get surgery as soon as possible so there aren't any lasting effects, but you've already delayed it for half a month. You've done intense exercise this past half month too, right? Your condition is looking bad now." "Then what should I do?" "Hurry to the hospital," Chen Zhao said. "I can't help you. All I can do is give you advice. If I go to the hospital, how long will it take before I can start competing again?" "You'll need at least half a year of rehab." "No, that's impossible. I have to participate in the Star Invitational. Do you know how important it is to me? That's the Star Invitational. For an athlete like me, it might be the time that I shine the brightest. I can't miss it." Rutherford grew agitated. He grabbed onto Chen Zhao's shoulder. "Please help me. I'm sorry. I'm powerless against your injury. Go to the hospital. If you keep dragging it out, you won't be able to save your legs." Chen Zhao sighed. Rutherford had obviously been scammed by the team's doctor. Anyone who could be the doctor of an athletic team would obviously know the difference between a fracture and broken bone. Going to the hospital for a surgery was Rutherford's only choice now. Go to the hospital if you want to continue your career. Do you have a way to suppress my injury?" "Stop kidding around. You have a broken bone. There's no way I can suppress it. What you need is treatment and rehab." Chen Zhao left. Rutherford was a very insistent athlete. He didn't know if Rutherford would listen to his advice. However, Chen Zhao wished he would. As an illegal doctor, Chen Zhao wished he could make as much money as possible. But as a doctor, he still had his own professionalism and bottom line. He hoped that all of his patients would have the correct treatment and best result. If Rutherford hadn't been harmed by his doctor, then he would at least be able to get treated in time. He wouldn't have needed half a year of rehab. He would have been able to be up and running in less than a month. However, he delayed it for half a month, making his injury worse. Rutherford wasn't a superstar athlete yet. He wasn't famous, so he'd probably been invited to the Star Invitational because he'd had good results in recent competitions. Most track athletes could only dream about attending a Star Invitational. If they could have a good result there, they would have a higher rank internationally. Not only that, they may have a chance to attend the IAAF Golden League. That was the highest stage for a track athlete. Every industry has its good and bad, but most people only saw the good side. Athletes like Rutherford had a bit of fame, but were still far from being a celebrity. Instead of going home, Chen Zhao went to Ethan's. "How was it? Did you solve the patient's problem?" "No." Chen Zhao shook his head. "He needs the hospital." "Even you can't solve it? Is the problem serious?" "No, he was just harmed by someone and delayed the treatment period." "So, you didn't make a single cent for me and still came to get free lunch?" Don't make me sound that bad. I didn't make a single cent either, and I had to pay for transportation too. If you won't give me lunch, then reimburse my transportation. Just then, Ethan's phone rang. He put it down less than 20 seconds later. Chin, seems like you can't eat lunch anymore. Remember your first client? Yeah, super annoying patient. Yes, he needs help. What's the price? $3,000. I'll go after lunch. No, he's in a hurry. Fine, leave a hamburger for me. $1. If you reject my request, I'll reject this patient and you'll lose $600. You stingy asshole. Chapter 79. Treating a pervert and treated as a pervert. Chapter 79. Treating a pervert and treated as a pervert. Chun Zhao could still vividly recall that impotent bastard. Chun Zhao entered Dell's manor again, which was still in debauch. On his way in, he received occasional winks from sexy and bold girls. Tsura walked to Chun Zhao to welcome him. Chen, you're finally here. Where's Dell? What happened to him again? I don't care about that idiot. How about we have a drink instead? Tsura was only wearing a black bra on top and she was holding a glass of wine. Let me see Dell first. To Chun Zhao, Dell and Tsura were just a promiscuous couple. Tsura still brought Chun Zhao into the villa when he saw Dell facing the wall fully naked. On the wall, there was also a poster of a female star. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. Dell, I'm here. How may I help you? I'm stuck. Chun Zhao walked to Dell's side and saw Dell's rod stuck in the wall. Looking at the female star poster on the wall, Chun Zhao could roughly tell what had happened. Chun Zhao had seen people with various tastes before, even many who liked bestiality. However, he had never seen a person who could face a poster and get himself stuck in the wall. Mr. Dell, how long have you been stuck? About an hour. Can you be faster? Actually, I've stuck for 3 hours already. 3 hours. Chun Zhao was astonished by the number. Ignoring those so-called world records, 99% of the men in the world could not maintain an erection for 3 hours, including Chun Zhao. Was Dell really gifted? Chun Zhao doubted this. He could tell that Dell was weak based on their last checkup. It would be difficult for him to even maintain it for half an hour, let alone 3 hours. I ate some medicine. Fine. $3,000, please. Given that our previous session wasn't great, I've decided that I'll take my pay first, Chun Zhao said emotionlessly. Please. Chun Zhao was not in a hurry at all. Tsura, can you get me some food? Tsura was not concerned about Dell's situation at all. In fact, their relationship was very similar to the one between Chun Zhao and Jerlin. Tsura would only gloat over Dell's foolish action. Fine. Tsura, give him 3,000. Quick. Chin, here you are. Count it. Give me that poster too. By the way, what's the female star on the poster called? Dell had ants in his pants at the moment. Suddenly, however, he felt some coldness on his feet. Lowering his head, he saw a huge snake climbing up his leg. Ah! Dell immediately stepped back in shock. Is it that scary? Raymond, you've seen him before. Chun Zhao sat on the sofa and put his hand on Tsura's shoulders. That's so frightening. I'm out. Dell still looked dazed. So easy. Right, your problem is settled. I'm leaving. Are you leaving so soon? Chun, stay here. I'll call a few more women, and Tsura as well. Let's play together. Forget it. Chun Zhao shook his head. He really did not dare to touch the women here. Although he had gone for Rasva's erotic party before, those women had been carefully selected and perhaps even been medically examined. Even so, Chun Zhao had still chosen to wear condoms. On the other hand, Chun Zhao really did not know what diseases the women here had. Chun Zhao did not want to get infected for no reason. Most STIs were not fatal, but they would greatly affect Chen Zhao's health. They were troublesome to treat, and more importantly, they would hinder Chen Zhao's work. Although Chen Zhao wanted to relax here, his rationality still won over his desire after some consideration. Dell sent Chen Zhao to the gates. "Chen, can you charge me less next time? If you do less stupid things, you wouldn't even need to pay." "Fine. Can you return me that poster?" "No. To prevent you from doing such things again, I'll take it away. This poster is worth $400. Don't throw it away." "I wouldn't. I'll put it on the wall in my bedroom." As Chen Zhao walked out from the residence, he looked at the woman on the poster. He could not recall what characters the female star had acted before. Nevertheless, she was really beautiful. Chen Zhao licked his lips. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt something bump into him. Lifting his head, he saw the woman on the poster right before him. She was wearing a pair of extreme high-heeled shoes. Her lips were flame red, and she had a pair of aviator sunglasses on. Never had Chen Zhao seen a woman whose body was so perfect. She had the most excellent body proportions. Her long legs would make most women feel inferior and drive all men crazy. The woman glanced at the poster in Chen Zhao's hands impatiently. "That's troublesome. Give me the poster." "Huh? What?" The woman snatched the poster from Chen Zhao and was ready to autograph. However, when she looked at the poster, she saw the hole at the bottom. "Pervert!" The woman was immediately enraged. She squeezed the poster into a ball and flung it at Chen Zhao's face. "If you come and harass me again, I'll call the police." Chen Zhao rubbed his cheek, which was still in pain due to the impact. However, he did not chase the woman and explain himself. How could he explain such a misunderstanding? "It feels like being bitten by a dog for no reason, just after leaving home." "Woof! Don't accuse us for that." Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders. Just then he received a call from Ethan again. "Chen, are you done with the patient?" "Yup. Where are you now?" "I just left the patient's house." "So you're still in that neighborhood?" "At the exit." "I received another request. The patient is there too. I'll give you the address." After receiving the address, Chen Zhao turned around and walked back into the neighborhood. Chen Zhao compared the address he had received to the door plate. "Number 0355 should be here." Ding dong. The door to the apartment opened. It was the same woman he had met earlier. Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. The woman looked at Chen Zhao in both disgust and anger. "I said that if you continue to harass me, I'll call the police." I'm not a pervert." A pervert would clearly not admit it. "I'm a doctor. Someone told me that I have a patient here." "You're a doctor?" "Yes." "Show me your license." "Are you looking for a doctor with a medical license?" The woman thought for a while, and then looked at Walter, Beelzebub, and Carrie, who were beside Chen Zhao. "Do doctors always bring so many pets to their patient's place?" "You're not the first client to ask me that question." Chapter 80, I'm not a pervert. Chapter 80, I'm not a pervert. "Come in, but if you do anything to me, I'll bust your balls." The woman was still guarded against Chen Zhao. "You're the one who needs a doctor." "It's me." "Where do you feel discomfort?" The woman hesitated. She stared at Chen Zhao as if unwilling to speak. After all, she still saw Chen Zhao as a pervert who'd held her poster. "I've seen many diseases during my career, so you don't have to worry about me judging you for some embarrassing condition. There's no need." After another pause, the woman finally spoke. "Do you promise you won't tell people? This is probably why you chose an illegal doctor, right? We also have the rule of keeping our patients' conditions confidential. My boyfriend discovered he had STDs before he broke up with me. Recently, I feel itchy down there, and there are a lot of small red dots. I don't know if I got infected too." The woman studied Chen Zhao's expression closely but he was undisturbed. Did you wear a condom when you had sex with him? Yes. If you had condoms, then you should be less likely to get infected. Can you describe what it looks like in detail? Should I take off my pants to show you? If you're willing, I can diagnose you more accurately by looking with my own eyes. This woman didn't have many taboos. After revealing her condition, she opened up and took her pants off right before Qin Zhao. He looked without using his hands. It's not STDs and just an infection. You can use some over-the-counter cleansers. It's nothing serious. Of course, if you're not sure, you can do a full check at the hospital. The result should be like what I said, though. Hearing his reply, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. Then, can I put my pants on now? Yes. Can you prescribe some medicine? I told you, you don't need medicine or prescriptions for the cleanser. You can just buy it. I can't go buy it. Well, I don't have any with me. Aren't you a celebrity? Don't you have assistants? I haven't had time yet. I just got to America. You aren't a Hollywood celebrity. You don't know me? You were holding my poster earlier. Would you believe me if I say that poster isn't mine? I'm from Australia. My name is Lucy. I'm pretty famous in Australia, but I'm only a rookie in Hollywood. You can call me Qin. I'm from China. Sorry about what happened. It's okay. If you can't buy a cleanser now, I can prescribe some Chinese medicine to get rid of the bacteria. Okay, please prescribe some. Lucy was very relieved after learning she was okay. For foreign celebrities like her, developing in Hollywood was already very difficult. If she had a scandal such as having STDs, she could basically bid farewell to the circle. It wasn't just Hollywood. She might not be able to get rid of this scandal even in her own country. Go to a Chinese pharmacy and have the staff get the ingredients from this prescription. Even if other people get this list, it'll still be hard to distinguish what it's for. Thank you. Lucy looked at Qin Zhao. What else do you need? Qin Zhao's eye twitched. The payment. Was this girl so full of herself that she forgot about his? Oh, I'm sorry. How much do I have to pay you? $1,000. That expensive? Yes. Qin Zhao didn't refute it. It was just that expensive. Lucy was a celebrity, so $1,000 wasn't much. But no matter where one went, that money for a doctor's visit was super expensive. Lucy had some money, but this was still a considerable expense for her. After handing $1,000 to Qin Zhao, she said, "Can it be cheaper next time?" "No, I'm sorry." Qin Zhao accepted the money with a smile. "I don't decide the price." Qin Zhao returned to Ethan's motel and tossed him $800. Ethan counted the cash happily. Qin Zhao glanced at him. "Why are you counting? You think I'll cheat you?" "You don't understand. I'm not trying to count the money. I'm enjoying the process." "Wait, I think you're missing $10. You must have counted incorrectly. Where's my dinner? Auntie Lee, is dinner ready? You want to get free food from me again. Don't change the topic. I'm missing $10. Count again." Another call came while Qin Zhao and Ethan were eating dinner. "Hi, I'm Ethan." "Mr. Ethan, the suit you rented from us is 2 days overdue. When will you return it?" "Oh, there's a $100 fine too." "What?" Ethan yelled. "You want $100 just because it's 2 days overdue? Are you a dress shop? Are you sure you're not robbers? If you have any questions or suggestions, please call the complaint number." "What's the complaint number? I'm going to report you." "It's this number." "Oh, the customer service is me too." Ethan hung up in anger. "Qin, return my suit when you go home." "It's not along the way. You can drive to the shop first. But that would be $30 more for Vincent. You get free food and drinks here every day. You've eaten at least $100, and you're still shameless enough to get hung up over $30? Yes, I'm shameless." In the end, Qin Zhao still took the suit and went out of his way to the shop. When he got there, he brought the suit in. "Hey, beauty, we meet again." "You're the one returning it? Where's that perverted fatty?" "He doesn't want to hear you judging him like that, so he had me return it." Chen Zhao glanced in the store. "Where's Chris? Is she not working today?" She quit." "She quit?" "Yeah, yesterday. I felt like she was strange. When she looked at me, she was like a poisonous snake. You might think I'm joking, but I really feel like Chris turned into something scary." Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. "If there's nothing else, I'll get going. Bye." "Bye. Call me when you're free. I like boys like you." Chen Zhao walked out with a heavy heart. He still remembered how lost and panicked Chris had been. Did she run into trouble? Chapter 81. There is a death sentence in California. Chapter 81. There is a death sentence in California. After thinking over it, Chen Zhao still went to Chris's place. They were not friends on the spiritual level or the physical level, but it was the first time Chen Zhao had rejected a woman who had asked to sleep with him. Firstly, Chris had a boyfriend with whom she was already engaged. Chen Zhao did not want to destroy their relationship. Even if everything could be kept a secret, it would still make him feel uneasy. Moreover, Chris was somewhat emotionally unstable at that point. She did not necessarily want to sleep with Chen Zhao. After Chen Zhao had broken up with his ex, he had gone for online dating a few times. There was once he encountered precisely such an awkward situation. They were about to go to bed when she suddenly said, "I don't feel it anymore. Can I just use my hand?" Chen Zhao would have replied with a no if he was not afraid of being sued for rape. Nonetheless, if Chen Zhao had known earlier that Chris was going to break up with her boyfriend the second day, he would have agreed to Chris's request that night. Chen Zhao was not too picky about women. Perhaps it was only because he had a very low bottom line. Firstly, he wanted the woman to be clean and free of illnesses. Secondly, he would always wear condoms, which would benefit both parties. He did not agree that condoms would reduce the level of satisfaction. One could always use Durex extra thin. Chen Zhao also did not have any requirements for age. For example, he had accepted Zola, who was well over 40. Zola had maintained a good shape. Although she usually looked dignified and virtuous, she was much better than ordinary girls in bed. Moreover, she knew how to adore her bedmate and was willing to cooperate with any posture. Of course, the most important thing was that Chen Zhao did not dislike her. In the cab, Chen Zhao kept thinking about this and that. Since Chris had already broken up with her boyfriend, Chen Zhao might be able to have some exchange with her. Anyway, Chen Zhao had never planned to have a proper relationship or thought of marriage and having children. Chen Zhao walked to Chris's door and knocked. "Chris, are you there?" Only a long silence awaited Chen Zhao. He took 2 steps back and looked into the house through the windows. The lights were off. It was already past 7 p.m. Since the lights were off, Chen Zhao guessed that Chris was not at home. "Are you Chris's friend?" Chen Zhao turned his head around and saw a middle-aged man. "Are you Chris's relative?" "I'm her neighbor. I live in the next door house," the middle-aged man said, pointing at the house beside. "Hi, I'm Chris's friend. Do you know where she is?" "I saw her come back past 5 p.m. And she didn't go out, so she should still be at home," the middle-aged man said. "She's home." "Yep, but I think she's in a bad mood." "Is it?" "Yes. She just went to her boyfriend's funeral." "Huh. I heard that she broke up with her boyfriend. Is her boyfriend dead?" "That's right. He jumped off the roof of a tall building." "Is Chris going to do something stupid?" Chen Zhao said worriedly as he looked at the dark room. "Should we enter through the windows?" "I think that we should call the police," Chen Zhao replied. Suddenly, however, the middle-aged man took out a gun and pointed at Chen Zhao. It was already dark and there was no one around, so the middle-aged man was not worried that he would be noticed. "What are you doing?" Nothing. You only came at the wrong time, the middle-aged man said. However, the next moment, Walter leaped towards the middle-aged man and bit his wrist. Bang! Luckily, Qin Zhao managed to dodge the bullet. It was really a close one. Unlike most movies, there would be more than just a bullet hole on him if he was hit at such a close range. In fact, being shot at such a close range would very likely damage his limbs and muscles severely. The middle-aged man was no match for Walter at all. His wrist was already covered in blood, and his gun had dropped onto the ground. He could not even run away. After kicking the gun away, Qin Zhao subdued the middle-aged man with Walter. Then he called the police, who only reached after 20 minutes. This time, they were not those whom Qin Zhao already knew. They should be from another branch in Los Angeles. There were a total of 4 police, and they saw Qin Zhao press the middle-aged man onto the ground. Immediately, they pointed their guns at Qin Zhao. "Don't move!" Qin Zhao said helplessly, "Buddy, I was the one who called the police. What happened? Explain now." "I came here to find my friend whose boyfriend had just passed away, I think. I was worried that she's going to do something foolish, so I planned to call the police to check her house. Then this man pointed his gun at me, after which he was bitten by my dog. So I managed to subdue him and call you. Walter, bring them the gun." Walter picked up the gun from the ground and dropped it near the police. A police walked up and handcuffed the middle-aged man. Then they sent the man onto the police car. "You need to come to the police station with us too. Buddy, can you go in and check on my friend? I'm worried that something has happened to her. Spike, there's signs of intrusion here." A police discovered that one of the windows was broken. It was just enough for a person outside to stick his hand in and open the door. "Go in and check the house." The police bumped the door open directly and then turned on the lights. They checked every corner of the house, but there was nobody. "Are you sure your friend's at home?" "I don't know. That man said that she came back and didn't leave." Unable to find Chris, Qin Zhao could only follow the police back to the station. A police made a written report for Qin Zhao, but he still could not leave. After another 2 hours of boring waiting, a police finally walked in. "You can leave now. Buddy, can you tell me what had happened?" "He's a pervert. We saved a girl from his house and discovered the clothes of at least 10 girls. According to his statements, he originally intended to enter your friend's house at night, just like how he had managed to get his other prey. However, your arrival made him feel that he can accuse you. As long as you enter your friend's house, leave your fingerprints, and then he kills you. He could create false evidence to suggest that you fled to escape punishment. However, you chose to call the police, so he could only point his gun at you in an attempt to force you into the room. So you're saying he's killed over 10 girls?" "Yes, so you've done us a great favor." "There's the death sentence in California, right?" "That's my thought as well. I promise you that pervert is dead for sure." The police patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. "Thank you for helping us to solve a major problem. By the way, do you have news about my friend?" "Not for now, but I will take note of it for you. Leave your number here. If we receive any news, we'll inform you. Of course, if you discover anything, you can tell us too." "Sure." Chapter 82. I'm actually a spiritualist. Chapter 82. I'm actually a spiritualist. Qin Zhao realized someone was following him as soon as he left the police station. It was a 20-something-year-old woman holding hands with a girl. Qin Zhao thought they were just going the same way, but they followed him to an intersection. They would stop whenever Qin Zhao stopped. They just followed him without hiding themselves at all. Unable to take it anymore, Qin Zhao turned around and faced the mother and daughter. "Do I know you?" "You can see us." "What?" Qin Zhao was taken aback. "What do you mean, see us?" The next moment, it clicked in Qin Zhao's mind. "You guys are ghosts. We're under the oak tree beside St. Anthony Church." Qin Zhao was still confused. He had met spirits before, but the ones that he'd seen were all wooden and dazed. This duo didn't look like those spirits at all. They were just like living people. Were they victims of that pervert? Did they want him to find their bodies and bury them? Chen Zhao ran back to the police station. "Excuse me. Mr. Chen, why are you back? Did you forget something? Can I see the profiles of the pervert's victims?" "Technically, we can't reveal them. We haven't found their identities either, because we haven't found most of the bodies." The officer paused. "However, you're one of the involved parties, so I can show you. But can you tell me what you need it for? Is there a mother and daughter pair among the victims? The mother is around 30 years old, a brunette. The daughter is around 11 or 12. Just then, an exhausted-looking man walked out of the questioning room. Happening to hear Chen Zhao's words, he immediately rushed over. "Who are you? Why do you know Amanda and my daughter?" The police officer looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. He wouldn't believe it if someone suspected Chen Zhao. After all, he'd already inspected Chen Zhao. He'd just arrived in America, but he had a good record. He'd even saved 9 people from a fire recently, so the officer still believed in him. "Mr. Chen, can you explain this?" At that moment, the lights suddenly dimmed. Chen Zhao looked at the duo beside him. It was the daughter that had turned off the lights. Would you believe me if I say I'm a spiritualist?" Chen Zhao said awkwardly. The officer was awkward too. He didn't believe it, but he couldn't say that. "I do. I believe you. Sir, please tell me. Are they beside you right now?" Chen Zhao nodded with difficulty. "Yes, they're here." "Mr. Chen, Mr. Board has just received the news that his wife and daughter may possibly have been killed. Please don't upset him anymore." A cup of water on the table fell down without warning. The police and Board were both shocked. How could it just fall down for no reason? The water inside started moving orderly, writing out, "We are here. We are here." Board and the officer were shocked. The officer even fell to the ground. Actually, Chen Zhao really didn't want to act like a spiritualist, but there was a lot of religious freedom in America. There were a lot of religions that believed in ghosts and spirits too. Due to all the paranormal and supernatural movies, a lot of people believed in them too. Many so-called spiritualists appeared proudly on all sorts of platforms. Even the media would invite some well-known spiritualists for interviews. Of course, no one would send a spiritualist to an experiment lab for dissection. What happened? What's going on? When the officers outside heard the noise, they all ran in. Seeing their colleague sitting on the ground, they thought he'd been attacked. This was a police station after all. Sometimes criminals would attack the interrogator. A ghost? There's a ghost. "David, are you too stressed out?" "No, I'm serious," David said nervously. "That Mr. Chen's a spiritualist. Mr. Chen, tell them it's true." I'm just a part-time spiritualist. My main job is still a doctor." "That's not important. Tell them that Mr. Board's wife is here." The police officers from outside all looked at Chen Zhao, who hesitated. "They're here." The fallen cup suddenly floated up and approached Chen Zhao and the officers. In the end, it lost balance and fell to the ground, shattering. All the officers felt chills go up their spines. They were freaked out. Don't be scared. They're not evil spirits. They want me to help find them. The other stuff have nothing to do with me. Amanda, Aisha, I love you too. Mr. Chin, can they hear me? They couldn't. They could see Board, but couldn't hear him. It seemed that they could only communicate with Board through Chen Zhao. The other officers looked at Chen Zhao as he repeated Board's words to the air. Your daughter asks if you can help her take care of Alan. Board's face was covered tears. Aisha, I will. I'll help you take care of Alan. I'll take it out for walks every day. Your wife says she known about you and Joan, but she forgives you. Oh, Amanda, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's hurry and go look for their bodies. By now, the officers no longer doubted Chen Zhao. They all looked at him with awe. The police would actually work with spiritualists sometimes. Of course, it was mostly useless. Chen Zhao told the address to police and board, and everyone went into action. 3 police cars drove to St. Anthony Church. Chen Zhao saw the oak tree from afar. Pointing at it, he said, "It's there. They may have been buried there." He glanced at the mother and daughter beside him, but they disappeared without him realizing. The officers walked to the oak tree with their tools. Walter circled the oak tree. He sniffed the ground and then started barking wildly. The officers and board all looked at Chen Zhao, waiting for his instructions. "Dig there." He pointed where Walter was standing. Chapter 83. Trials of Life and Death. Chapter 83. Trials of Life and Death. Together, the few police dug 1 meter into the ground. Just then, one of the shovels hit something with a bang. "There's a box below. Lift it up." The police lifted the box out of the hole. Opening the box, they actually saw a mother and a daughter inside. They were both naked and had some wounds on their bodies. Chen Zhao was also astonished. "Wait, they're not dead." "What?" "David, call the ambulance." "Walter, get me my toolbox." Chen Zhao removed his jacket and placed it on Amanda. Another police also did the same for Aisha. Both ladies were in deep coma. Moreover, they had been severely harmed before this. Nobody had any idea how long they had been buried. Although the box was quite big, it would probably only contain a few hours of air. It was hard to believe that they had pulled through. Chen Zhao had to perform first aid on them immediately. There was no time to waste. "All of you stand back. They're in suspended animation now, which is extremely dangerous. Mr. Board, you too." The police and board could not help either, so they took a few steps back. As Chen Zhao fed the pair some medicine made from perfect crystal powder, he lifted his head and asked, "When will the ambulance arrive?" The sky was already very dark at the moment. The police was lighting the place up with their flashlights, but their vision was still affected. About 15 minutes. As long as they were not dead yet, Chen Zhao was confident that he could save them. However, he could only save their lives and could not do anything about their psychological trauma. Chen Zhao was very familiar with one of the paramedics on the ambulance. It was 4. "It's you." "Mr. Chen, do you know each other?" David asked curiously. "Kind of. We're both doctors after all." "Ms. 4, why are you looking at me like this? Now's not the time to be distracted. The lives of these 2 ladies still depend on you." "Since you're here, I believe that they'll be fine," said. "Thank you for the compliment. Buddy, if there's nothing else for me, I'll take my leave now." "Mr. Chen, let me send you home," David invited. "I live in Mountain Town, which is quite far away. Are you sure you want to send me back? There ain't any cabs around here." "All right, thanks." "No, we should be the ones to thank you. You've saved a mother and a daughter, a family indeed. Sadly, I can't save more." "Mr. Chen." "Call me Chen." "Chen, since the mother and the daughter aren't dead, why can you see their souls?" "I have no clue. I'm only an amateur spiritualist. You should ask a more professional spiritualist such a question." Chen Zhao also wanted to know the answer. He decided to ask Blackie after getting home. "Yet you're already the most professional spiritualist I've ever seen." An hour later, David stared at Chen Zhao's house. "Do you stay here? It looks gloomy." "I've rented this apartment. It's haunted." Why are you staying here if it's haunted?" "Because it's cheap." "Fine, but you shouldn't be bothered anyway. You're a spiritualist after all. Do you want to come in and take a seat?" "Forget it. I need to rush back to the station. Next time." "Okay then. Right, don't forget to help me find my friend." "Sure. If I receive any news." You'll be the first person to know it. Doctor, how's my wife and daughter? How are they now? Their vital signs are both very stable and they're not in danger. However, your daughter has suffered from cerebral hypoxia and she might what? She might suffer brain injury. She might remain in coma for an extended period of time, and her intelligence might also be affected. No way. Doctor, Aisha is only 12. Please help her. These are only the worst possibilities. If she really remains in coma or suffers permanent brain damage due to this, there's almost no way the current medical technology can heal her. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Please save my daughter. I can't, but maybe that person can, for said looking at board. That person? Who? Where's the person? The Asian who's been with you earlier. His name is Chin, no? Can he? Yes. Go and plead him. If he wants, perhaps he can heal your daughter. Can he really? You don't have any other choices now, do you? I'll go and find him. By the way, don't tell him that I've told you this. Why? There's some resentment between the two of us. If he finds out that I'm the one who told you this, he might reject you. Get it? Okay, I got it. Thank you, Doctor. At the moment, Chen Zhao was in Blackie's castle. Whenever Blackie was home, he would be in the laboratory with Chen Zhao. Blackie, I met the souls of a mother and a daughter today. They were not dead, but their souls appeared before me. Why did it happen? They're living souls. They appear after losing consciousness, but there are many reasons they can appear. Strong personal will or obsession with living or fear of death or unfulfilled wishes. Oh yeah, that girl's soul can perform some unbelievable actions. She can move physical objects. Oh, that's a soul with spiritual talents. Spiritual talents? Spiritualist? Yes, you're considered as a spiritualist too. Me? Kind of. What do you mean by kind of? Spiritualists can only communicate with souls. They can't speak with demons. In fact, they can't even see me, but you can order demons at your will. Seems like I'm stronger. A spiritualist will only awaken after experiencing trials of life and death. That girl has already started to awaken and pass death trial, but she still has to face life trial now. What do you mean? Her death trial is the injury that she suffered earlier. However, because of your intervention, she's passed her death trial, and what follows is life trial. If she can't pass her life trial, she'll remain in coma forever. What will she face? Now, she's like a dazzling gem. There'll be many evil spirits that can detect her presence. Perhaps all the evil spirits in the entire city will feel her, find her, and then feed on her. Doesn't that mean her situation now is very dangerous? Yes, extremely dangerous indeed, and not just her. The people around her will also be in danger. Can you help me to protect her? Blackie smiled. Although he did not have a face, Chen Zhao could still somehow feel his smile. Just tell me, what's the price you want? For every evil spirit I settle, I want 1 year worth of demonic crystals. Deal. Chapter 84. The Man Who Held a Gun to Chen Zhao's Head. Chapter 84. The Man Who Held a Gun to Chen Zhao's Head. Hi, David. A woman walked into the office. David was reading the case and looked up at the incomer. You're Miss Sienna. David stood up immediately. Hello. How can I help you today? Your team leader called me here. He went out and won't be back until noon. I'll call him now. Sienna was the consultant for the LA West City branch. She was also a true spiritualist. David hadn't worked with Sienna before, but he'd heard his team leader mention her before. Apparently, Sienna could communicate with the dead. This reminded David of Chen Zhao. He wondered if Sienna or Chen was more powerful. Miss Sienna, you're a spiritualist, right? Sienna chuckled without answering David's question. This wasn't a secret in the station anymore, but she'd never communicated with the dead before any officer. The reason was that not everyone was willing to believe that there were spirits in this world. Plus, she couldn't make the spirits appear before everyone. Even people from the stations that she worked with said behind her back that she was just pretending. Miss Sienna, are spirits like us living folks? She looked at David. Do you believe there are spirits on this world? Yes, and I believe that you spiritualists can see them and talk to them. Another spiritualist came to our station yesterday. He says he's just a part-time spiritualist, but he can talk to them. Huh. You believe him just because he says he's one? Sienna scoffed. She'd met a lot of people in her field, but most were fakes. These people acted mysteriously all day and even talked professionally on TV shows. But to Sienna, they were all fakes. Of course. Sienna couldn't prove that they were liars. It was just like how she couldn't prove that she wasn't a liar. It's true. My colleagues and I saw a cup fly before us. He even helped us save a mother and daughter. Oh, the souls that he saw were the mother and daughter pair? Sienna asked immediately, surprised. Yes, their spirits went to find him and asked him to save them. Now, the mom is awake, but she doesn't seem to remember her soul coming out. Her daughter is still in a coma, though. The doctor said that she has brain hypoxia and might be in a coma forever. Sienna furrowed her brows. Which hospital is the girl in now? Why, what's wrong? Tell me what hospital she's in now, Sienna pressed on. David told her the hospital. I'm going. Tell your team leader that I have an emergency. Sienna left without even looking back. David ran after her. Miss Sienna, can you tell me what's wrong? That girl is in danger. What? Is someone trying to hurt her? David was frightened. There weren't any police protecting her there. Not a person, Sienna said. It's useless talking to you. The police can't help. Miss Sienna, we saved that girl. It's our duty to protect her. Please tell me who's trying to hurt her. It's no use. Sienna walked out of the station, but David was still behind her. Miss Sienna, we can definitely protect her. Please tell me what we should do. You can't do anything. You'll just add to the mess. We can request for stronger reinforcement. LA has an anti-terrorist department. This isn't what humans can defeat. Evil spirits are threatening that girl's life, you understand? To those evil spirits, she's like a delicious piece of cake. Whatever. You won't believe me. David stood frozen in his spot. Evil spirits. Sienna was already gone, but David was still dazed. Suddenly he thought of something. Chen Zhao. Perhaps he could help. Perhaps he could protect that girl. No, he definitely could. David immediately looked for Chen Zhao's number. Hello, Chen Zhao speaking. Mr. Chen, it's Marguerite. You should remember me, right? I need your help. Marguerite? I remember. The first time I got a gun pointed at my head was because of you, right? Chen Zhao immediately lost his temper, seriously. He'd almost pissed his pants that time. They were talking through the phone now, so Chen Zhao vented out all his anger. Mr. Chin, I'm sorry about that time. I'm seriously sorry. I need your help right now. Help? Sorry, I won't help you. $10,000. Marguerite gritted out. I promise I won't disturb you again. I swear on my dignity. $10,000 wasn't a small number. Chin Zhao, calm down. Tell me first if you, or someone you know, is in trouble. Me, my boss, and 2 partners. We're getting chased, and we're all hurt. One of us is badly hurt. I can't think of anyone else who can help us. Will you ensure my safety if I go over there? I need to at least be sure that you won't kill me afterward. Yes, I swear. I swear on my life. Fine. Tell me where I need to go. Chin Zhao opened his curtains and looked outside. Indeed, there was a car parked on the road. He walked out with Beelzebub and his toolkit. After getting into the car, he saw that Marguerite's abdomen was dyed red and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mr. Chin, I promise you'll be safe, but before this, can you turn off your phone? I trust you. but I hope no one will find us through you. Fine, but you need treatment. Let's leave this place first. Morgri drove the car away. Let me check your injury first. Chen Zhao opened Morgri's shirt. Okay, the bullet didn't stay in your body. It went through your right abdomen, and you have pretty heavy blood loss. Drink this, and I'll stitch you up. Chen Zhao handed a thin, demonic crystal potion to Morgri. Bear the pain and don't drive us into a ditch. Morgri drove while enduring the immense pain. Chin, if this happens again, can you please bring some anesthetics? Not everyone can take this pain. Nope, I don't have a license. I can't get anesthetics. I have connections, Morgri said. Tell me what happened. Why are you getting chased? Are you sure you want to know? Whatever. Pretend I didn't ask. It's not much. After all, we're not a secret in either the legal or illegal world. Our team has a police mole, and he betrayed us. The FBI ruined our business, and our enemy started chasing us. You can't even protect yourself, and you can still get me controlled drugs. Two different things. You really have connections to get me some medicine. To be honest, Qin Zhao did need it. The problem with being an illegal doctor was that medicine was hard to get. He couldn't get things like analgesics and anesthetics without a legit prescription at all. He really needed these things right now, which was why he asked Morgri. Of course, but it's different from the market price. The cheapest one will be twice the price of a legit pharmacy. Some others are crazily expensive. You need to mentally prepare yourself. Of course, I understand. Chapter 85. Baldness requires timely treatment. Chapter 85. Baldness requires timely treatment. Qin Zhao looked at the forest by the roadside. Turning his head, he glanced at Morgri. Are you planning to bring me to the wilds, kill me, and then dispose of my body? Do Chinese people all like to imagine things? It's just that American films often contain such scenes, so you can only see them in films. Morgri rolled his eyes. The pair passed many winding roads. It was already somewhat dark at the moment. Suddenly, the car came to a stop. We've reached. Qin Zhao asked. No, we have to walk from here. Don't tell me your place is in the woods. Yup, we can only hide in here now. Are you sure you have enough cash to pay me later? People like us always have a few strongholds ready in advance. These strongholds have enough resources and cash to be used precisely in such situations. They walked for over 10 minutes. The forest was rather hot and stuffy, so Chen Zhao was already panting. Do you want me to carry your toolbox for you? Nope. The one inside doesn't like other people to go near him. The one inside... Qin Zhao opened the toolbox and Raymond climbed out. Hiss! Seeing the huge, colorful snake, Morgri took a few steps back in fright. However, he was only momentarily shocked. Morgri also glanced at Beelzebub, Walter, and Carrie who were beside Qin Zhao. Do you always bring your pets when you come out to work? Morgri looked at the playing pets. Clearly, he did not know that an evil existence was floating above his head. I'm used to it. If I leave them home, I'll have to contact a repair company the next day. I used to have a dog too. What happened then? My enemy hung it on my door. I thought it'll be a touching story. That day, I found the enemy and hung him on his mother's door. Chen Zhao decided to change the topic. Morgri, it's not a good sign for you to be bald at this age. Do you plan to have long-term treatment? I can let you have thick hair again. I shaved it myself, bastard. Is it? Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. Baldness is a common illness and might be inherited or due to a skin condition. But I think you should have a checkup early. After all, baldness is sometimes an early sign of erectile dysfunction. I don't need it. My sexual function is great. You don't have to worry about it. Really? I don't want to talk about this. Morgri was somewhat confused. After walking for over half an hour in the woods, He had almost forgotten about the wound on his abdomen. Just now, Qin Zhao had done nothing apart from giving him an unknown black solution and stitching his wound. Why would his injury be stabilized so quickly? Given that Marguerite had been frequently injured, he could roughly tell how severe his wound was. In the past, he had had injuries which were slightly less severe than this time. Even with anesthetic and professional bandaging, treatment and transfusion, he was not able to move freely for a few days. However, Chen Zhao had only treated him briefly, and he was already no longer in pain. This caused Chen Zhao's importance in Marguerite's eyes to rise. Sometimes a good doctor was equivalent to an extra life for people like Marguerite. It's right in front. We're almost there. Soon, a small, lit house appeared before them from the trees. The house looks quite old. It used to be the property of a hunter. It's been here for around 70 or 80 years. Are you sure nobody will find this place? Whatever. As long as our enemies can't find this place. Knock, knock. Marguerite knocked on the door with a special rhythm. Clearly, it was a secret code they had agreed on earlier. A gap was slowly opened through the door. The person inside looked outside before opening the door fully. Qin Zhao saw a dispirited man with messy hair who was about 30 years old. His face was bruised and bloodstained could be seen around the left opening of his pants. Is he the doctor? Yes. Qin Zhao entered the room. There were 2 more people inside, one of whom he already knew. It was Marguerite's boss. He was lying on the ground with a sheet on. It seemed like he was asleep, but he was still holding a gun in his hand. Qin Zhao thought that Marguerite's boss might just shoot him while dreaming. The last person was sitting at the table and eating some food, but he also looked listless. Who first? Qin Zhao asked. Suddenly, the dispirited man who had opened the door shouted in fear, "Ah, there's a snake! A snake!" The person who had been eating drew his gun in shock. The gang leader who was asleep also jumped up, took his gun, and pointed it at Qin Zhao. It's the second time. Qin Zhao stared at the leader in anger. "Chen, it's you!" The leader put his gun back. Marguerite flung his hand at the dispirited man's face. "Sanders, stop shocking us. Don't you think we've enough to worry about already?" Marguerite watched as Qin Zhao allowed his colorful pet snake to crawl all over the house. Concerned, he asked, "Qin, are you sure your pet wouldn't go missing if it keeps crawling around like this?" "Even if all of you go missing, he wouldn't." The dispirited man seemed to be very scared of snakes. As Raymond made a circle around the house, he moved around too, not daring to go near Raymond. However, the more he was afraid, the more Raymond wanted to go close to him. Sadly, his leg was still injured, so he could only limp around. "Enough, Raymond, stop scaring him." Everyone realized that the snake was actually obedient. He stopped harassing the dispirited man and crawled near the fireplace, after which he coiled up. It was almost December, and the temperature around Los Angeles had already started to fall. At night, the temperature could even fall below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Qin Zhao looked at the leader. "You want to go first?" "No, my injuries aren't severe. Nesta, you first." The man who had been eating by the table walked to Qin Zhao. He looked somewhat cold, and he had been silent all the time. Qin Zhao looked at Nesta. "Where's your injuries?" Nesta removed his clothes at once, and then lied down on the floor. Qin Zhao saw a bloody long wound on his back, as well as 2 holes. It seemed like he had been attacked by someone from the back. His injuries were severe, but not hard to deal with. None of the wounds damaged the spine or any important part. While the wounds were terrifying, they were not deadly. At least, he would probably not die as long as he was treated before any infections. Qin Zhao quickly applied some medicine on his wounds. It was actually not a medicine in the human world, but rather an herb in hell. While the medicine was made from plants in hell, it was not harmful to humans. After applying the medicine, Qin Zhao started suturing the long wound and bandaging the injuries. He made 35 stitches, during which Nesta made no sound at all. Later your wounds will feel very itchy, but you mustn't scratch with your hands. Morgri, keep an eye on him, Chinzhao said. Don't worry. Nesta's a tough guy, Morgri said unconcerned. I hope so. Chapter 86. A bit powerless recently. Chapter 86. A bit powerless recently. While Chun Zhao was treating the boss, Nesta finally had some reactions. He could take it in the beginning and just ground his teeth in pain. Gradually it became too much. He tried reaching behind to scratch his back. Morgri grabbed Nesta's back. Nesta, you're a man. You can't give in. Nesta bore it for a moment longer, but his expression became spectacular. It really itches, right? Very, very itchy. Did you put like 100 bugs on my back? The prescription that Chen Zhao used was made according to the notes in the demonic medical book. The previous Grim Reaper had experimented on human bodies. Don't worry, it'll only last around 20 minutes. You've already survived more than 10 minutes. It's almost over. You can do it. The boss looked at Nesta. Is it really that itchy? You never made a sound when you're hurt before. You want to get some too? It's really effective. Will it help me heal faster? Yes. Then give me some. Chun Zhao applied some of the medicine on the boss. The next moment he felt itchiness and was going to scratch it, but Chun Zhao slapped his hand away. You just told someone to stop, but you can't take it now. After Chun Zhao finished patching up the boss, he turned toward the dispirited guy. Your turn. Take off your pants. The man's left thigh was hurt, so he had to take off his pants. Chun Zhao covered his nose. How many days have you gone without changing your underwear? We've been on the run for 2 days, Morgri said. Look at us. Do you think we can shower? It's like you have a rotting muffin hidden in your pants. Chun Zhao had to put on a mask. The smell was honestly disgusting. The dispirited man's injuries were the lightest, but the most troublesome. He'd been hurt for the longest time, and the bullet had been stuck in his thigh the entire time. Thankfully, it was a smaller bullet, and the shooter had been far away. Otherwise, he could say goodbye to his thigh. The wound was infected. Chun Zhao opened the wound up a bit and sliced off the infected parts. At the same time, he dug out the bullet with surgical forceps. Blood spurted out as soon as the bullet was out. Press down there. Chun Zhao had the man hold down a meridian in his thigh. When he did so, the bleeding stopped immediately. If you dragged this out one more day, your leg would be gone. The man's lips turned purple, and his forehead was covered in sweat. All right. Chun Zhao wiped his sweat. Don't put the wound in water for 2 days. After 2 days, you can change the gauze, take a shower, and then change the gauze. Oh, it's best if you disinfect the wound with rubbing alcohol before wrapping it again. What about us? Morgri asked. You 3 don't have troublesome injuries and had the medicine applied to. It'll scab over quickly. It's best if you shower and keep clean. Where's the bathroom? I need to wash my hands. In the back. Chun Zhao came out after washing his hands, but Nesta pointed a gun to his head. Nesta, put down the gun, Morgri said. You can trust Chin. You better prepare more cash next time, or else I'm definitely not coming. Morgri took out a stack of cash and gave it to Chin Zhao. I'll see you out. After leaving the forest, Morgri followed behind Chin Zhao awkwardly. He'd promised he wouldn't hold a gun to Chin Zhao's head, but then someone else did it. Chen, I'm really sorry. I swear it won't happen next time. Whatever. I won't ask about your stuff. Can I turn on my phone now? Yes. Morgri nodded. Chin Zhao turned on his phone and saw a bunch of missed calls. One of them was Vincent. The others were all from David. Hello, David? What's wrong? Chin, why did you turn off your phone? I called you so many times, but they wouldn't go through. I even went to your house, but you weren't there. There might be a problem with the girl you saved yesterday. What's wrong with her? Chun Zhao slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that Blackie had said yesterday that the girl named Aisha seemed to have another life trial. Was her life trial coming so quickly? A spiritualist came here today. A spiritualist? Is it a scammer? No. After she heard about the girl, she said the girl's in big trouble, like something's gonna attack her? I thought of you. Can you protect her? A spiritualist? Blackie had said that those who'd gone through the trials of life and death would become spiritualists. This meant that the person David spoke of had gone through it and knew what would happen to the girl. Chen, are you listening? David asked anxiously. Please say something. Oh, I'm here. Which hospital is the girl in? Chantilly Hospital. Can you transfer her out? Transfer out? Why? It may affect people around her. It's that serious. Yes, it's very serious. But I don't have the authority, and the girl isn't a criminal. We need her dad's permission. Whatever, let's go to Chantilly first. Chen Zhao said helplessly. We'll see later. After hanging up, Chun Zhao turned and said, To Chantilly Hospital. Is there trouble? Do you need help? It's fine. The guy who just called me is the police. I don't think you want to appear before him. Okay. You work with the police too? Not really. What are you going to kill me? I'm not that unreasonable. Plus, we worked with the police before too. Of course, it's nothing legal. Good. But it's best if you guys move out later. Otherwise, you'll definitely suspect me if your place gets exposed. As if we need to be told. After reaching Chantilly Hospital, Chen Zhao got off. Morgary suddenly poked his head out. Chin, how long will it take to cure balding? Didn't you say you don't need it? I have balding friends. It's not me. Oh, then have your friend come see me. I need to diagnose him face to face. Fine, it's me. Do you have trouble getting hard? No, my sex is great. Oh, then you don't need to be treated. Goodbye. Fine, don't leave. I'm just feeling a little powerless these days. I can only get hard with medication. Come find me after you get through your recent trouble. With that, Chen Zhao picked up his toolkit and walked away with his pets. Chapter 87. An Unexpected Setting. Chapter 87. An Unexpected Setting. David, I'm here. Chun Zhao already saw David, who was sitting in the lobby of the hospital. David immediately walked to him. Chen, you're finally here. Can you describe to me the situation in detail? David told Chun Zhao the entire story. That's about all. Since that female spiritualist knows about it, she should have a solution. Moreover, I'm only an amateur and can't be compared to a professional one. Is it? David was somewhat hesitant. After all, he had seen Chun Zhao display his skill of communicating with souls for himself. On the other hand, although the professional spiritualist Ms. Sienna had worked with the police a few times, nobody had seen her actually do anything. Therefore, David was unsure if Sienna was really that powerful. I'll stay in the hospital tonight, Chun Zhao said. Since Chun Zhao had already started helping, he might as well do it until the end. He was not paid for this, but he could not sleep at home unworried, knowing that a girl's life was at stake. I haven't told the girl's father about it. Do you think we should inform him? How do we inform him? Tell him that his daughter is about to be attacked by evil spirits? So do we not do anything? That female spiritualist is already there, no? Clearly, she can't just go near the girl without talking to her father. Then what do we do now? Sit here and rest. Here? Not the ward? No. I'll know if evil spirits are here. However, David could not sit still. He kept anxiously walking in circles before Chun Zhao. David, don't you have something to do in the station? If you have anything, you can leave first. You can't help here anyway. It's okay. Actually, I'm on leave. All right, but can you sit down? You're disturbing me. Chin, aren't you nervous? Oh, right. You must have experienced such situations many times. Are evil spirits very scary? Actually, it's my first time too. As for evil spirits, Qin Zhao had seen many of them in Blackie's place. Having seen so many evil spirits, Qin Zhao was already used to it. Just then, Chen Zhao's old acquaintance came. Mr. Chen, we meet again, strolled towards the pair. Her white coat could not cover her unique temperament and proud look at all. Chen Zhao noticed that she had always been looking at him as if she was superior. Hence, Chen Zhao had always disliked Dr. Fu, how may I help you? You know that pets are not allowed into the hospital. Oh, are you chasing me out? No, as long as you wish. Chantilly Hospital always welcomes you. I'm honored by your words. Mr. Chin, why are you here? Is there a patient who requires your treatment? Although Fu had only encountered Chen Zhao a few times, she could still roughly tell that Chen Zhao was unwilling to expose his medical skills. Thus, she felt that she should get close to him step by step instead of proposing an unreasonable request hastily. She should at least become Chen Zhao's friend first, and not let him dislike her. I have somnambulism and accidentally sleepwalked to the hospital, Chen Zhao said. Fu's smile was somewhat cold. Mr. Chin, don't you think your joke is a little too cold? Is it? Huh. Subconsciously, Chen Zhao disliked Fu and was unwilling to interact with her. Is he your friend? I remember he's a police. Fu glanced at David. David was energized at once. Hi, I'm David. Fu was very beautiful, and beautiful women could always attract the eyes and admiration of men. David was a straight man, so he obviously liked beautiful women. Fu had everything a man would hope for: beauty, intelligence, sexiness, and independence. Hi, it's the second time we've met. Fu had a faint smile on her face, but she still looked distant. Can I have your number? We can meet when you're free. Sorry, I still have work to do. Bye. Fu left the pair. Chen Zhao petted David's shoulder. Great. It's a really effective method to chase her away. Huh. It was already past 1 in the morning. Suddenly, Chen Zhao stood up. David could feel his heart skip a beat. Are they here? No. That's all for tonight. Why? She'll be safe after 1. Just then, a woman walked out from the elevator in the lobby. Huh. David, why are you here? Ms. Sienna, this is the spiritualist I've told you about. Him. Chen Zhao saw the same arrogant look Fu had in Sienna's eyes. Eastern, are you the amateur spiritualist? Yes. Leave this place. It's not something you can help with, Sienna said. Okay. Bye. Chen Zhao walked a few steps away before turning around again. Oh yeah, take this. David looked at the keys in his hand in puzzlement. What's this? It's for the basement in my house. If you need help, I'm not around, and you can't contact me. You can hide in my basement. Huh? Basement? I should leave now. This time, Chen Zhao really left. Ms. Sienna, how could you treat Chen like this? He's here to help. Help? Sienna sneered. He has no idea what he's about to face. I believe in him. Your trust is useless. That Eastern can't help us. How can you be so certain? He's a man. So what? In the Middle Ages, churches used to hunt down witches, who were actually women like me. We can communicate with souls and were viewed as evil beings. A minority of men can also communicate with souls, and they're called wizards, but they're not nearly as powerful as witches. In thousands of years of development for classes formed among the witches: toxicology, death-speaking, spiritology, and divination. Also, wizards are servants of witches. Do you get it now? Wizards and witches are different in both their positions and abilities. Wait, is it really good to have such a setting all of a sudden? Don't confuse movies with reality. It's not a magical world. We only have a bit more abilities than normal people. It's not as complicated as you think. Then is there an evil organization or a madman wanting to destroy the world? Sienna rolled her eyes. In fact, witches like me don't only cooperate with the police, but also with the government sometimes. Of course, there isn't any evil organization, let alone a madman who wants to destroy the world. We also can't destroy the world. Then what class of witch are you? I'm both a death speaker and a spiritualist. Double class. It's like taking a subject in college. As long as you have time, you can learn other disciplines. Can you protect that girl by yourself? I don't know. The girl has already awakened. Furthermore, I've never seen anyone as talented as her. I'm afraid that she'll attract countless evil spirits. I'm also unsure how bad the situation will be then. In this case, isn't it better to have one more helper? You mean one more burden? I suggest you don't get yourself involved too. Both you and he are of little help to me. Chapter 88. The Two Types of People Chen Zhao Hates. Chapter 88. The Two Types of People Chen Zhao Hates. Blackie, why does that woman make me feel like she's cooler than me? From the way you understand the word, she is indeed cooler than you, Blackie said matter-of-factly. Is she powerful? She should be a death speaker witch. I know what a witch is, but what's a death speaker? Just like careers for people, you can say a death speaker is a type of career too. What do they do? It sounds really high-end. They're a type of witch that enslaves evil spirits to help them do some things when needed. For example, regular evil spirits just scare people, but stronger ones can take over a human or even help her fight directly. I feel like I'm involved in a magical world now. This is different from my worldviews. Are there many people like her in the world? Which magic is the magic that demons don't want? Beelzebub said with disdain. More than 1,000 years ago, demons left behind some magic when they were summoned to the human world. Most aren't suitable for human use, though, so the humans changed it up themselves and evolved into what it is today. Are there any I can learn? Chen Zhao wanted to learn magic too. I don't know many spells, and most are subordinate spells. You can't learn it. Why not? You aren't my king's low-level demon. How can you learn glutton spells? What about you? Any spells? Human, don't ask me. I don't know any spells other than subordinate spells. Blackie, what about you? I don't know any, Blackie answered. But if you want to learn, you can look for demons without subordinate. Are there any spells that can destroy the world instantly? Yes. Really? In comics? Beelzebub looked at him scornfully. But if you really want to learn magic, you can look for Raz. Maybe he has magic books. Him. But his stuff is all so expensive. Chen Zhao got back home, but saw that the light was on. He froze. Was there someone there? Jerlin. Chen Zhao had only given his keys to Jerlin. As soon as he entered, he saw someone lying on the sofa. A pair of long legs was propped on the living room table. Those legs weren't Jerlin's. She was more muscular and didn't have such slender legs. The skin color wasn't right either. Chen Zhao walked into the living room and saw Fei Lai sleeping on the sofa. She was still holding the remote control. She'd probably fallen asleep while watching TV. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao enjoyed those long, sexy legs and gradually looked up. As expected from the coastal lifeguard, her figure went without saying. When he knocked on the doorframe, Fei Lai's eyes flew open and she jumped up. Did I go into the wrong home? Hi, you're back? Fei Lai rubbed her eyes. Walter, come to me. I miss you so much. Can you tell me why you have my keys and why you're here? From now on, this is my home too. I never allowed you to live here, Chen Zhao said coldly. Actually, you did. Fei Lai took out a contract and placed it on the table. Chen Zhao grabbed it. Seeing the rent contract, his expression darkened immediately. The agent had called in the morning and told him they'd found a roommate for him. It was her. Don't you know that rooming with an unfamiliar man is really dangerous? I'm not scared. Walter will protect me. Fei Lai acted as if she didn't understand, but Chen Zhao doubted she was just a dumb blonde. Plus, she wasn't even blonde. Why aren't you going to your room? Didn't clean up yet. Oh, right, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? And why did you bring Walter with you? I think that's my freedom. You don't need to worry where I'm going or if I bring Walter. Walter isn't only your dog. Did you hear about this home's history from the agent? Yes. It's bad luck, right? But you're not scared, so why should I be scared? Fine, whatever. Chen Zhao shook his head. Since we're living together, you better be prepared. I have some habits, for example. Habits. Running around nude at home. Huh. If you dare do that, I'll call the cops. It says clearly in the contract that if one party has indecent behavior in shared space, the other party has the right to call the cops. If you can't tolerate it, I'll have to move. Sneering, Chen Zhao continued, I promise you'll never be able to find me or see Walter. Fine. As long as you don't harass me, I won't care. I'm a lifeguard. I've seen everything before. Also, you can't go into the basement. What's in the basement? Did you hide any unseeable things? To be honest, the basement was just a basement. The entrance to Blackie's space crevice was there, but without Blackie's permission, no one could enter the crevice. Some of my medical equipment and medicine. I don't wish for anyone to touch my things. Okay, I won't go. I don't like being in those dark and damp places anyway. Okay, I'm going to rest now. Chen Zhao walked into the bathroom. He stripped until only his underwear was left and then ran around the house. Fei Lai pretended she didn't see the half-nude Chen Zhao, just as they'd agreed on. Is there food? I'm hungry. In the fridge. Go look yourself. Shirtless, Chen Zhao brushed his teeth while watching TV in the living room. The pizza's nice. You make it? No, the neighbors gave it to me. Leave some for me. I haven't eaten yet. Is it okay for you to eat so much at night? Lifeguards have high expenditures every day. I need to eat at least 2,000 calories per day. If I'm not full, I'll be the one to run into trouble. Fei Lai was entirely unladylike when she ate. She stuffed the pizza in her mouth like a chipmunk. Do you work so late every day? Depends, Chen Zhao said. I have to go out if I get a client's call at night. Fei Lai saw Raymond slither to Walter. The snake and dog cuddled up together. Are you sure that snake won't bite Walter? It's smarter than you. Chen Zhao showered in the bathroom. When he came out, he saw that Fei Lai had taken the beer out of Chen Zhao's fridge. There's more than 2,000 calories on the table. It's okay. I have a fast metabolism, so I never get fat. There were two types of people that Chen Zhao hated the most. Skinny people and skinny people that proclaimed they never got fat no matter what they ate. Chapter 89, Filming Team. Chapter 89, Filming Team. Chen Zhao slept until noon. When he woke up, Fei Lai had long left. Chen Zhao tidied himself up, after which he called Vincent. Chen, where are you going today? New Cage Avenue. I don't know the exact location, Chen Zhao said. That's on the other side of Los Angeles. I'll give you a discount. $300. Are you not using the meter? If I use the meter, it'll be at least $500. Fine. $300 it is. Are you in a hurry? If not, I'll drive slower. As long as I reach in an hour. We can't reach in an hour, but I'll try. Chen Zhao was heading for New Cage Avenue, where Steven's movie team was filming. Steven had built an outdoor studio there. Chen Zhao and Steven had agreed to meet at the studio that day. New Cage Avenue was also in the suburbs. It ran along the coastline and the scenery was excellent. The left side of the avenue was occupied by a mountain with lush greenery, while one could have a nice view of the sea and feel the salty sea breeze on the other side. When Chen Zhao called Stephen to ask for his exact location, Chen Zhao could not understand it despite being told a few times. In the end, he could only pass his phone to Vincent and let him communicate with Stephen. Outside the studio, Vincent's car was stopped by a guard. "Sorry, a team is filming ahead. You can't enter." Chen Zhao made a call. Soon, a short man with curly hair walked out hurriedly. "Get out of the way. This is Mr. Stephen's guest." The curly-haired man waved his hand to instruct the guard. "You must be Mr. Chin. Is your car going in as well?" "Yes. He still has to drive me back later. There might not be a place to park your car inside. Can you park it here? The guard will watch over it." "All right. Vincent, follow me in." Vincent was also very interested in the studio. He was born and grew up in Los Angeles. While it was claimed that every Angelino knew how to act, he had never really learned anything about filming or been to a studio. "How should I address you?" "I'm the assistant director. You can call me Holier." Chen Zhao already saw Stephen. He was sitting in front of the small screen behind the camera, looking at the video being captured. Chen Zhao also knew the actress before the lens, Yafan. She was playing opposite a male actor. Yafan saw Chen Zhao with the corner of her eyes. Immediately, Stephen noticed that Yafan was distracted. "Cut, again. Yafan, where were you looking at?" "Sorry," Yafan apologized right away, but she still glanced at Chen Zhao, who was behind Stephen. Stephen also noticed Yafan's look and turned his head. "Ha, Chin, you're here. Holier, help me to film scene 146. Stephen immediately stood up and commanded Holier to take over his task. "Yafan, come here." Yafan walked to Chen Zhao and openly hugged him to welcome his arrival. Vincent swallowed his saliva. He recalled picking Chen Zhao up from Yafan's house the last time. "She's so beautiful." Vincent could not help but envy Chen Zhao. "Yafan, finish your sections first. I have something to discuss with Chen." Then Stephen looked at Vincent. "Oh, he's my friend, Vincent. He drove me here." "Vincent, do you want to try being an actor?" Can I? I have a small role with a few lines. If you're interested, you can try." "Holier, arrange it and give him the script. I need to talk to Chin." "Yes, Mr. Stephen." As the assistant director, his main job was to replace the director for less important scenes, accumulate work experience, and better his filming skills. Stephen brought Chen Zhao into his motorhome. After boarding the vehicle, Chen Zhao realized that it was actually a small apartment. He estimated that such a vehicle would cost $2 million, which was more expensive than the house he was currently living in. "Chen, do we start the treatment now?" "Yes. Remove your shirt and lie on the sofa." "Will it hurt?" "No. You wouldn't even feel any discomfort. We can chat during the treatment." "Chin, do you want to be my health consultant? I'll give you $8,000 a month. You do a checkup on me every once in a while." "Sure." Chen Zhao accepted the deal at once because the pay was very high. Health consultant is different from personal doctor. A health consultant is not in charge of treatment, but only provides physical examination and advice. At the same time, he would need to answer any medical queries the client has. In addition, a health consultant can have more than just one client as long as he has the time. He can have 10 or even 100 clients. Of course, normally a health consultant can only have at most 10 clients. After all, physical examination and talking with the client take up at least half a day. If Chen Zhao were to become the health consultant of 10 clients, he would need to spend 5 to 10 days every month on these clients. If he had more clients, he would not even be able to continue with his original job. $8,000 a month was already extremely high. An ordinary doctor might not even be able to get $1,000 from a client, not to mention the tax he had to pay. Of course, being a health consultant was different from treating Stephen or Rasfa. While Chen Zhao would get tens of thousands per session, Such income was very unstable. He might earn a lot for a while and not get much for the next few months. He would stop getting paid after the treatments were over, unless he could get a patient that required long-term treatment. Also, not every patient was as rich as Stephen or Rasva. On the other hand, health consultant was a stable source of income. As long as his client did not die or fire him, Qin Zhao would keep getting paid. Done. Turn over and remove your pants. Underwear too. Qin Zhao started to insert needles into the front of Stephen's body. Huh. I think there's some stones in your urethra. As Qin Zhao inserted the needles, he immediately felt some foreign matter. Air. Sometimes when I go to the restroom, I indeed can't pee. I need to wait for a long time, and it's painful, but not severe at all. Do I need surgery? No, it's just a small problem. These small stones can be removed easily. I'll break them apart. Drink more water tonight, and you can pass them out yourself. Thank you. Done. Take this. What? Stephen watched as Qin Zhao passed him an erotic magazine. Try to see if you can get hard. Chapter 90. Fight Between Women. Chapter 90. Fight Between Women. Stephen walked out of the van with a ruddy face, but his lower body felt uncomfortable from being pent up. Qin, is there any way to make my dick go back? Nope. This will last for the entire day. You'll have a boner the entire day, and you can't touch women during these 24 hours either. All right, can I use my hand? No. If you endure these 24 hours, you'll become very powerful. You'll be healthy as long as you don't sleep with 10 girls in a day. Satisfying 1 or 2 women is no problem. Of course, if you want your body to keep up, you should eat more protein and carbs and do 30 minutes of aerobic exercise every day. This will help you become strong enough. Hearing that he had to survive 24 hours, Stephen felt helpless. Should I call Yafen over? Oh, I can lend you my van. Won't it affect your filming schedule? No, it's okay, Stephen said, chuckling. My work and private life are always separated. The two walked together the film site. Hullier was in the middle of directing seriously. Vincent walked over, excitement written all over his face. Vincent, did you finish your part? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. I'm really happy to have this chance. Ha, you should thank Qin. I gave you this chance because you're his friend. But honestly, have you considered becoming an actor? To be honest, your looks are suitable for comedies. Of course, I'm not trying to offend you. I just think you do have talent in this area. Can I really? Later, I'll have my assistant give you a card. If you're interested, you can try some small roles and see if you're willing. Vincent wasn't ugly, but he had a comedic look. The ugly characters in movies were just actors with unique looks. These roles didn't require the actors to be ugly. There were barely any ugly people in Hollywood. Most of the actors that weren't hot were just that, not hot. They definitely weren't ugly. These roles made the audience know what kind of character they were immediately. In most commercial films, there would be this type of character for comedic break, even in depressing movies. This kind of actor had a big chance of making it big instantly with a role. There were cons too, though. Their face would be stereotyped and set. They would only get this type of role in the future. Stephen gave Vincent this chance because of Qin Zhao, but also because Vincent did have talent in this aspect. Stephen didn't mind giving this young black man a chance. He'd given many young people chances in the past. Not everyone had succeeded, but he was sure that Vincent would succeed. Talent, opportunities, and one's own personality determined whether one could succeed in Hollywood or not. Vincent had talent, and Stephen gave him an opportunity. No one was sure what the end would be like. Stephen didn't have to pay anything anyway. He didn't even need to report to anyone. Of course, Vincent had to sign with a management company before this, even if he was a part-time actor. Yafen walked over now. Smiling, Stephen said, Yafen, did you finish filming? Yes, sir. I have to help here, so accompany Qin around. Then he added knowingly, "Vincent, you can stay and watch how the others act." Vincent was talkative, but he knew how to watch the mood. He knew what Yafin and Chen Zhao wanted to do. Instead of going to the van, Chen Zhao and Yafin held hands and walked into the forest. "Yafin, do you need to change? Those are the movie's costume, right? Does it not look good?" Yafin was wearing a tight-fitting outfit and nothing else under it. If she wore a bra or safety shorts, the lines would show while filming. The tight-fitting shirt showed Yafin's great figure without keeping anything back. She rested her slim arms on Chen Zhao's shoulders. Her red lips opened slightly, releasing a tempting aura. Her eyes glimmered. Chen Zhao looked around and impatiently hugged Yafin. His hands slowly traveled to Yafin's back and unzipped the shirt. She was sexy and open, like a rising sun. Chen Zhao couldn't keep waiting. Heavy panting came from the forest, along with the pained moan of being grabbed in the neck. "Are you sure no one will come?" "Yes," Yafin answered simply. Slower, While Chen Zhao and Yafin were exercising, it became a performance for a third person. "Is that Yafin? Is she having sex with someone from the crew?" A woman looked through the tree branches at the man and woman fucking a few 100 feet away. "Maybe I should call Mr. Steven over so he can see that his third female lead is a WH*re. The two suddenly changed their position and the woman saw the man's features. "Him." Lucy was shocked. "Why is he here?" Lucy was the second lead. Her role had many important scenes, but after Yafin joined the cast, her scenes kept getting reduced and turned into Yafin's parts. This made her battle with Yafin secretly. Of course, there were no friendships between actors in any crew. Hollywood was like this, and for actresses especially, it was like palace intrigue. Lucy watched the two while her mind whirred. Steven was strict with the cast. She wondered if he would cut Yafin's parts or kick her out directly if he knew that she was messing around here. As for Chen Zhao, she didn't think they had any relationship. Chen Zhao had just given her a checkup once. Lucy secretly took a picture with her phone and snuck away. Full of anticipation, she found Steven. "Mr. Steven, can we have a chat?" Steven was sitting in the director's seat and looked back at Lucy. Did this Australian woman want to bribe him? He really wanted it, but Chen had said that he couldn't touch women in 24 hours. "Can I help you?" "Look at this." Lucy took out her phone and opened the picture she'd just taken. Steven's eye twitched. "You took this?" "Yes. I just finished filming, so I walked around and saw this scene. I know you have strict management, and I didn't expect such an indecent scene would happen in the cast." Steven pressed delete. Lucy's mouth dropped open and stared at Steven in confusion. "I don't wish any cast member to have scandals before the movie is released, understood?" "Yes, sir." Lucy believed that she'd reached her goal. She was happy and even excited to see how fascinating Yafin's expression would be when she discovered her parts were cut. Chapter 91. Ethan's Ex-Wife. Chapter 91. Ethan's Ex-Wife. "When can you leave?" "Not today, I'm afraid. I still have 3 more plays at night," Yafin said helplessly. It was very painful to film at night. If possible, she also hoped that she could return to the hotel every day according to the time on the contract. But it was not possible. She was not that powerful. Even if it was past the time on the contract, she still had to smile and willingly accept the overtime. Chen Zhao also did not plan to continue staying here as it was already quite late. "All right, tell me when you're free then." "Of course." Yafin gave him another hot kiss. Yafin sent Chen Zhao all the way to the exit. Chen Zhao said, "Help me say goodbye to Steven." "Sure. See you." Vincent had long returned to the car with Beelzebub and the other demons to wait for Chen Zhao. Watching Chen Zhao return with his face lit with joy, Vincent's face was filled with envy. "Chen, that woman's really beautiful." You might also have such a chance in the future. Really? Seize this opportunity well. I will. Definitely. Vincent clenched his fists tightly. So, can you give me a discount for future rides? No way. Damn. I'll call Stephen now and ask him to fire you. Vincent was speechless. Where do we go now? Home? Let's go to Ethan's place for free dinner. Sure. This was probably Chen Zhao's only opinion so far, which Vincent agreed. Ethan was extremely unhappy with this. He did not even welcome Chen Zhao and Vincent into his motel. However, he was alone and powerless. Walter had already run toward Sasha. Ethan was distressed at the sight, as if his own daughter had been slept by a pig. Chin, this is too much. You keep coming here for free food, and now your dog even wants to mount my daughter. This is freedom of love. Nobody can stop true love. Quickly finish your food and scram with your dog. And you, Vincent, don't you need to drive? Even though I drive, I still need to eat. That's why you drove here for free food. Fine. I'll leave after I finish. You happy now? Vincent, aren't you going to drive me back? How can you be so thick-skinned? Forget it then. I'll stay tonight. Ethan, do you the charger for this model? My phone's flat. Nope. Some of your stuff is still in that room. Go and find it yourself. Also, $10 per night. After Vincent left, Ethan and Chen Zhao sat before the counter of the motel. Chin, how long have we known each other for? Fuck, don't talk to me as if we've known each other for tens of years. It's like not even 3 months. Fine. They fell silent again and nobody spoke. For a few times, Ethan looked like he had something to say, but stopped eventually. Chen Zhao could not take it any longer. Just speak. If not, I'll go upstairs now. Chin, I heard that something bad has happened to the gang leader in the eastern region. So, Chen Zhao was confused by Ethan's abrupt conversation. Have you forgotten? He was your client. You even said that his man had pointed a gun at your head. Oh, is it? I don't think this has anything to do with me. I don't even know the name of that gang leader. How I wish these bastards can just all die outside, Chen Zhao said calmly. He did not want to leak anything, even if it was Ethan. I heard that it's due to internal conflict. I'm not interested in this. Do you know any rumors about women instead? I only want to warn you to stay away from those people, should they come and find you. Why would they find me? Chen Zhao said, smiling. I hope not too. They're in deep trouble this time. The best outcome will be for them to die in some unknown corner. Chen Zhao did not ask for the details. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Furthermore, if he asked more, Ethan might start to suspect him. Although Chen Zhao did not like Morgery and the rest, he did not want to betray them either. He also did not know which side Ethan was on. Oh, pass me some tissue. Some butter has dripped on my shirt. Here you go. 20 cents. God, you're still the same. Chen Zhao heard a voice from his back. It was a woman in her 50s. At that moment Chen Zhao saw the woman. He could not help but avoid her stare. Similarly, Ethan also looked away at once. The woman was wearing a white shirt and an unzipped black job where on top, a simple below-the-knee dress, and a pair of high-heeled shoes. Her hair was tied into a bun, and she had a pair of framed glasses on, but no other makeup. Her domineering attitude almost made Chen Zhao suffocate. Hi, madam, you are? You look scared. Are you scared of me? Yes, you're scared of me, just like most men when they see me for the first time. Caprice, Chen is my friend. Ethan, did you grow fat again? With your current age and body size, I believe you have high blood pressure. Oh yeah, when we divorced, you already needed medicine to maintain it. How are you now? Can you still get hard? Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it in front of your friend. Caprice's face was filled with apology. You must be Chin. Just pretend you didn't hear me just now. Nevertheless, because you're Ethan's friend, I will subconsciously think that you're the same kind of person as him. Actually, I'm not very close to him either. Ethan was speechless. She was Ethan's ex-wife, a harsh woman. Qin Zhao understood at once why Ethan would divorce with her. There was certainly no man in the world who could tolerate her. What kind of business are you doing with Ethan? Thief and robbery? Blackmailing? Drugs? Or forcing Eastern European women to sell their bodies? Ethan, do you do these? Qin, don't listen to her nonsense, and also don't be tricked by her. She's always trying to put me in jail. I've never wanted you to go to jail, Caprice said with a serious face. Do you think I'll believe your words? Ethan sneered. No, I want to send you to the gallows. Jail isn't sufficient to stop your genes from being passed on. Caprice's face suddenly turned ferocious. My son is gay because of your genes. You damn jerk. You shouldn't have existed in this world. You should only be rotting away in some dirty sewers. Your blood also flows in Robio's body. You're his mother. Why are you so certain that he's gay because of me? You're his father, so you're the responsible one. He came out through your womb, so you're the real culprit. The real culprit is you and your dirty, obscene thoughts. You're the sinner. I declare you guilty. Go to hell. According to genetics, a child actually inherits genes from his or her father and mother with the same probability. Qin Zhao explained to them some knowledge on genetics at the most inappropriate time.